Section 14 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 4, Part 4. It was at this period that James received his first solemn warning of the project of his son-in-law, the Prince of Orange, to deprive him of his crown, and of his treacherous practices with many of his servants. Louis XIV, having sent an especial envoy, Bon Repos, to give him intelligence of what was going on, Bon Repos found James with his queen at Bath, and endeavored to prevail on him to enter into a secret treaty with Louis for his own defense, but nothing could persuade him to believe that William was capable of the conduct alleged, and he declared his intention of keeping the treaty of Nimeguen inviolate. After passing a few days with Mary Beatrice, James left her at Bath and proceeded to London for the dispatch of business. From thence he went to Windsor, where the Queen joined him on the 6th of October, and they returned to Whitehall together on the 11th. The King's birthday was kept with great splendor. As James led his consort into the supper room, he made her give her hand to be kissed by his favorite prelate, Cartwright, Bishop of Chester. Their Majesties were both invited by the City of London to dine at the Lord Mayor's feast at Guildhall. The invitation was also extended to the papal nuncio, who not only went, but was well received. The dinner is said to have been an indifferent one. By the end of November, it began to be whispered about the court that there was a prospect of the Queen becoming a mother once more. Excessive excitement was caused by the rumor, the truth of which was angrily impugned on the one hand, and hailed with extravagant joy on the other. The circumstance was too important to the interest of the king to be permitted to remain long in doubt. He mentions the situation of his consort in a friendly letter to his daughter Mary, dated November 29th, and notices that the Queen had informed her of it previously. The Queen's pregnancy was announced by royal proclamation and in the Gazette of the 23rd of December, with an order for a day of general thanksgiving. James appears to have been determined to obtain the benefit of the prayers of the Church of England for the fruition of his hopes, at as early a period as was consistent with propriety. He commanded the bishops to prepare a suitable form of prayer and thanksgiving for the occasion, to be read in all the churches in and for 10 miles round the metropolis, on Sunday, January 15th, and in every church throughout England on the 29th of that month. Nothing was said implying hopes of male issue, as was afterwards pretended, but simply that the Queen might become a joyful mother of children, that God would command his holy angels to watch over her, and defend her from all dangers and evil accidents, that the King might behold his children's children, and peace upon Israel, and that his gracious consort, Queen Mary, might be as a fruitful vine upon the walls of his house, and his children like the olive branches round about his table. A farther petition was added, that the whole of the royal family might be increased and multiplied. A prayer that was intended for the benefit of the 3 childless heirs presumptive of the realm, Mary, Anne, and William. Mary had never borne a child, and Anne had been as unfortunate as her royal stepmother in the loss of all her infants. The next persons in the succession were the 2 daughters of the king's youngest sister, Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, both Catholics, and it was by no means a desirable contingency that the crown should devolve on either of those foreign princesses, the eldest of whom was married to the King of Spain, the youngest to the Duke of Savoy. Under these circumstances, the prospect of the Queen bringing a male heir to the crown might have been regarded as a most auspicious event, had there been any prospect of his being educated in the national faith. To the daughters of James II and their consorts, such a contingency was a matter of painful consideration. They had regarded the crown as their natural inheritance, and they determined not to relinquish the influence they already held in the realm as the heirs presumptive and reversionary. The exultation of the king, the confident predictions of the Catholic party that the royal infant would be a prince, were retorted by a series of the coarsest and most revolting lampoons tending to throw injurious doubts on the alleged situation of the Queen. It might be imagined that the want of judgment on the part of their Majesties in attributing the present prospect of an heir to the miraculous intercessions of their favorite saints, had provoked the incredulous to a suspicion that some imposition was meditated, if the stories that were now circulated by their enemies had not been a mere revival of the malicious libels that were invented some years before, for the purpose of stigmatizing the birth of the last child of Mary Beatrice, in the event of its proving a son. Though a son was eagerly anticipated and desired, certain attempts were made by the Catholic party to provide for the contingency of a girl by insinuating that the daughter of a king and queen, that is to say, a princess born after James's accession to the throne, would have a better claim to the succession than his daughters by Anne Hyde. The situation of the queen encouraged James to pursue his plans with redoubled energy for the abrogation of the penal laws. Of the cruelty and injustice of those statutes, no one who reads the civil and ecclesiastical annals of the three kingdoms can pretend to doubt. James, who, to use his own words, had learned the great lesson of religious toleration in the school of persecution, was ambitious of being the first British monarch who would proclaim to his people the precious boon of liberty of conscience, a boon more glorious than all the boasted privileges which were wrung from the tyrant John by the steel-clad champions of freedom at Runnymede. In the preceding spring, James had declared in council that 4 of his predecessors, having attempted in vain to establish a general conformity of worship, and the penal laws against dissenters having only led to rebellions and bloodshed, he was convinced that nothing could conduce more to the peace and quiet of the kingdom and the increase of trade than an entire liberty of conscience, it having, he said, always been his opinion, as most suitable to the principles of Christianity, that no man should be persecuted for conscience' sake, which he thought was not to be forced, and that it could never be to the interests of a king of England to do it. He then directed his attorney and solicitor general not to suffer any process in his name to be issued against any dissenter whatsoever. In this proffered charter of religious freedom, the last of the Stuart kings anticipated the enlightened policy which has gradually, but very cautiously, actuated British sovereigns and statesmen of the 19th century. Unfortunately for James II, the course of Christian civilization was not sufficiently advanced in that day to admit of a legislative act of Christian charity. The king forgot that he was a mere weather on the stream working against the strong tide of popular opinion, and in a fatal hour attempted to carry a noble object by unconstitutional means. The Declaration of Liberty of Conscience was not so gratefully accepted in Scotland as the sufferings of the Presbyterian party had led the king to imagine it would. They were offended with being included in the same act which proclaimed freedom of worship to Papists, to Anabaptists, and to Quakers. The confidential intimacy that subsisted between the king and William Penn, the philanthropic Quaker, was regarded with scarcely less hostility than the influence of Father Pitre and the Jesuits. It was, after all, James's greatest glory that his name should have been associated with that of the benignant founder of the Utopia of the New World, Pennsylvania. That the royal admiral, with his passion for naval glory, the despotic monarch, with his stately ideas of the divinity that hedges in a king, and all the hot zeal of a convert to Romanism about him, could enter with sympathy and delight into the enlightened views of that pure-minded Christian philosopher, William Penn, is an interesting fact, and not less strange than true. James once condescended to use a playful reproof to the peculiarity of the Quaker, who, for the first time he entered his presence after he became king, did so with his hat on. James immediately took off his own. "Friend James," said Penn, "why dost thee uncover thy head?" "Because," replied his majesty with a smile, "it is the fashion here for only one man to wear his hat." Penn was sent by James on a private mission to The Hague for the purpose of persuading the Prince of Orange to consent to the abolition of the penal laws. The eloquence of the man of peace and Christian philanthropy, who anticipated the fulfillment of the prophecy relating to the millenniary reign of Christ, in the establishment of perfect fellowship and brotherly love among all who confessed his name on earth, sounded less pleasantly to the military stadtholder than the inflammatory language of Burnet and other priestly agitators, who taught him how to make a political creed the master key to the kingdoms of this world. William refused to concur in the removal of any statute that was not formally repealed in Parliament. James further committed himself by an indirect application through Stuart, a Scotch refugee at the Hague, to William's minister, Fagel, for the purpose of winning his daughter Mary to second his wishes. He not only got a dry refusal from the princess, but the mortification of seeing the correspondence published. Mary Beatrice, who rarely took any part in politics, had vainly represented to her consort the folly of his proceedings, which arose from a miscalculation of his paternal influence. The queen, says Father Pitre, as well as myself, was of opinion against the sending of any such letter to the Hague upon this subject, but rather some person able to discourse and to persuade should have been sent thither. For all such letters, when they are not grateful, produce bad effects. That which is spoken face to face is not so easily divulged, nor anything discovered to the vulgar, but what we have a mind the people should know. After some allusions to the queen's situation and the ribald lampoons that were in circulation, one of which had been found affixed to a pillar of the church, the Jesuit statesman adds, "You will agree with me, most reverend father, that we have done a great thing by introducing Mrs. Collier to the queen. This woman is wholly devoted to our society and zealous for the Catholic religion." This Mrs. Collier, from whom such great things were expected, is rather a mysterious personage. Her name has never been mentioned in connection with any of the complicated intrigues of the period, neither does it occur in the list of the queen's attendants, or the nursery establishment of the prince. Probably, Her Majesty had sufficient penetration to discover that Mrs. Collier was a dangerous intrigante, and got rid of her. Mary Beatrice was now so happy in the undivided possession of the king's affections, that she was willing to forgive those who had endeavoured to injure her, by encouraging him in his guilty attentions to her rival, and raising a party in favour of that bad woman. Convinced that she had no longer cause to dread either her or her friends, Her Majesty took the first opportunity of showing the Earl of Clarendon that she was not only willing to overlook all past causes of displeasure, but ready to render him any service in her power. In the afternoon, March 8th, he says, "I waited on the queen, upon an intimation given that she wondered she had not seen me a great while, for I had not been with her for some months. Her Majesty was very gracious to me and asked me, why I did not come more to court? I told her, I did some time wait on the king at his levee, but having nothing to do at court, I thought it not needful to be as often there as I had been formerly. She said, I was to blame, that she knew that the king would be kind to me, and that she would put him in mind of me, and said that she expected to see me often. She then asked me, if my pensions were well paid? I told her, yes. The king came into the room from hunting, and so I came away." Clarendon was at that time involved in a sea of trouble, in consequence of the queen dowager's suit against him for arrears in his accounts. The amiable behaviour of the reigning queen was therefore of some comfort to him. The secret correspondence of James's treacherous favourites, his discarded ministers and disaffected nobles, with the court of Orange, unveils to the dispassionate documentary historian an extensive confederacy, with the Princess Anne at the head of it, for the purpose of branding the child, whose birth was so eagerly anticipated by the king and queen, as spurious, in case it should prove a boy. It was from this confederacy that all the disgusting lampoons and incendiary pamphlets on that subject emanated. As early as the spring 1686, the Princess Anne had betrayed to the acute observation of the French envoy, Bon Repos, that ambition and hatred to the queen were the master passions of her soul. In what manner had Mary Beatrice provoked her ill will? The reader naturally inquires. But Anne has never brought a specific charge against her royal stepmother, with whom she had lived in perfect amity from her 10th year up to the period of King James's accession to the throne. The following passage from one of Anne's private confidential letters to her sister Mary is rather indicative of the evil passions of the writer than the bad qualities of the object of her vituperation. The queen, you must know, is of a very proud and haughty temper, and though she pretends to hate all form and ceremony, yet one sees that those who make their court that way are very well thought of. She declares always that she loves sincerity and hates flattery, but when the grossest flattery in the world is said to her face, she seems extremely well pleased with it. It really is enough to turn one's stomach to hear what things are said to her of that kind, and to see how mightily she is satisfied with it. Some women there are, whose minds are unfortunately so constituted, that they cannot endure to see attention offered to another. The adulation and homage that were paid to her beautiful stepmother, who was about 5 years older than herself, appears to have been the exciting cause of Anne's ill will against her. So true is the observation of the wisest men. Anger is fierce and jealousy is cruel, but who can stand against envy? That no want of courtesy or even of affection had been manifested by the consort of James II towards his daughter may be perceived by Anne's concluding remark. She, the queen, pretends to have a deal of kindness for me, but I doubt it is not real, for I never see any proofs of it, but rather the contrary. Surely, if the queen had ever committed herself by word or deed so as to furnish any tenable charge of complaint, Anne would have instanced it in support of her last assertion. The hatred of the Princess Anne towards Mary Beatrice was of too deadly a nature to evaporate in useless invectives. She took infinite pains to persuade her sister, the Princess of Orange, that a plot was in progress to deprive them of their rights in the succession, by the imposition of a spurious Prince of Wales on the nation. She complained, in the coarsest language, to her sister and the Earl of Clarendon, that the queen would not permit her to touch her, and that her majesty always went into another room to change her dress. Anne, all this while, kept up a show of duty to her father and kindness to the queen. She was frequently at her majesty's toilet, and performed the service as usual, which the etiquette of those times prescribed, of assisting to put on her majesty's chemise. The queen was taken alarmingly ill at the end of 7 months, while the king was gone at Chatham, and her apprehensions of death were so great, that she wrote to the king to come immediately to her, and also send for her confessor. Everybody flocking about her, the princess failed not to be there too, and appeared so easy and kind that nothing could equal it, talked of the queen's condition with mighty concern, and was wanting in no manner of respect and care. The indisposition of his consort, who had now become an object of the tenderest regard and most watchful solicitude to the king, is thus mentioned by that monarch in the following friendly letter to his son-in-law of Orange. Whitehall, May 11, 1688. My going to Chatham on Tuesday last hindered me from writing to you by that day's post, to let you know I had received yours of the 11th. I found my ships and stores in very good condition, and chose one of my new 3 or 3rd frigates to be fitted out to carry the Queen Dowager when she goes to Portugal. I came back hither yesterday morning, and found that my queen had not been well, and was in some fears of coming before her time. But God be thanked, she was very well all day yesterday, and continues so now, so that I hope she will go out her full time. The weather is now very seasonable, and there is like a great store of fruit this year. I have no more to say, but that you shall find me as kind to you as you can expect. James R. For my son, the Prince of Orange. A week later, the Queen herself wrote this little billet to William, in the same easy, familiar style which marks her occasional correspondence with him. May 19, 1688. I am so ashamed to have been so long without answering your obliging letter, that I know not what to say for myself. I well believe you know me too well to suspect it want of kindness. Therefore I hope you will think it, as it was, want of time, or at the worst a little laziness, which being confessed will, I hope, be excused. For else I did long to return you 1,000 thanks, as I do now, for your kind wishes, which I hope you will continue, and believe that I am, with all sincerity, truly yours, M.R. During the whole of the month of May, the queen's health was in a precarious state. She was bled, in consequence of feverish symptoms, as late as the 29th. Some anxiety must have been on her spirit, in consequence of the cruel reports that were poisoning the public mind against her, at that period when she was looking forward, with trembling hope and natural dread, to the hour of woman's peril. Mary Beatrice had been accused of unbecoming haughtiness in treating the injurious rumors that were in circulation with silent contempt. As a delicate woman, she could do no otherwise. As a queen, she appears to have acted with great prudence, and to have done everything necessary to convince the great ladies of the court and the Princess Anne of the reality of her alleged situation. It was her original intention to lie in at Windsor, but she made a very proper concession to public opinion when she gave up that arrangement, and determined to await her accouchement in the metropolis, where the witnesses requisite for the verification of the birth of the royal infant could be got together at a hasty summons, which could scarcely be the case at Windsor or even Hampton Court. Her enemies have, with a strange obliquity of reasoning, construed this convincing proof of her willingness to afford full satisfaction to everyone interested into a presumption of her guilt. The great bustle, says the Princess Anne, that was made about her lying in at Windsor, and then resolving all of a sudden to go to St. James's, which is much the properest place to act such a cheat in. Can anyone believe that if Anne did suspect a cheat, that she would have shown so little regard to her own interest, as to have invented a pretext for going to Bath, instead of remaining on the spot, to expose it? But the queen had given her indubitable proofs that she was about to become a mother, and Anne purposely went out of the way that she might not be a witness of the birth of her brother, whose rights she intended to dispute, and in case the expected infant proved to be a girl, she would escape a disagreeable duty by her absence. She came to take the leave of the queen before she went to Bath, and they conversed together in a confidential manner. The queen always expressed herself as doubtful whether her confinement would take place in June or July. The Princess Anne said to her, "Madam, I think you will be brought to bed before I return," giving at the same time a reason for her opinion, of which she was afterwards pointedly reminded by Mrs. Margaret Dawson, when she expressed a doubt whether the young prince were actually her brother. On the 2nd of June, the queen said, she would go to St. James's and await the good hour. It was there that all her other children had been born, and it was also the birthplace of the king, her husband. The consorts of the Stuart kings had been accustomed to lie in at that palace, and there was no precedent of any queen having been confined at Whitehall, which was obviously unfit for such a purpose, being very noisy and open from morning till night to crowds of well-dressed people who chose to make it a lounge. It was, besides, a great public office, where all the business of the nation was transacted, and the queen's apartments fronted the river. Mary Beatrice never liked Whitehall. She said of it, "Whitehall was one of the largest and most uncomfortable houses in the world." Her heart always clung to her first English home, which had been endeared to her by those tender recollections which royal pomp had never been able to efface. King James, in a letter to his daughter Mary, thus announces the intended removal of himself and his queen to St. James's Palace. Whitehall, June 8, 1688. The Q and I intend to lie at St. James's tomorrow night, she intending to lie in there. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 5, Part 1. The birth of the second son of Mary Beatrice was destined to take place at the inauspicious period when James had given irreparable offense to the nation by committing the Archbishop of Canterbury and 6 bishops to the Tower. This unprecedented act of folly was perpetrated on the 8th of June. The indignation it excited pervaded all ranks of the people and extended even within the guarded region of the court. The queen was restless and anxious all the next day, and expressed an impatient desire for the completion of the arrangements that were making for her accommodation at St. James's Palace. She sent several times in the course of that day to hurry the workmen there, and on being told that it would be impossible for them to finish in time to put her bed up that night, she gave way to petulance and said, "I mean to lie in at St. James's tonight if I lie on the boards." Kings and queens are, of course, liable to the same infirmities of temper as their subjects, but it behooves them to impose a stricter restraint on their natural emotions, surrounded as they are, at all times, by watchful observers, if not, as was the case with James II. And his consort, by invidious spies and traitors. It was by no means wonderful, however, that Mary Beatrice, under these circumstances, should be desirous of escaping from the political excitement and publicity of Whitehall to her old familiar palace, where she had formerly tasted some of the comforts and repose of domestic life. It was not till a late hour on the Saturday night that the arrangements there were completed. When this was announced to her majesty, she was engaged at cards. The solemn etiquettes, which in that age pervaded the most frivolous amusements of the court, forbade her to break up the table till the game was decided, which was not until 11 o'clock. After this, she was carried in her sedan chair, attended by her servants, and preceded by her ladies through the park to St. James's Palace, her chamberlain, Lord Godolphin, walking by the side of her chair. The king accompanied his consort, and passed the night in her apartment. The next morning he rose between 7 and 8, and went to his own side of the palace. About a quarter of an hour after, the queen sent for him in great haste, and requested to have every one summoned whom he wished to be witnesses of the birth of their child. It was Trinity Sunday, June 10th. The Protestant ladies that belonged to the court, says Burnet, were all gone to church before the news was let go abroad. Which was certainly true, but this unfaithful chronicler suppresses the fact that they were all speedily sent for out of church, by her majesty's command. The first person who obeyed the summons was Mrs. Margaret Dawson, one of her bedchamber women, formerly in the household of Anne Hyde, Duchess of York. She had been present at the births of all the king's children, including the Princess Anne of Denmark. She found the queen all alone, sitting on a tabouret at her bed's head, trembling, and in some depression of spirits. The queen requested the pallet, which was in the next room, to be got ready, but the quilts not being aired, Mrs. Dawson persuaded her not to use it, but to go into her own bed again, from which she and the king had just risen. That bed was then made ready for her majesty, who was very chilly, and wished it to be warmed. Accordingly, a warming pan full of hot coals was brought into the chamber, with which the bed was warmed previously to the queen's entering it. From this circumstance, simple as it was, but unusual, the absurd tale was fabricated that a spurious child was introduced into the queen's bed. Mrs. Dawson afterwards deposed on oath that she saw the fire in the warming pan when it was brought into her majesty's chamber, the time being then about 8 o'clock. And the birth of the prince did not take place until 10. Anne, Countess of Sunderland, the wife of James's treacherous minister, therefore no very favorable witness, gave the following statement as to the birth of the prince. That she went to James's chapel at 8 o'clock in the morning on the Trinity Sunday with the intention of taking the sacrament, but in the beginning of the communion service, the man who had the care of the chapel came to her and told her, she must come to the queen. The countess said, she would as soon as the prayers were over. But very soon after, another messenger came up to the rails of the altar and told her that the queen was in labor and she must come to her majesty without delay. On which she went directly to the chamber of her royal mistress. As soon as the queen saw her, she said that she believed her hour was come. By this time, continues Lady Sunderland, the bed was warmed and the queen went into bed. Here, then, is a most important testimony in confirmation as to the time when the said warming pan was used, which was before the queen entered the bed at all. After her majesty was in bed, the king came in, and she asked him if he had sent for the queen dowager. He replied, I have sent for everybody. And so, indeed, it seemed, for besides the queen dowager and her ladies, the ladies of the queen's household, the state officers of the palace, several of the royal physicians, and the usual professional attendants, there were 18 members of the Privy Council who stood at the foot of the bed. Even the Princess Anne, in her coarse, cruel letters to her sister on this subject, acknowledges that the queen was much distressed by the presence of so many men, especially by that of the Lord Chancellor Jeffreys. The queen, at the birth of her last child, had entreated that no one should proclaim whether it were boy or girl, lest the pleasure on the one hand or the disappointment on the other should overpower her, and this command was repeated now. About 10 o'clock, Her Majesty gave birth to a son, and forgetting every other feeling in the tender instinct of maternity, exclaimed apprehensively, "I don't hear the child cry." The next moment the prince certified his existence by making his voice heard in good earnest. Lady Sunderland had previously engaged the midwife to give her intimation if it were a boy, by pulling her dress, and she signified the same to the king by touching her forehead, which they had both agreed should be the token. Not satisfied with this telegraphic intelligence, the king eagerly cried out, "What is it?" "What your majesty desires," replied the nurse. She was about to carry the infant into the inner room, when the king stopped her, and said to the gentlemen of the Privy Council, "You are witnesses that a child is born," and bade them follow and see what it was. So crowded was the queen's bedroom, that the Earl of Feversham had some trouble in forcing a passage through the noble mob of witnesses, as he preceded Mrs. de la Baby and her infant charge, crying, "Room for the prince!" The royal infant was seen by 3 of the Protestant ladies near her majesty's bed before he was carried into the inner chamber. One of these was the noble-minded and virtuous Susanna, Lady Bellasis, who might herself have been Queen of England at that moment, instead of Mary d'Este, if she had not preferred her religion to the prospect of sharing a crown, and at the same time loved James too sincerely to consent to injure his interests, when Duke of York, by becoming his wife. After King James had spoken a few tender words to his consort, he said, "Pray, my lords, come and see the child." The witnesses then followed the king into the inner room, where the royal infant was shown, and all present saw it was a prince, and newly born. Lady Bellasis said, she thought it looked black in the face. A convulsion fit, such as had proven fatal to the other children of Mary Beatrice, was at first apprehended, but after the prince was dressed, he looked very fresh and well, and the king said, "Nothing was the matter with the child." Mrs. Danvers, who had been the nurse of the Princess Isabella, and was then in the service of the Princess Anne, came to see the infant, and said, "She was glad to see the same marks upon his eyes as the queen's other children when they were born." In the overflowing transport of his joy for the birth of a living son, and the safety of his queen, James bestowed the accolade of knighthood on her physician, Dr. Walgrave, by her bedside, as a token of his grateful sense of the care and skill manifested by him during the preceding months of the anxious attendance upon her majesty, whose symptoms had occasionally been of an alarming character. The birth of a Prince of Wales was announced to the metropolis with signal marks of triumph by the king's command. The Tower guns fired an extraordinary number of salutes, the bells rang peals of deceitful joy, the poor were feasted and received alms, and all loyal lieges throughout the realm were enjoined to unite in thanksgivings and festivity. The wisest way in which the king could have celebrated this event would have been by a general act of grace, and the liberation of the prelates in the Tower. But his obduracy on that point hurried on the accomplishment of his evil destiny, including that of his faithful wife and innocent son. By the imprisonment of the virtuous, conscientious Sancroft, he had deprived himself of a witness of the birth of the prince, whose testimony no member of the Church of England could have resisted. Barillon, the French ambassador, announced the birth of the royal infant to Louis XIV in these words: "The Queen of England has given birth, an hour since, to a prince, who is doing very well. He is very well formed, and of the full size." According to this minister, the joy of the king was unbounded. James's brother-in-law, the Earl of Clarendon, gives the following lively little account of this event in his diary of June 10th. In the morning, I was at St. James's Church, where I observed great whispering, but could not learn what the matter was. As I was going home, my page told me the Queen was brought to bed of a son. I went presently to St. James's, whither the court removed out the last night, and word was brought me, it was true, her Majesty was delivered about 10 this morning. As soon as I had dined, I went to court, and found the king shaving. I kissed his hand, and wished him joy. He said the queen was so quick in her labor, and he had had so much company, that he had not time to dress himself till now. He bade me go and see the prince. I went into the room, which had been formerly the duchess's private bedchamber, and there my lady Powys, who was maid governess, showed me the prince. He was asleep in his cradle, and a very fine child to look upon. On the same day, the Marchioness of Powys was sworn as state governess, and Lady Strickland, wife of Sir Thomas Strickland of Sizer, as sub-governess to the newborn heir of England. There were also 2 nurses, Madame Labady and Mrs. Royer, 4 rockers, a laundress and sempstress, and 2 pages of the backstairs who were all sworn into their offices. The same night, the numerous nursery establishment, and indeed the whole palace, were thrown into a state of dismay by the alarming illness of the precious babe. The king was called out of his bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the royal physicians were summoned in great haste to his assistance. Mary Beatrice has herself related the following particulars connected with the indisposition of the little prince, and the strange negligence of her own personal attendants at that time. A few hours after the birth of my son, said she, the physicians prescribed something for him which they said is good for babies. I don't remember now what it is, but this I know, that, by mistake or carelessness, they repeated the dose, which made him so ill that everyone thought he was dying. As I was in childbed, the king would not have awakened me with these tidings, but while everyone was in a state of distraction, he retired into his oratory to offer that child, who was so precious to him, to God. I awoke in the meantime and asked for some broth, but saw no one near me, neither nurse nor attendant. I then called. The only person who remained to take care of me was a chambermaid, not more than 21 years old, and thus I learned that which they wished to conceal from me. The Countess of Sunderland was lady of the bed that night, and it was her duty to watch beside me. Though the indisposition of the royal infant had only been caused by being overdosed with drugs which he would have been much better without, the doctors inflicted the additional suffering upon him of making an issue of his tender little shoulder, and giving him more physic, while they withheld from him the natural aliment for which he pined. One of the household, when communicating to his friend in Ireland the news of the birth of the Prince of Wales, says, "It is a brave lusty boy, and liked to live." And live he did, in spite of all the blunders of his nurses, the barbarities of his doctors, and the malice of those who pretended that he died at the time this great nocturnal disturbance was raised in St. James's Palace on his account, and that another child had been substituted to personate the veritable son of the king and queen. On this new story, those persons chose to rest, who were ashamed of repeating the clumsy romance of the warming bed, and pretending to believe that an imposition could be successfully practiced, in the presence of 6 medical gentlemen, 23 Protestant ladies and gentlemen of high rank, besides menial attendants, or that the queen dowager and all the Catholic nobility would become accomplices in such a cheat. Dr. Hugh Chamberlain, the celebrated Whig practitioner, whom Burnet daringly quotes in support of his own inventions, when he heard that his name had been mentioned as connected with these fictions by the Lutheran minister at the Hague, in a conversation with the Electress Sophia of Hanover, wrote a manly honest letter to that princess, assuring her that the minister must have been misled by pamphlets current in England, pretending, says he, an account how far I had been therein engaged, to which several falsehoods were added. One of those papers was written by Mr. Burnet, son of the Bishop of Salisbury. Burnet himself wrote and printed at the Hague some of the coarse indelicate libels that were so industriously circulated against the poor queen on this occasion. He subsequently embodied the substance of those lampoons in his history, a remarkably easy method of obtaining a mass of fictitious evidence. Dr. Chamberlain expressly states that he was sent for early on the Sunday morning by the queen, but, being out of town, did not arrive till after the birth of the babe. He declares that the Duchess of Monmouth had given him positive testimony of the reality of Her Majesty's alleged situation a few days before, she having been present at her toilet. This relation, says he, being wholly occasioned by chance, and mentioned by one at that time disobliged by the court, I take to be genuine, without artifice or disguise, so that I never questioned it. Another circumstance in this case is, that my being a noted Whig, and signally oppressed by King James, they would never have hazarded such a secret as a supposititious child, which, had I been at home to follow the summons, I must have come time enough to have discovered. He says, King James told him the queen came a fortnight sooner than she expected. And this, it will be remembered, was the case when her last child, the Princess Charlotte, was born. It was, moreover, scarcely 2 years since the Princess Anne herself had made a similar miscalculation and was brought to bed of a fine girl, only 2 hours after her arrival at Windsor, having travelled from London the same day. During my attendance on the child by His Majesty's directions, continues Dr. Chamberlain, I had frequent discourse with the necessary woman, who, being in a mighty dread of popery, and confiding in my reputed Whiggism, would often complain of the busy pragmaticalness of the Jesuits, who placed and displaced whom they pleased. And for her part, she expected a speedy remove, for the Jesuits could endure none but their own party. Such was our common entertainment, but about a fortnight after the child was born, a rumour having spread through the city that the child was spurious, she cried, Alas! Will they not let the poor infant alone? I am certain no such thing as the bringing a strange child in a warming pan could be practiced without my seeing it, attending constantly in and about the avenues of the chamber. Other remoter incidents might be alleged, which, being of smaller moment, are forborne. Mary Beatrice, regardless of all the injurious libels that emanated from the Dutch press, had continued to keep up a friendly correspondence with the Prince and Princess of Orange, relating frankly, perhaps they might think ostentatiously, the particulars relating to her health to the princess up to the period of her confinement. King James communicated the important event of the birth of the prince, by whom his eldest daughter was apparently supplanted in her presumptive heirship of the crown, to her consort in the following businesslike note. King James to the Prince of Orange, June 12, 1688. The Queen was, God be thanked, safely delivered of a son on Sunday morning, a little before 10. She has been very well ever since, but the child was somewhat ill this last night of the wind, but is now, blessed be God, very well again, and like to have no returns of it, and is a very strong boy. Last night I received yours of the 18th. I expect every day to hear what the French fleet has done at Algiers. 'Tis late, and I have not time to say more, but that you should find me to be as kind to you as you can expect. For my son, the Prince of Orange. 4 days later, James wrote to his daughter Mary the following brief bulletin of the health of the Queen and Prince of Wales. St. James's, June 16, 1688. The Queen was somewhat feverish this afternoon. My son is, God be thanked, very well, and feeds heartily and thrives very well. In Edinburgh, the news of the Queen's happy delivery, and the birth of the Prince Stuart of Scotland, as they proudly styled, the young blooming flower of the odd royal tree, was received with unfeigned joy. The Civic Council records testify of the bonfires that blazed from the Canongate to Arthur's Seat to make known the joyful tidings that a male heir was born to the ancient realm. Claret was quaffed at the expense of the crown, and glasses broken by the loyal lieges ad libitum in drinking the health of their majesties and the Prince Stuart at the town cross, amidst ringing of the bells and roaring salutes of the castle artillery. and the Lord Provost received commission to go up to the court with 2 addresses from the good town, one to the king, the other to the queen, to congratulate their majesties. Even the malcontent city of York drank deep potations to the health of the king, queen, and Prince of Wales, and sent up a deceitful address of congratulation by the Lord Mayor and sheriffs. In short, this event was celebrated with so many public demonstrations of rejoicing in all parts of the realm, that the king and queen flattered themselves with the belief that the nation shared in their rapture. Oxford, ever loyal, notwithstanding her present dispute with his majesty, poured forth a centenary of odes and heroic verses to celebrate the birth of a Prince of Wales. The lofty numbers of Dryden's Britannia Rediviva, which appeared a few days after this event, vindicated the honor of his office as poet laureate by throwing the efforts of all contemporary bards into the shade. The following lines are selected as a specimen. Last solemn Sabbath saw the church attend, the Paraclete in fiery pomp descend, but when his wondrous octave rolled again, he brought a royal infant in his train. Here Dryden alludes to the festivals of Pentecost and Trinity Sunday, and proceeds to recall to the remembrance of his countrymen that Edward the Black Prince was also born on Trinity Sunday, which was considered a very auspicious circumstance. He forgets not to compliment the royal parents on the mingled likeness which the infant was said to bear to both. "'Tis paradise to look on the fair frontispiece of nature's book. If the first opening page so charms the sight, think how the unfolding volume will delight. See how the venerable infant lies in early pomp, how through the mother's eyes the father's soul, with an undaunted view, looks out and takes our homage as his due." The injurious reports that had been circulated by a faction insinuating the introduction of a spurious child are nobly repelled in these 4 lines. Born in broad daylight, that the ungrateful rout may find no room for a remaining doubt, truth, which is light itself, doth darkness shun, and the true eaglet safely dares the sun. Our laureate's concluding apostrophe to the royal mother, Mary of Modena, must not be forgotten, though somewhat too adulatory for modern taste. But you, propitious queen, translated here from your mild skies to rule our rugged sphere, you who our native climate have bereft of all the virtues and the vices left, whom piety and beauty make their boast, though beautiful is well in pious lost, so lost as daylight is dissolved away and melts into the brightness of the day. It is not to be supposed that all the poets of the age imitated the chivalry of glorious John and the bards of Oxford in flinging votive garlands at the feet of Mary Beatrice to compliment her on having given a male heir to England. The following sarcastic squib from the inedited political songs of the period is written in a different spirit. On Mary of Modena, addressed to James. Why dost thou wrong thy country, shame thy life, to please false priests and a designing wife? A wife whose character has always been a fawning duchess and a saucy queen. O Nassau, with thy promised succors come, and be to us like Anthony to Rome. Thy wife shall young Octavia's place supply, and those that have betrayed their country fly, unless the king, to prove the prince his own, shall to the lion's den present his son. Then if the royal beasts do not destroy the infant, it is proved his own dear boy. A few days after the birth of his son, the following instance of clemency is recorded of King James. Nathaniel Hooke, the late Duke of Monmouth's chaplain, who hath been skulking up and down without being able to obtain his pardon, threw himself lately at his majesty's feet, desiring his majesty's pardon, or to be speedily tried and executed, since now life itself, as well as the sense of his guilt, was wearisome to him. Whereupon his majesty thought fit to extend his gracious pardon to him. James, unfortunately in this, as in several other cases where he had exercised the royal attribute of mercy, calculated on the gratitude of the object of his grace. He forgot that the Christian law, which enjoins forgiveness of our enemies, does not recommend us to trust them, and in a fatal hour he took Nathaniel Hooke into his service, who became one of the secret tools of William. He followed his confiding master into exile as the hired pensionary of his foe. He was in constant correspondence with the British ambassador at the court of France, and growing gray in his iniquities, continued, even after the death of James II, to sell the counsels of his widowed queen and his son. The news of the birth of a Prince of Wales was received with great pleasure at the court of France. Skelton, the British ambassador, thus describes the feelings of some of the ladies. Madame la Dauphine is indisposed and in bed, yet sent for me and said, though she saw no man, yet she could not forbear rejoicing with me upon account of the great news, and expressed great joy, and the little Duke of Burgundy, whilst I was talking to Madame la Maréchale de la Motte, of his own accord told me, that he would, for joy, order 80 fusees to be fired. Madame la Maréchale intends, in October next, to give me something to be hung about the prince's neck, which prevents the inconveniences which commonly attend the breeding teeth. The same has been used to these 3 young princes with good success. Monsieur made all the ladies of St. Cloud drink the Prince of Wales' health on Thursday last. On the 17th of June, thanksgivings were offered up in all the churches for the happy delivery of the Queen and the birth of a Prince of Wales. As early as the 29th, the unconscious babe, who was born to inherit his father's misfortunes, not his crown, was produced in all the pomp of purple pall and ermine to receive in person, as he lay in Lady Powys's lap, addresses of congratulation from the Lord Mayor and Corporation of London on the appearance of his Royal Highness in a troublesome world, wherein he was destined to create further commotions. The Lord Mayor and his civic brethren, having presented an offering of their goodwill and affection in the shape of a purse of gold, were admitted to the honor of kissing his tiny hand. "The prince is in good health," writes one of the household, "and hath given audience to several foreign ministers." Among these were the envoy of his affectionate brother-in-law of Orange and the King of Denmark. "The Lord Mayor of York," pursues our correspondent, "is come to town to kiss the prince's hand, and to present him a purse of gold, as the Lord Mayor of London did. The Queen is in public again, and to name a day for the fireworks on the river." Mary Beatrice was now a proud and joyful mother, and her recovery was unusually rapid. She received visits from ladies at the end of a fortnight, and as early as the 28th, gave audience in her chamber to Mynheer Zulestein, the Dutch envoy extraordinary, who was charged with the formal compliments of the Prince and Princess of Orange on the birth of her son. A few days afterwards, Her Majesty wrote a letter to her royal stepdaughter, Mary, a letter beginning with these words: "The first time I have taken pen in hand since I was brought to bed is this, to write to my dear Lemon." The playful familiarity of addressing Her Highness of Orange by her pet name on this occasion sufficiently indicates the affectionate terms on which the consort of James II had been accustomed to live with his eldest daughter. It is much to be regretted that one sentence should have only been preserved of a letter commencing in a tone so different from the epistolatory style of royal ladies. At the end of 4 weeks, Mary Beatrice left her retirement at St. James's Palace and returned to Whitehall. Lord Clarendon came to pay his duty to her, Monday, July 9th. He says, "In the afternoon, I waited on the Queen, the first time I had seen her since she lay in. She was very gracious to me, and asked me, why I had not been there before, and why I did not come oftener." The next day, the intended exhibition of the fireworks was postponed, and the following intimation of the cause was hinted by a person behind the scenes. "The young prince is ill, but it is a secret. I think he will not hold. The foreign ministers, Zulestein and Grammont, stayed to see the issue." The illness was so dangerous that the Princess Anne condescended to call her brother the Prince of Wales, when communicating to Mary the happy probability of his soon becoming an angel in heaven. He was destined to a few more trials on earth. The premature state audiences of the Prince of Wales had drawn so much ill-natured mockery on the innocent babe in the form of vulgar and sometimes indelicate lampoons, that his offended mother went into a contrary extreme, equally injudicious, She would not allow him to be seen by anyone but the nuncio, and forbade his attendants even to bring him to her before company. The reason alleged was the prevalence of the smallpox. In the course of a week, the prince was so much amended that the promised pageant of the fireworks on the Thames was shown off to celebrate his birth and the queen's recovery. The exhibition was very splendid, consisting of several thousand fire balloons that were shot up in the air, and then, scattering into various figures, fell into the river. There were several stately pyramids, and many statues and devices, among which were two large figures representing loyalty and fecundity. The emblem of the latter, a hen and chickens, was scarcely applicable to Mary Beatrice and her one feeble babe, the only survivor of 5 ephemeral hopes. The frequent reports of his death rendered it necessary to show the prince again in public, and he was taken into the parks every day. The Lady Marchioness of Powys, gouvernante of the prince, writes the Ellis correspondent, hath taught his Royal Highness a way to ask already, for a few days ago, his Royal Highness was brought to the king with a petition in his hand, desiring that 200 hackney coaches may be added to the 400 now licensed, but that the revenue for that said 200 might be applied towards the feeding and breeding of foundling children. Thus we see that the first idea of establishing a foundling hospital in England emanated from the nursery of the consort of James II. She fondly thought, no doubt, to endear her infant to the people by connecting his name with a benevolent institution. 2 silver medals were struck in commemoration of the birth of the son of James II and Mary d'Este, one very large, with the profile bust of the king on one side and the queen on the reverse. It is a most noble work of art. Nothing can be more classical and graceful than the head and bust of the queen. Her hair is wreathed back in a Grecian fillet from the brow and confined with strings of pearls. A few rich tresses fall, in long loose ringlets, from the low braided knot behind. It may serve for the head of a Juno or Roman empress. The inscription is Dei gratiae, magnae Britanniae, Franciae et Hiberniae, Regina. The date, 1688, has been, by some carelessness, reversed and stands thus 8891. King James is represented in a Roman dress with long flowing hair and a wreath of laurel. The other medal, which is in honor of the royal infant, represents him as a naval prince, seated on a cushion on the seashore, with ships in the distance. 2 angels suspend the coronet of a Prince of Wales over his head, and appear sounding notes of triumph with their trumpets. On the reverse, a shield with a label of 3 points, charged with the arms of England, Scotland, Ireland, and France, is supported between 4 angels. One bears the 3-plumed crest, the other the arms of the Prince of Wales. Although the royal infant had been prayed for in his sister Mary's chapel at The Hague by the title of Prince of Wales, and every mark of ceremonial respect had been paid, on the occasion of his birth, by William of Orange, James could not be deceived as to the inimical feelings with which his son was regarded in that court. It was from the Dutch press that all the coarse revolting libels branding his birth as an imposition and throwing the most odious impositions on the queen had emanated. One of William's agents, a Dutch burgomaster named Weir, had been detected at Rome by the French ambassador, Cardinal d'Etrées, in a secret correspondence with the Pope's secretary, Count Cassoni, with whom he communicated in the disguise of a vendor of artificial fruits. One day he was, by the cardinal's contrivance, knocked down and robbed of his basket of wares. The cardinal, at first deceived by the exquisite beauty of the fruit, thought his informers had been deceived, and that Cassoni patronized him as an artist only. However, the person by whom they had been captured cut them open, and showed that they were filled with the seeds of the League of Augsburg and the projected revolution of England, contained on slips of paper written in cipher and twisted round the wires, which, covered with green silk, supported the fabric of lemons, grapes, figs, etc. The most important of these was the Pope's promise to supply the emperor with large sums of money, to be placed at the disposal of the Prince of Orange. D'Etrées' agent succeeded in picking the lock of Cassoni's cabinet, and found there a paper which had not yet been submitted to the Pope, implying that the Prince of Orange, taking the command of the imperial forces, was but a pretext to cover his designs on England, and that he had entered into a conspiracy with the English to put to death the king and the child of which the queen was pregnant, if a son, in order to place himself and the princess on the throne. The cardinal lost no time in communicating this discovery to Lord Thomas Howard, who dispatched 2 couriers to his master with the news. James at the time appears only to have regarded it as a diplomatic trick of France, being well aware that it was part and parcel of the policy of his good cousin Louis to embroil him with his son-in-law and natural ally, William. It was not till the truth of the first part of the intelligence was fatally confirmed that he allowed the latter to make an impression on his mind. His reply to William's deceitful congratulations on the birth of the Prince of Wales appears nevertheless indicative, by its coldness and stern brevity, of distrust, especially the significant concluding line. King James to the Prince of Orange, July 22, 1688. I have had yours by Monsieur Zulestein, who has, as well as your letter, assured me of the part you take on the birth of my son. I will not have him return without writing to you by him, to assure you I shall always be as kind to you as you can have with reason expect. The queen, unsuspicious as she was by nature and always ready to hope and believe the best of everyone, writes in a more friendly tone, as if willing to give William credit for feeling all that his silvery-tongued envoy had expressed, of sympathy for her maternal joy. Her letter is as follows. Mary of Modena to the Prince of Orange, St. James's, July 24, 1688. The compliments of Mr. Zulestein made me from you, and the letter he brought, are so obliging, that I know not which way to begin to give you thanks for it. I hope he will help me to assure you that I am very sensible of it, and that I desire nothing more than the continuance of your friendship, which I am sure mine shall always one way deserve, by being, with all the sincerity imaginable, truly yours, M.R. From the Princess of Orange, Mary Beatrice had expected letters more in accordance with the friendship that had subsisted between them in their early days, when they lived together like 2 fond sisters, rather than stepmother and daughter. The affections of the Italian princess were of an ardent character. She had loved the Princess Mary with all her heart, and she was piqued that Mary did not express any tenderness towards her infant boy, whom, with the egotism of doting maternity, she thought ought to be an object of interest to all the world. If the queen had possessed that knowledge of the human heart, which is one of the most important lessons royalty can learn, she would not have wished to inquire too closely into the feelings of the wife of so ambitious a prince as William, towards a brother who appeared born for the especial purpose of depriving her of the reversion of a threefold diadem. Perhaps Mary, in the first glow of natural affection, had been accustomed to pet and caress the royal infants that had been born to her youthful stepmother, while they lived together in St. James's Palace, and had regarded them, not as rivals, but as beloved playthings, and the queen could not have perceived that the case was widely different as regarded the long-delayed birth of an heir apparent to the crown. Mary Beatrice was not only so simple as to impute the coldness of the Princess of Orange to a diminution of affection towards herself, but to address some tender expostulations to her on the subject, in a letter dated Windsor, July 31st, telling her she suspected that she had not so much kindness for her as she used to have. And the reason I have to think so, pursues the royal mother, is, for since I have begun, I must tell you all the truth, that since I have been brought to bed, you have never once in your letters to me taken the least notice of my son, no more than if he had never been born, only in that which Monsieur Zulestein brought, which I look upon as a compliment that you could not avoid, though I should not have taken it so, if even you had named him afterwards. If any real doubts had been felt by the Princess of Orange as to the claims of the infant to her sisterly affection, surely the queen afforded her a decided opportunity for mentioning the suspicions that the Princess Anne had endeavoured to insinuate as to his being the genuine offspring of their majesties. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 5, Part 2. Mary Beatrice was highly gratified with the papal brief or letter addressed to her by the head of her church on the birth of her son, assuring her that the great blessing had been obtained from heaven by his fervent prayers and supplications in her behalf. Her Majesty was so polite as to take this for fact, and forgetting all the personal affronts and political ill offices which that pontiff had put both on herself as a daughter of the house of Este, and on the king her husband as the friend of Louis XIV, responded in the following dutiful epistle. Mary Beatrice to the Pope. As great as my joy has been for the much sighed for birth of a son, it is signally increased by the benign part which your holiness has taken in it, shown to me with such tender marks of affection in your much prized brief, or apostolic letter, which has rejoiced me more than aught beside, seeing that he, that is the prince, is the fruit of those pious vows and prayers which have obtained from heaven this unexpected blessing, whence these springs within me a well-founded hope that the same fervent prayers of your holiness that have procured me this precious gift will be still powerful to preserve him to the glory of God and for the exaltation of his holy church. For this purpose, relying on the benignity of your holiness to grant the same to me, I prostrate myself with my royal babe at your holy feet, entreating that your holiness's apostolic benediction may be bestowed on both of us. Your most obedient daughter, Maria R. At London, the 3rd of August, 1688. For the first 2 months, the existence of this dearest boon of heaven, as the royal parents called their son, appeared to hang on a tenure, to the full as precarious as the ephemeral lives of the other infants, whose births had tantalized Mary Beatrice with maternal hopes and fears. Those children having been nourished at the breast, it was conjectured that, for some constitutional reason, the natural aliment was prejudicial to her Majesty's offspring, and they determined to bring the Prince of Wales up by hand. This morning, says the nuncio, I have had the honor of seeing him whilst they gave him his food, which he took with a good appetite. He appears to me very well complexioned and well made. The said aliment is called water gruel. It is composed of barley flour, water, and sugar, to which a few currants are sometimes added. A very unsuitable condiment for a tender infant, as the result proved. Violent fits of indigestion produced inflammation and other dangerous symptoms, and he was sent to Richmond for a change of air. But as they continued to feed him on currant gruel, he grew from bad to worse. The young prince lives on, writes the Ellis correspondent, but is a weakly infant at Richmond. The queen, who was going to Bath, deferred her journey, and came frequently to see him. She attributed his illness to the want of a nurse, and the improper food, with which they were poisoning rather than nourishing him. The state to which I saw my son reduced by this fine experiment, says her Majesty, would deter me from ever allowing it to be tried on the children of others. When he had been fed in this way till he was about 6 weeks old, he became so dangerously ill with colic, attended with vomiting and convulsions, that they thought every sigh would be his last. We had sent him to Richmond, a country house, to be brought up under the care of Lady Powys, his governess, and he got so much worse that she expected every moment to be his last. I got into my coach with the determination of going to him at all events. Lady Powys had sent word to us that if the infant died, she would dispatch a courier to spare us from the shock of coming to the house where he was. Every man we met by the way I dreaded was the courier. King James accompanied his anxious consort on this journey, and participated in all her solicitude and fears. When the royal parents reached the riverside, they feared to cross, and sent a messenger forward to inquire whether their son were alive, that they might not have the additional affliction of seeing him if he were dead. After a brief but agonizing pause of suspense, word was brought to them, "The prince is yet alive," and they ventured over. When we arrived, continues the queen, We found my son still living. I asked the physicians if they had yet hopes of doing anything for him. They all told us they reckoned him as dead. I sent into the village in quest of a wet nurse, that is, she who suckled him. I gave him that nurse, he took her milk, it revived him, and she has happily reared him. But this peril was not the least of those which have befallen him in the course of his history, which, like ours, will appear, to those who shall read it hereafter, like romance. The same morning came Colonel Sands, the equerry of the Princess Anne, from Tunbridge Wells, charged with a complimentary inquiry after the health of the Prince of Wales, her brother. His real mission was that of a creeping spy. He arrived immediately after their majesties, and encountered the queen coming from her sick infant's apartments, with her eyes swollen with excessive weeping, having altogether the appearance of the most passionate grief. She passed on without speaking or noticing him, and went to her own chamber. This was evidently when the prince had been given up by the physicians, and before the arrival of his village nurse. Sands, concluding from what he had seen that the little prince was in the agonies of death, stole unobserved into the nursery, where, if he is to be credited, he saw Mrs. de la Beatty, the nurse, kneeling beside the cradle, with her hood drawn round her face, weeping and lamenting over a pale, livid, and apparently dying infant, whose features were spotted and convulsed. But before he got more than a transient glimpse, Lady Strickland came flying out of the inner room in a great passion, asked him angrily, "What he did in her prince's nursery?" and without waiting for a reply, unceremoniously pushed him out. Lady Strickland has, in consequence, been described as a notable virago, a character by no means in accordance with the sweet and feminine expression of her face in Lely's beautiful portrait of her at Sizergh Castle. But, even if it be true that she expelled the prowling spy with lively demonstrations of contempt, when she found him hovering, like a vulture on the scent of death, so near her royal charge, she only treated him according to his deserts. Sands goes on to say, that as he was retiring he met the king, who asked him with a troubled countenance if he had seen the prince. Sands, according to his own account, told his sovereign an untruth by replying that he had not. Although aware that he must stand convicted of the falsehood as soon as Lady Strickland should make her report of his intrusion into the royal nursery, he has written himself down, at any rate, as a shameless and unscrupulous violator of the truth, and in the same spirit goes on to say that the king's countenance cleared up, that he invited him to dinner, and after dinner bade him go and see the prince, who was better. But on being conducted into the nursery, he saw in the royal cradle a fine lovely babe, very different from that which he had got a glimpse of in the morning, so that he verily believed it was not the same child, but one that had been substituted in the place of it, for it was very lively and playing with the fringe of the cradle quilt. If there be any truth in the story at all, it is probable that the colonel saw the royal infant in the agonies of a convulsion fit in the morning, and that when he saw him again in the afternoon, it was after it had received the nourishment for which it had pined, and a favourable change had taken place. The distortion of the features had relaxed, and the blackness disappeared, which, allowing for the exaggeration of an untruthful person, is quite sufficient to account for the change in its aspect. The animation of the lately suffering babe, and its alleged employment of playing with the fringe of the counterpane, is not so easy to reconcile with natural causes, as no infant of that tender age is wont to display that sort of intelligence. Be this as it may, Colonel Sands pretended that the real Prince of Wales died in the morning, and that the lively boy he saw in the afternoon was substituted in his place. Lloyd, Bishop of St. Asaph, added to this story the grave context that the royal infant, who, according to his account and Burnet's, had almost as many lives as a cat, was buried very privately at Chiswick. The Princess Anne, though she greatly patronized the romance of the warming pan, was exceedingly pleased with Colonel Sands' nursery tale, till in her latter years she began to discourage those about her from repeating it by saying, she thought Colonel Sands must have been mistaken. Burnet has represented this Prince of Wales as the fruit of 6 different impostures. The nurse whom the queen, prompted by the powerful instincts of maternity, had introduced to her suffering infant to supply those wants which the cruel restraints of royalty had deprived herself of the sweet office of relieving, was the wife of a tile-maker of Richmond. She came in her cloth petticoat and waistcoat, with old shoes and no stockings, but being a healthy, honest person, she was approved by the doctors, and still more so by the little patient, to whom she proved of more service than all the physicians in his august father's realm. She immediately became an object of the royal gratitude and bounty. Gold, of which she was too unsophisticated a child of nature to comprehend the value, was showered upon her, and her coarse weeds were exchanged for garments more meet to come in contact with the precious nursling who was so daintily lapped in purple and fine linen. But these changes were gradually and cautiously made. "She is new rigged out by degrees," writes one of the courtiers, "that the surprise may not alter her in her duty and care. 100 per annum is already settled upon her, and 200 or 300 guineas already given, which she says she knows not what to do with." The queen remained with her boy at Richmond till the 9th of August, when he was considered sufficiently recovered to accompany her to Windsor, and she determined never again to allow him to be separated from her. "On Saturday last," writes the Ellis correspondent, "His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales was removed from Richmond to Windsor, where he is lodged in the Princess of Denmark's house, which was Mrs. Ellen Gwyn's, and is well recovered of his late indisposition, to the joy of the whole court. His Highness's nurse is also in good health and good plight, being kept to her old diet and exercise. She hath also a governess allowed her, an ancient gentlewoman, who is with her night and day, at home and abroad." Many pretty stories of the simplicity and innocency of this nurse were circulated in the court. Other tales of a less innocent character, connected with the prince and his foster mother, were spread by the restless malignity of the faction that had conspired, long before his birth, to deprive him of his regal inheritance. It was said that the tile-maker's wife was the real mother of the infant, who was cradled in state at Windsor, for whom, like the mother of Moses, she had been cunningly called to perform the office of a nurse. The likeness of the young prince to both his parents was so remarkable that it seems as if the good goddess Nature had resolved that he should carry in his face a satisfactory vindication of his lineage. Sir Godfrey Kneller, long after the Revolution had fixed William and Mary on the throne, having gone down to Oxford to paint the portrait of Dr. Wallis, while that gentleman was sitting to him, on hearing him repeat one of the absurd inventions of Lloyd touching the birth of the disinherited Prince of Wales, stating, "He was the son of a bricklayer's wife," burst into the following indignant oration in contradiction to this assertion. "What the devil! De Prince of Wales, de son of act bricklayer allman? It is von lie. I am not of his party, nor shall not be for him. I am satisfied with what the Parliament has done, but I must tell you what I am sure of, and in what I cannot be mistaken. His vader and mudder have sat to me about 36 times a piece, and I know every line and bit in their faces. I could paint King James just now by memory. I say, the child is so like both, that there is not a feature in his face but what belongs either to father or mother, and this I am sure of, and," continued he, with an oath, "I cannot be mistaken. Nay, the nails of his fingers are his modders, de queen that is. Doctor, you may be out in your letters, but," and here he repeated his strong asseveration, "I cannot be out in my lines." The queen, deeply piqued by the coolness of the Princess of Orange when reluctantly compelled to mention the Prince of Wales, was prompted, by the fond weakness of maternity, to expostulate with her on her want of affection for her unwelcome brother. In answer to the princess's letter, by the post, she writes, Windsor, August 17th. Even in the last letter, by the way you speak of my son, and the formal name you call him by, I am confirmed in the thoughts I had before, that you have for him the last indifference. The king has often told me, with a great deal of trouble, that as often as he has mentioned his son in his letters to you, You never once answered anything concerning him." The Princess of Orange has endorsed this tender but reproachful letter with this cautious sentence, answered, "That all the king's children shall never find as much affection and kindness from me as can be expected from children of the same father." The parental cares and anxieties of the king and queen for the health of their son appear to have been so engrossing as to have distracted their attention from every other subject. They entered his nursery and shut out the world and its turmoils, while every day brought the gathering of the storm clouds nearer. The King of France sent Bonradeau once more to warn King James that the Dutch armament was to be directed against his coasts, and that not only the Emperor, but the Pope and many of his own subjects were confederate with his son-in-law against him, repeating, at the same time, his offer of French ships and forces for his defense. James haughtily refused the proffered succors and obstinately refused to give credence to the agonizing truth that ambition had power to rend asunder the close ties with which Heaven had united him, with those who were compassing his destruction. The unfortunate Duke of Norfolk, when betrayed by his servants, had said, "I die because I have not known how to suspect." James fell because he could not believe that his own children were capable of incurring the guilt of parricide. That he imputed different feelings to Mary may be gathered from his frequent and tender appeals to her filial duty and affection, from the time when the veil was at last forcibly removed from his eyes as regarded the purpose of William's hostile preparations. With the fond weakness of parental love, he fancied her into the passive toy or reluctant victim of a selfish and arbitrary consort, and wrote to her in sorrow, not in anger. Anne he never doubted. William Penn, always a faithful and generally a wise counselor, advised his majesty to summon a parliament. James declared his intention to do so, in spite of the opposition of Father Pitre, and issued the writ, August 24th, for it to meet on the 17th of November. He had delayed it too long. Sir Roger Strickland, the Vice-Admiral of England, sent an express from Downes, September 18th, that the Dutch fleet was in sight. Up to that moment, James had remained unconvinced that the naval armament of his son-in-law was preparing for his destruction. He had written on the preceding day to William, "I am sorry there is so much likelihood of war on the Rhine, nobody wishing more the peace of Europe than myself. I intend to go tomorrow to London, and next day to Chatham, to see the condition of the new batteries I have made on the Medway, and my ships there. The Queen and my son are to be at London on Thursday, which is all I shall say, but that you shall find me as kind to you as you can expect." This letter is superscribed, "For my son, the Prince of Orange." James had relied on his daughter's assurance that the hostile preparations of the prince were to be employed against France. As soon as he had read Strickland's dispatch, he hurried from Windsor to London and Chatham to take measures for the defense of the coast, leaving the queen to follow with her boy. They met at Whitehall on the 20th with boding hearts. The queen held her court on the Sunday evening. She was anxious to conciliate the nobility. That evening, Lord Clarendon says, "I waited on the queen. She asked me, where I had been, that she had not seen me a great while? I said, her majesty had been but 3 days in town. She answered, she loved to see her friends, and bade me come often to her." The next day, James told his brother-in-law Clarendon that the Dutch were now coming to invade England in good earnest. "I presumed to ask him," says the earl, "if he really believed it," to which the king replied with warmth, "Do I see you, my lord?" And then, after speaking of the numbers already shipped, he added, with some degree of bitterness, "And now, my lord, I shall see what your Church of England men will do." "And your majesty will see that they will behave themselves like honest men," rejoined Clarendon, "though they have been somewhat severely used of late." The same day, the Lord Mayor and aldermen came to make a dutiful compliment to the king and queen on their return from Windsor. James received them graciously and noticed the report of the expected Dutch invasion, bidding them not to be concerned, for he would stand for them, as he trusted they would by him. It was generally reported at this time that there was a prospect of her majesty being again likely to increase the royal family. Mary Beatrice continued to correspond with the Princess of Orange at this agitating period. On the 21st, she apologizes for not having written on the last post day, because the Princess Anne came to see her after an absence of 2 months. The last birthday commemoration in honor of Mary Beatrice, ever celebrated in the British court, was on the 25th of September. This year, instead of the 5th of October, old style, as on previous occasions, it was observed with all the usual tokens of rejoicing, ringing of bells, bonfires, festivities, and a splendid court ball. Hollow and joyless gaiety. The Dutch fleet was hovering on the coast, and everyone awaited the event in breathless suspense, no one with a more anxious heart than the Queen. She wrote a touching and very temperate letter to her royal stepdaughter and once loving companion, the Princess of Orange, telling her that it was reported, and had been for a long time, that the Prince of Orange was coming over with an army, but that till lately she had not believed it possible, and that it was also said that her Royal Highness was coming over with him. This her Majesty protested. She never would believe, knowing her to be too good to perform such a thing against the worst of fathers, much less against the best, who, she believed, had loved her better than the rest of his children. Any appeal to the natural affections and filial duty of the princess was, as might have been expected, unavailing. Yet Mary Beatrice wrote again in the anguish of her heart to her apathetic correspondent, though she acknowledged that she dared not trust herself to speak on that which occupied her whole thoughts. "I do not well know what to say," observes the agitated consort of James II. "Dissemble I cannot, and if I enter upon the subject that fills everybody's mind, I am afraid of saying too much, and therefore I think the best way is to say nothing." It is not often that queens unveil the conflicting emotions of a wounded and perturbed spirit with the childlike simplicity of poor Mary d'Este. This letter, apparently the last the queen ever wrote to Mary of Orange, is dated October 5th, the day on which Her Majesty completed her 31st year, an anniversary on which letters of a far different character had been heretofore exchanged by these two royal Marys, between whom the rival title of Mary Queen of Great Britain was so soon to be disputed. King James was meanwhile vainly endeavouring to retrace his former rash steps, an ill-timed proceeding in the hour of danger, as it was certain to be construed into signs of fear, and it was only by preserving a bold demeanour that he could hope to daunt his foes or to inspire his friends with confidence. The period when he could, with grace and dignity, have restored charters, published pardons, and promised to redress all grievances, was immediately after the birth of his son. But he had allowed the golden opportunity to pass of endearing that object of paternal hope and promise to his people by making it the dove of a renewed covenant with them, a pledge of his intention to preserve their affections and to preserve them for the sake of his son. The bishops framed a loyal form of prayer to be read in all the churches, that it might please Almighty God to defend their most gracious King in this time of danger, and to give his holy angels charge over him. This was quite as much as James had any right to expect of his Protestant hierarchy, and considering the state of public opinion at that time, it was an important service. Every day the aspect of affairs became more portentous, and still the King of France persevered in pressing the offer of his fleet and army on James. James said that he did not wish to be assisted by any one but his own subjects. Kennet ascribes the continued refusal of that prince to avail himself of the proffered succor to the operation of God's especial providence. Doubtless it was so, but the paternal affection of James for his country was the means whereby that protective principle worked. The last of our Stuart kings was a scurvy politician, a defective theologian, an infatuated father, and a despotic prince. But with all these faults, he had an English heart, and he deemed it less disgraceful to submit to the humiliation of courting his offended prelates, giving up the contest with Oxford, and doing everything to conciliate his subjects, than to be the means of bringing a foreign army to assist him in working out his will. Having by his concessions, and the proclamation that the elections for the Parliament, which he had summoned to meet in November, were to be free and unbiased, deprived, as he imagined, his subjects of an excuse for calling in foreign aid in vindication of their rights, and his son-in-law of a plausible pretext for interference, he fancied the storm might pass over without involving his realm in a civil war. But he was bought and sold by his cabinet, and his enemies were those that ate of his household bread. Treachery pervaded his council chamber, and from thence diffused itself through every department of his government. It was in his garrisons, his army, his fleet, and the first seeds had been sown by those who derived their being from himself, his daughters. All this was known by almost everyone in the realm but himself. Evelyn sums up the array of gloomy portents by which the birthday of James II was marked at this crisis, in the very spirit of a Roman soothsayer, save that he leaves the reader to draw the inference to which he points. 14th of October, the King's birthday. No guns from the Tower as usual. The sun eclipsed at its rising. This day signaled for the victory of William the Conqueror over Harold near Battle, in Sussex. The wind, which had been hitherto west, was east all this day. Wonderful expectation of the Dutch fleet. Public prayers offered to be read in the churches against invasion. In the midst of these alarms, the king, with his usual want of tact, caused the Prince of Wales to be solemnly named in the Catholic chapel of St. James's, the Pope, represented by his nuncio, Count Dada, being godfather, the Queen Dowager, Catherine of Braganza, godmother. Father Leyburn officiated. This ceremonial is noticed by one of the court in these words. The Prince of Wales was christened yesterday and called James Francis Edward, Pope's nuncio and Queen Dowager, gossips. The Catholic court was fine and the show great. The last name, which ought to have been the first, was dear to the historic memories of the people as connected with the glories of the warlike Plantagenet sovereigns, Edward the Black Prince and the early promise of Edward IV. But James, instead of allowing those associations to operate in favor of his son, thought proper to specify that it was in honor of Edward the Confessor, a monarch who stood just then almost as much at discount in popular opinion as himself. All James's notions, except that of universal toleration, were 6 centuries behind the age in which he lived, and in that he was a century and a half too early. In wanting judgment to understand the temper of the times, he made all other regal sciences useless. What could be more unwise than inflicting on the heir of a Protestant realm a godfather who was regarded by vulgar bigotry as Satan's especial vicegerent upon earth, who was conventionally anathematized and defied by 3/4 of the people, whose Scaramouche proxy was annually committed to the flames, in company of that of Guy Fawkes, at the National Auto da Fe of the 5th of November? The name of Francis had ostensibly been given to the prince in compliment to his uncle of Modena, but Mary Beatrice had also a spiritual godfather for her son, St. Francis Xavier, whose intercessions she considered had been very efficacious in obtaining for her the blessing of his birth. In acknowledgment of the supposed patronage of the Virgin Mary on this occasion, Her Majesty sent a rich offering to the shrine of Loreto. The Italian education of Mary d'Este had rendered her unconscious of the fact that such practices are regarded by the Protestant world as acts of idolatry, by the musing antiquarian as vestiges of the superstitions of remote antiquity, lingering in a land where votive gifts were presented at the altars of Venus and Juno and other pagan deities. The Earl of Perth, when speaking of the offerings to the shrine of Our Lady of Loreto, says, "By the by, our queen's is the richest there as yet, and will be so great a while, as I believe." Confidential reports that the Dutch fleet had been shattered and dispersed in one of the rough autumnal gales crowded the drawing-room at Whitehall with deceitful faces once more. The courtiers, like persons in the ague, intermitted in their homage according to the way of the wind. They had a hot fit for loyalty on the 16th of October, but the rumours of the Dutch disasters were speedily contradicted, and the royal circle visibly thinned in consequence. The Dutch prince, the expected liberator, had put forth his memorials, explaining the causes of his coming, at the end of which lurked the mainspring which impelled him to that resolution, a determination to inquire into the birth of the pretended Prince of Wales. In other words, to endeavor to deprive his infant brother-in-law of his birthright, under a shallow pretext that he was not born of the queen. A pamphlet, supposed to be written by Dr. Burnet, was distributed in England, as a pendant to the declaration of the Prince of Orange, entitled A Memorial of the English Protestants to the Prince and Princess of Orange, wherein, after a long statement of the grievances King James had put on the nation, it was set forth, that the king and queen had imposed a spurious Prince of Wales on the nation, and that it was evident, because his majesty would never suffer the witnesses who were present at the queen's delivery to be examined. Other papers were disseminated, asserting that the mother of the pretended Prince of Wales was coming over in the Dutch fleet. The charge respecting a spurious heir, says Sir James Mackintosh, was one of the most flagrant wrongs ever done to a sovereign or a father. The son of James II was, perhaps, the only prince in Europe of whose blood there could be no rational doubt, considering the verification of his birth and the unimpeachable life of his mother. James has called his consort the chastest and most virtuous princess in the world. To vindicate his claims to the paternity of his beloved son, the last male scion of the royal line of Stuart, and to clear the queen of the odious imputation that was now publicly cast upon her by the self-interested husband of his eldest daughter, appeared to James matters of greater moment than the defense of the crown he wore. He determined to have the birth of the royal infant legally attested before he left London to take the command of his forces. The feminine delicacy of Mary Beatrice revolted at the first proposition of a proceeding so painful to the womanly feelings of herself and the ladies who must be called upon to make depositions before a large assembly of gentlemen, for she was aware that unless those depositions were minutely circumstantial, they would be turned against her and her son. She considered the plan suggested by the king derogatory to their mutual dignity and her own innocence, and that the unprecedented number of honorable persons who had witnessed the birth of her son rendered circumstantial evidence needless. One day, however, at a visit she made the Princess Anne, she introduced the subject and said, she wondered how such ridiculous reports could get into circulation. Anne answered very coldly, that it was not much to be wondered at, since such persons were not present as ought to have been there. The queen was much surprised at this rejoinder, which seems to have been the first thing that opened her eyes to the true source whence these injurious calumnies had proceeded. It was obviously as much Anne's policy to provoke a quarrel now as to imply the doubts of the verity of her brother's birth, but quarrels are for the vulgar. Mary Beatrice resolved to answer the innuendo by the testimony of the numerous witnesses who were present at her accouchement. For this purpose, an extraordinary council was convened on the 22nd of October in the great council chamber at Whitehall, where, in the presence of Prince George of Denmark, the Archbishop of Canterbury, most of the peers, spiritual and temporal, the judges, the great officers of the crown, the Lord Mayor and aldermen of the city of London, and the members of the Privy Council, the Queen Dowager, and all the persons who were present at the birth of the Prince of Wales, being assembled, the king addressed them with mournful solemnity in these words. My lords, I have called you together upon a very extraordinary occasion, but extraordinary diseases must have extraordinary remedies. The malicious endeavours of my enemies have so poisoned the minds of some of my subjects that by the reports I have from their hands, I have reason to believe that very many do not think this son with which God hath blessed me to be mine, but a supposed child. But I may say that by particular providence, scarce any prince was ever born where there were so many persons present. I have taken this time to have the matter heard and examined here, expecting the Prince of Orange, with the first easterly wind, will invade this kingdom, as I have often ventured my life for the nation before I came to the crown. So I think myself more obliged to do the same now I am king, and do intend to go in person against him, whereby I may be exposed to accidents, and therefore I thought it necessary to have this done now, in order to satisfy the minds of my subjects, and to prevent this kingdom being engaged in blood and confusion after my death. I have desired the Queen Dowager to give herself the trouble of coming hither, to declare what she knows of the birth of my son, and most of the ladies, lords, and other persons who were present are ready here to depose upon oath their knowledge of this matter." The queen dowager and 40 ladies and gentlemen of high rank, whereof 17 were Catholics and 23 Protestants, besides the queen's midwife, nurses, and 4 physicians, verified the birth of the young prince on oath. The evidence of the following Protestant ladies: Isabella, Countess of Roscommon; Anne, Countess of Arran; Anne, Countess of Sunderland; Lady Isabella Wentworth; Lady Bellasis, and Mrs. Margaret Dawson, were so positive, minute, and consistent with that of the Catholic ladies, that if any real doubts had existed, it must have set them at rest forever. The Princess Anne had been requested to attend, and had excused herself to her king and father under a false pretense, that she was in that situation which she had accused the queen of feigning. It was the sequel of her artful departure to Bath, that she might not be a witness of what she was determined to dispute, the claims of a male heir to the crown. "And now, my lords," said the king, "although I do not question but that every person here present was satisfied before in this matter, yet by what you have heard, you will be able to satisfy others. Besides, if I and the queen could be thought so wicked as to endeavour to impose a child upon the nation, you see how impossible it would have been, and there is none of you but will easily believe me, who have suffered for conscience sake, incapable of so great a villainy to the prejudice of my own children, and I thank God that those who know me know well that it is my principle to do as I would be done by, for that is the law and the prophets, and I would rather die 1,000 deaths than to do the least wrong to any of my children." His Majesty further said, "If any of my lords think it necessary the queen should be sent for, it shall be done." But their lordships not thinking it necessary, her Majesty was not sent for. As the injurious doubts that had been cast on the birth of the young prince originated in malicious falsehood, its verification had no other effect than to draw the coarsest ribaldry on the king and queen and their innocent babe. The ladies, who had had sufficient moral courage to attest the facts which exonerated their royal mistress from the calumnies of an unprincipled faction, were especially marked out for vengeance. The base lampooners of the faction dipped their pens in more abhorrent mud than usual, to besplatter witnesses whose testimony was irrefragable. The dignity of truth is, however, an adamant shield from which the shafts of vindictive falsehood will ever rebound, to the disgrace of those who fling them. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 5, Part 3. The next event that engaged public attention was the fall of Sunderland. This perfidious minister was denounced, in full council, to the king, of betraying his secrets to his enemies. James had before been warned of him by the envoy of Louis XIV. Lady Sunderland flew to the queen and besought her protection for her husband, protesting that he was falsely accused. The queen never interfered in cases which she considered out of her province. Sunderland tried to shake her resolution by throwing himself at her feet and pleading the merits of his conversion to the Church of Rome. But Mary Beatrice had sufficient reason to suspect that which was afterwards used by his friends as an excuse for his popery, that he had turned Catholic the better to deceive the king and to serve the Protestant cause. While he was yet closeted with her Majesty, he was apprised by a message from the king that he was superseded in his office by the Earl of Middleton. A partial change in other departments followed, but James's new cabinet was feeble and inefficient. On the 27th, an express brought the news that the Dutch armada had been scattered, and all but annihilated in a mighty storm. James and the Catholic party suffered themselves to hope, and, deceived by William's purposed exaggeration of the mischief, to pause. 7 days served to repair all damage and to get the fleet in order again. William sailed a second time from Helvoetsluys, November 1st. On the 2nd, the fortunate Protestant east wind, as it was called, swelled his sails. His descent was expected to be on the coast of Yorkshire, but led by the traitor Herbert, for traitor every man is, who under any pretext pilots a foreign armament to the shores of his own country. After steering north about 12 hours, he changed his course, and passing the royal fleet of England in the Downs, entered Torbay, and landed on the 5th. The conduct of Lord Dartmouth, by whom the fleet was commanded, in permitting the Dutchmen to pass without firing one shot for the honour of the British flag, is still matter of debate. His own statement, that the sea came so heavy and the tide fell so cross, with other technical difficulties, was admitted by the royal seaman, his master, to be reasonable excuses. The first intelligence of the landing of the Prince of Orange was brought to James by an officer who had ridden with such speed that before he could conclude his narrative, he fell exhausted at the feet of the king, a startling omen according to the temper of the times. Yet William was received at first but coldly in the west. The mayor of Exeter, though unsupported by a single soldier, boldly arrested the errant courier of the Dutch stadtholder, and shut the gates of the town against his troops at their approach, and the bishop fled. It was 9 days before any person of consequence joined the Dutch prince. The Episcopalian party in Scotland became more fervent in their loyalty as the crisis darkened. Their bishops presented an address, on the 3rd of November, to King James, assuring him, in language that must have been very cheering to the drooping spirits of himself and his consort, that they and their clergy prayed that his son, the Prince of Wales, might inherit the virtues of his august and serene parents, and that God in his mercy might still preserve and deliver his majesty by giving him the hearts of his subjects and the necks of his enemies. A little of the energy and promptitude that had distinguished the early days of James, Duke of York, would probably have enabled King James to maintain his throne, but the season of knightly enterprise was over with him. He had begun life too early, and like most persons who have been compelled by circumstances to exert the courage and self-possession of men in the tender years of childhood, James appears to have suffered a premature decay of those faculties that were precociously forced into action. At 17, James Stuart would have met the crisis triumphantly. At 57, it overpowered him. Father Petre persuaded him to remain in the metropolis when he ought to have assumed a threatening demeanour. He urged his majesty to observe the excited state of the rabble, and to consider what would be the fate of his wife and son if he abandoned them. James had appointed Salisbury Plain for the rendezvous of his forces, and thither he ought to have proceeded in person, instead of bestowing his attention on the defences of his metropolis. The deep-laid treachery of his favourite, Churchill, in the meantime, began to work, in the desertion of Lord Cornbury, who attempted to carry off 3 regiments to the Prince of Orange. Only 60 troopers followed him, it is true, but in consequence of this movement, Lord Feversham, fancying the Prince of Orange was upon his outposts, ordered the troops to fall back, and a general panic communicated itself to the army. An express brought this ill news to Whitehall, just as the king was going to sit down to dinner, but calling only for a piece of bread and a glass of wine, he immediately summoned his council to meet. He had better have ordered his horses, and set out to encourage his soldiers. His timorous or treacherous advisers persuaded him not to hazard his person, till he was better assured of the temper of his troops, and thus 3 more precious days were lost. James, having been assured that though Lord Cornbury was the first deserter, he was not the only traitor in his service, nor yet in his household, determined to make one of those frank appeals to the honour of his officers, which often elicits a generous burst of feeling. He called all the generals and colonels of his reserve force together, and told them that if there were any among them unwilling to serve him, he gave them free leave to surrender their commissions and depart whithersoever they pleased, for he was willing to spare them the dishonour of deserting, as Lord Cornbury had done. They all appeared deeply moved, and replied unanimously, that they would serve him to the last drop of their blood. The Duke of Grafton and my Lord Churchill, says James, were the first that made this attestation, and the first who broke it. If religious scruples had been the true cause, as Churchill afterwards pretended, of his deserting his royal benefactor, why did he not candidly say so on this occasion, and resign his commission, instead of deceiving him, and by professing devotion to his service? He was not contented with deserting his unfortunate king in the hour of need. He designed to have the merit of betraying him. It was not till the 17th of November that James set out for the army. Fears for the safety of his son so completely haunted his mind that he could not venture to leave him in London, even under the care of his fond mother, the Queen. He therefore determined to send the infant prince to Portsmouth, and from thence to France, and that he should travel under his own escort the first day's journey. This was a melancholy parting, especially to the Queen, who never feared danger when the king was with her, and had all her life chosen rather to share his hazards and his hardships than to be in the greatest ease and security without him. This being now denied her, and he obliged to part from her on a dangerous expedition, and the prince her son, at the same time, sent from her into a foreign country, while she was left in a mutinous and discontented city, it is not to be wondered if she begged the king to be cautious what steps he made in such suspected company, not knowing but the ground on which he thought to stand with most security might sink from under his feet. The king recommended the care of the city to the Lord Mayor, and left the management of affairs of state in the hands of a council, consisting of the Lord Chancellor, and the Lords Preston, Arundel, Bellasis, and Godolphin. No power was left in the hands of the Queen. Father Petre had fled the country. This day, that is November 17th, at 2, writes the Ellis correspondent, His Majesty marched for Windsor with the Prince of Wales. They will be tomorrow at Basingstoke or Andover. The Queen is still here. This is a melancholy time with us all. James and his infant boy slept at Windsor for the last time that night. The next morning he sent the babe to Portsmouth with his nurse, under the care of the Marquis and Marchioness of Powys, and an escort of Scotch and Irish dragoons. His Majesty arrived at Salisbury on the evening of the 19th. The records of the Queen's proceedings, when left alone at Whitehall, bereft both of her husband and her child during 9 days of terror and suspense, are singularly barren. If the letters, which she wrote to the king at that anxious period, should ever be forthcoming, they would form most valuable and deeply interesting links in the history of that momentous time, for she writes with the truthful simplicity of a child. On the 22nd of November, Lord Clarendon says, In the afternoon I waited on the Queen, she having appointed me this time by Mrs. Dawson. I expressed myself as well as I could on my son's, that is Lord Cornbury's, desertion. She was pleased to make me very gracious answers. Her Majesty discoursed very freely of public affairs, saying, How much the king was misunderstood by his people, that he intended nothing but a general liberty of conscience, which she wondered could be opposed, that he always intended to support the religion established, being well satisfied of the loyalty of the Church of England. I took the liberty to tell her Majesty that liberty of conscience could never be granted but by act of Parliament. The Queen did not like what I said, and so interrupted me with saying, She was very sorry my brother and I had joined in the late petition, and said the king was angry at it. I justified myself by giving my reasons for so doing, but finding her uneasy, I ended my discourse with begging her Majesty to use her interest in doing good offices, and to be a means of begetting confidence between the king and his people, towards which she might be a happy instrument. The news came that day that the king had bled much at the nose, and again by express on the 24th, that the bleeding continued. The alarm and distress of the Queen may easily be imagined, for the king was not subject to those sorts of attacks, and he was precisely the same age at which the late king, his brother, died of apoplexy. The hemorrhage commenced immediately after he had held a council of war on the night of his arrival at Salisbury, and could not be stopped till a vein was breathed in his arm. The next day, when he was on horseback, viewing the plains to choose a place for his camp, it returned upon him with greater violence, and continued to do so at intervals for the next 3 days. He was let blood 4 times that week. James calls this a providential bleeding, because it incapacitated him from fulfilling his intention of going to visit his advance guard at Warminster with Lord Churchill and a party of officers, who had entered into a confederacy to betray him into the hands of the Prince of Orange, by taking him to the outposts of the foe instead of his own, and if any attempt were made for his rescue, to shoot or stab him as he sat in the chariot. Although, says the Duke of Berwick, I would wish to hide the faults that were committed by my uncle Lord Churchill, I cannot pass over in silence a very remarkable circumstance. The king meant to go from Salisbury in my coach to visit the quarter that was commanded by Major General Kirke, but a prodigious bleeding at the nose, which came all at once on his majesty, prevented him. If he had gone, it seems, measures were taken by Churchill and Kirke to deliver him to the Prince of Orange, but this accident averted the blow. A greater peril impended over the unfortunate prince, from physical causes within, than the most subtle design which treason could devise against him. Distress of mind, combined with bodily fatigue, had thrown his blood into such a state of fermentation that the operation of the heart was affected, and he was in imminent danger of suffusion of the brain at the moment when nature made good her powerful struggle in his favor, and the torrents of blood which burst from his nostrils, like the opening of a safety valve in a steam engine that is laboring under too high a pressure, averted a sudden and fatal result. The excess loss of blood left King James in a state of death-like exhaustion, while the recurrence of the hemorrhage every time he attempted to rouse himself for either bodily or mental exertion bore witness of his unfitness for either, and produced despondency, which physiologists would not have attributed to want of courage in a man who had formerly given great proofs of personal intrepidity, but to the prostration of the animal system. It was at this melancholy crisis that Churchill, the creature of his bounty, and the confidant of his most secret counsels, deserted to the Prince of Orange, with the Duke of Grafton and other officers of his army. This example was quickly followed by others. James was bewildered, paralyzed. The warning cry, "There is treachery, O Hazael!" seemed forever ringing in the ear of the unfortunate king, and he knew not whom to trust. In an evil hour, he fell back with his infantry to Andover. There he was deserted by his son-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, and the Duke of Ormond, both of whom had supped with him, and maintained a flattering semblance up to the last moment. Mary Beatrice, meantime, had continued to hold her lonely court at Whitehall, surrounded by timid priests and terrified women, and to do her best to appear cheerful, and to conciliate cold friends and treacherous foes. A slight skirmish that took place between the advance guards of the royal army and those of the Prince of Orange, in which the victory had been claimed by both, was magnified into a report of an engagement, in which the king had been defeated, and that he was retreating to the metropolis. The excitement and terror caused by these rumors were extreme. All the people of condition who were in town flocked to the palace to learn news, filling every gallery and antechamber. In vain did those about court endeavour to assume an air of cheerfulness. The queen never had the faculty of concealing her emotions, and when her heart was torn with conflicting apprehensions for the safety of her husband and her child, her pale cheeks and tearful eyes were referred to as indications of fresh misfortunes by those who, halting between two opinions, were willing to choose the side which played a winning game. There is some reason to believe that the queen made a fruitless appeal to the feelings of the Princess Anne on the evening of the 25th. That a discussion took place upon this agitating subject rests on the following circumstance, recorded in one of Lord Dartmouth's marginal notes on Burnet. The princess pretended that she was out of order, on some expostulations that had passed between her and the queen, in a visit she received from her that night. Therefore, she said she would not be disturbed till she rang her bell. This was clearly a feint to gain time, and forms no specific accusation against the queen, only implying that there had been a scene in which her own temper had been ruffled. Next morning, her servants, after waiting 2 hours longer than usual for her rising, and finding the bed open and her highness gone, ran screaming to Lady Dartmouth's lodgings, which were next to Anne's, and told her that the priests had murdered the princess. From thence they went to the queen, and old Mrs. Buss asked her, in a very rude manner, what she had done with their mistress? The queen answered very gravely, she supposed their mistress was where she liked to be, but did assure them she knew nothing of her, and did not doubt they would hear of her again very soon. This did not prevent them from spreading a report all over Whitehall that the princess had been murdered. The nurse and Lady Clarendon kept up the excitement by running about like persons out of their senses, exclaiming, "The papists have murdered the princess!" And when they met any of the queen's servants, asked them, what they had done with her royal highness? Which, observes King James, considering the ferment people were in, and how susceptible they were of an ill impression against the queen, might have caused her to be torn in pieces by the rabble, but God preserved her from their malice, which was not able to make this contrivance more than one day's wonder, for the next morning it was known whither the princess had gone. A day or two after, a letter, which had been left by the princess on her toilet, addressed to the queen, appeared in print. The delay in its delivery might have been of fatal consequences to Mary Beatrice, at a time when so much pains were taken to inflame the minds of the people against her. When King James returned dispirited to his metropolis, the first news that greeted him there was the desertion of his daughter Anne. The blow was fatal to his cause as a king, but it was as a father that he felt it. "God help me!" exclaimed he, bursting into tears. "My own children have forsaken me in my distress." He entered his palace with those bitter drops of agony still overflowing his cheek, crying, "Oh, if mine enemies only had cursed me, I could have borne it." Like Byron's wounded eagle, the arrow that transfixed his heart had been fledged from his own wing. Lady Oglethorpe, who held an office in the royal household, told Sir John Reresby in confidence that the king was so deeply affected when the Princess Anne went away, that it disordered his understanding. A melancholy elucidation of his subsequent conduct, which cannot be explained on any rational principle. James had all along been haunted with the idea that the life of the infant prince was in jeopardy. This fear returned upon him now with redoubled force. "'Tis my son they aim at," wrote the agitated monarch to the Earl of Dartmouth, "and 'tis my son I must endeavour to preserve, whatsoever becomes of me. Therefore, I conjure you to assist Lord Dover in getting him sent away in the yachts, as soon as wind and weather will permit, for the first port they can get to in France, and that with as much secrecy as may be. And see that trusty men may be put in the yachts, that he may be exposed to no other danger but that of the sea, and know I shall look upon this as one of the greatest pieces of service you can do me." James wrote 4 times with agonizing pertinacity to Lord Dartmouth, reiterating not only his commands but his prayers, for him to facilitate the departure of the prince from England. This feverish state of anxiety about his boy rendered James regardless of the fatal progress of the Prince of Orange, who continued to advance, unopposed but cautiously. Neither he nor anyone else who had known the James Stuart of former years could believe that he would abandon his realm without a blow. What strange change had come over the spirit of the chivalrous aide-de-camp of Turenne, the gallant sailor prince, who had connected his name so proudly with the naval glories of Great Britain? What says the most accomplished statesman and moralist of modern times? He who, made wise by the philosophy of history and the study of mankind, guides the destinies of a mighty empire, by holding the balance of a faithful hand amidst conflicting parties. When we consider the life of a man, we none know what he may become till we see the end of his career. Mental anguish had unhinged the mind of the unfortunate king, his bodily strength having been previously prostrated by circumstances that sufficiently indicate the disarranged state of the brain at that momentous crisis. He summoned his council, his peers, spiritual and temporal. He appealed to their loyalty. He asked for advice and succor, and they answered in the spirit of Job's comforters, that he had no one to blame but himself. They told him of his faults, but gave him no pledges of assistance. The populace had been infuriated by reports, artfully circulated, that Irish regiments were to be employed in a general massacre of the Protestants, and they began to attack the houses of the Roman Catholics in the city. Terrors, for the safety of his queen, next possessed the tottering mind of James, and he determined that she should go to Portsmouth and cross over to France with their child. When he first mentioned this project to Mary Beatrice, she declared that nothing should induce her to leave him in his present distress. She told him that she was willing that the prince her son should be sent to France, or anywhere else that was judged proper for his security. She could bear to be separated from her child with patience, but not from himself. She was determined to share his fortunes, whatever they might be. Hardships, hazards, and imprisonments, if borne with him, she would prefer to the greatest ease and security in the world without him. When the king continued to urge her, she asked him if he purposed to come away himself, for if he did, and wished to send her before to facilitate their mutual escape, she would no longer dispute his orders. James assured her that such was his intention, and she made no further opposition. The interest excited in France by the progress of this strange historic drama inspired the celebrated Count de Lauzun and his friend Saint Victor with the romantic determination of crossing the Channel to offer their services to the distressed King and Queen of England at this dark epoch of their fortunes, when they appeared abandoned by all the world. Lauzun was the husband of James's maternal cousin, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, and had paid the penalty of 10 years' imprisonment in the Bastille for marrying a princess of the blood royal without the consent of Louis XIV. Saint Victor was a gentleman of Avignon, perhaps the son of that brave lieutenant, Saint Victor, whose life King James had saved, when Duke of York, by his personal valor at the Battle of Dunkirk 30 years before. An idea calculated to add no slight interest to the following pages. The services of these knights errant were accepted by James as frankly as they were offered. He determined to confide to them the perilous office of conveying his queen and infant son to France, and they engaged the enterprise in a spirit worthy of the age of chivalry. A contemporary narrative in Archives au Royaume de France, evidently written by Saint Victor, supplies many additional particulars connected with that eventful page of the personal history of Mary Beatrice and her son. On the 2nd of December, says this gentleman, a valet de chambre of the king, named Labadie, husband to the queen's nurse, called me by his majesty's order, and made me a sign that the king was in the cabinet of the queen's chamber. On entering, found him alone, and he did me the honor to say he had a secret to communicate to me. I asked, if any other persons had knowledge of it? He replied, yes, but I should be satisfied when I know who they were. He then named the queen, and Monsieur the Count of Lauzun. I bowed my head in token of my entire submission to his orders. Then he said to me, I design to make the queen pass the sea next Tuesday. That day Torini will be on guard, and the Prince of Wales will pass with her from Portsmouth. You must come here this evening with Count de Lauzun to arrange the plan. I obeyed implicitly, and at 11 o'clock returned with Count Lauzun. I found the king alone. He proposed several expedients and different modes of executing this design, but the plan I suggested alone coincided with the ideas of his majesty. This plan was pretty nearly the same that was ultimately adopted. The king then told the queen that everything was prepared, and she must hold herself in readiness. This important secret was communicated by Mary Beatrice to her confessor and Lady Strickland, and they only waited to receive an answer from Lord Dartmouth to the king's repeated letters touching the prince. It does not appear that James meant to trust his admiral with the secret that the queen was to take shipping at the same time in the Mary yacht, which lay at Portsmouth, in readiness to receive the royal fugitives. The captain of the yacht was willing to undertake the service required, But when Lord Dover came to confer with Lord Dartmouth on the subject, they both agreed that it was a most improper as well as impolitic step to send the heir apparent of the realm out of the kingdom without the consent of Parliament, and Lord Dartmouth had the honesty to write an earnest remonstrance to the king, telling him how bad an effect it would be on his affairs. "I most humbly hope," says he, "you will not exact it from me, nor longer entertain so much as a thought of doing that which will give your enemies an advantage, though never so falsely grounded, to distrust your son's just right, which you have asserted and manifested to the world in the matter of his being your real son, and born of the queen, by the testimonies of so many apparent witnesses. Pardon, therefore, sir, if on my bended knees I beg of you to apply yourself to other counsels, for the doing this looks like nothing less than despair, to the degree of not only giving your enemies encouragement, but distrust of your friends and people, who, I do not despair, will yet stand by you in the defense and right of your lawful successor." Dartmouth goes on, after other weighty reasons to dissuade the king from this ill-judged step, to assure him that nothing less than the loss of his crown, and the hazard of his majesty's personal safety, and that of the queen, could result from it, and begs him to give orders for the prince's immediate return, lest the troops of the Prince of Orange should be interposed between London and Portsmouth. This was touching the right chord. James, though unconvinced by the sound sense of Lord Dartmouth's reasoning, became tremblingly anxious for the safety of his boy. Lord Dartmouth's letter, dated December 3rd, was received on Monday the 4th. James then changed his arrangements, but not his plans. He dispatched couriers to Portsmouth on the Wednesday, with orders for Lord and Lady Powys to bring the little prince back to Whitehall. They started with their precious charge at 5 o'clock on a dark wintry morning, missed the 2 Catholic regiments under the command of Colonel Clifford that were appointed to meet and escort his Royal Highness on the road, and narrowly escaped an ambush of 100 horse, sent by the Prince of Orange to intercept them as they passed through a part of the New Forest, by taking another road, and reached Guildford safely on the Friday night. The historian of the Queen's escape was sent by the king, with 3 coaches and a detachment of the Guards and Dragoons, to meet the prince at Guildford. He brought him to London by Kingston, and arrived at Whitehall at 3 o'clock on the Saturday morning. It was Saint Victor, says Madame de Sévigné, who took the little prince in his cloak, when it was said he was at Portsmouth. He had previously completed all the arrangements for the queen's passage to France, and hired 2 yachts at Gravesend, one in the name of an Italian lady, who was about to return to her own country, the other in that of Count Lauzun. The following day, December 9th, was appointed for the departure of the queen and prince. It was a Sunday, but no Sabbath stillness hallowed it in the turbulent metropolis. The morning was ushered in with tumults, burning of the Catholic chapels and houses. Tidings of evil import arrived from all parts of the kingdom. When the evening approached, the queen implored her husband to permit her to remain and share his perils. He replied, that it was his intention to follow her in 24 hours, and that it was necessary, for the sake of their child, that she should precede him. To avoid suspicion, their majesties retired to bed as usual, at 10 o'clock. About an hour after, they rose, and the queen commenced her preparations for her sorrowful journey. About midnight, Saint Victor, dressed in the coarse habit of a seaman and armed, ascended by a secret staircase to the apartment of the king, bringing with him some part of the disguise which he had caused to be prepared for the queen, and told the king all was ready for her majesty's departure. I then, pursues he, retired into another room, where the Count de Lauzun and I waited till the queen was ready. Her majesty had, meantime, confided her secret to Lady Strickland, the lady of the bedchamber, who was in waiting that night. As soon as the queen was attired, we entered the chamber. The Count de Lauzun and I had secured some of the jewels on our persons in case of accidents, although their majesties were at first opposed to it, but their generous hearts were only occupied in the cares for the safety and comfort of their royal infant. At 2 o'clock, we descended by another stair, answering to that from the king's cabinet, leading to the apartment of Madame la Beatty, where the prince had been carried secretly some time before. There all the persons assembled who were to attend on the queen and the prince, namely, the Count de Luzun, the 2 nurses, and myself. The king, turning to Luzun, said, with deep emotion, I confide my queen and son to your care. All must be hazarded to convey them with the utmost speed to France. Luzun, after expressing his high sense of the honor that was conferred on him, presented his hand to the queen to lead her away. She turned a parting look on the king, an eloquent but mute farewell, and followed by the 2 nurses with her sleeping infant, crossed the great gallery in silence, stole down the back stairs, preceded by St. Victor, who had the keys, and passing through a postern door into the Privy Gardens, quitted Whitehall forever. A coach was waiting at the gate, which St. Victor had borrowed of his friend, Signor Ferici, the Florentine resident, as if it had been for his own use. On our way, pursues he, we had to pass 6 sentinels, who all, according to custom, cried out, Who goes there? I replied without hesitation, A friend. And when they saw that I had the master key of the gates, they allowed me to pass without opposition. The queen, with the prince, his 2 nurses, and the Count de Luzun, got into the coach, but to make all sure, I placed myself by the coachman on the box to direct him. We drove to Westminster and arrived safely at the place called the Horse Ferry, where I had engaged a boat to wait for me. To prevent suspicion, I had accustomed the boatman to row me across the river of a night, under pretense of a sporting expedition, taking cold provisions and a rifle with me, to give it a better color. That pretext, however, could scarcely be expected to pass current on the inclement night, when he ventured the passage of those wintry waters with the fugitive queen and her babe. It was then evidently a case of life and death, and the boatmen must have been paid accordingly, for they incurred some danger themselves. The night was wet and stormy, and so dark, continues St. Victor, that when they got into the boat we could not see each other, though we were closely seated, for the boat was very small. Thus with literally only one frail plank between her and eternity, did the Queen of Great Britain cross the swollen waters of the Thames, with her tender infant of 6 months old in her arms, with no better attendants than his nurses, no other escort than the Count de Luzun, and the writer of this narrative who confesses that he felt an extreme terror at the peril to which he saw personages of their importance exposed, and that his only reliance was in the mercy of God, by whose especial providence, he says, we were preserved and arrived at our destination. A curious print of the times represents the boat in danger, and the 2 gentlemen assisting the rowers, who were laboring against wind and tide. The queen is seated by the steersman, enveloped in a large cloak, with a hood drawn over her head. Her attitude is expressive of melancholy, and she appears anxious to conceal the little prince, who is asleep on her bosom, partially shrouded among the ample folds of her draperies. The other 2 females betray alarm. The engraving is crudely executed, and is printed on a coarse paper, but the design is not without merit, being bold and original in conception and full of passion. It was probably intended as an appeal to the sympathies of the humbler classes in behalf of the royal fugitive. Our passage, says the conductor of the enterprise, was rendered very difficult and dangerous from the violence of the wind and the heavy and incessant rain. When we reached the opposite bank of the Thames, I called aloud by name on Monsieur Duzans, the page of the back stairs, who ought to have been there waiting for a coach and 6, which had been engaged by Count de Luzun. The page answered promptly, but told them that the coach was still at the inn. Thither St. Victor ran to hasten it, leaving Luzun to protect the queen. Her majesty, meantime, withdrew herself and her little company under the walls of the old church at Lambeth, without any other shelter from the wind and bitter cold, or any other consolation than that the rain had ceased. On that spot, which had been rendered a site of historic interest by this affecting incident, the beautiful and unfortunate consort of the last of the Stuart kings remained standing, with her infant son fondly clasped to her bosom, during the agonizing interval of suspense caused by the delay of the coach, dreading every moment that he would awake and betray them by his cries. Her apprehension was unfounded. He had slept sweetly while they carried him in the dead of night, from his palace nursery to the waterside. Neither wind nor rain had disturbed him, and he had felt none of the perils or difficulties of the stormy passage, and he continued wrapped in the same profound repose during this anxious pause, alike unconscious of his own reversed fortune and his mother's woe. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 5, Part 4. Mary Beatrice is said to have looked back with streaming eyes towards the royal house where her beloved consort remained, lonely and surrounded with perils, and that she vainly endeavoured to trace out the lights of Whitehall among those that were reflected from the opposite shore, along the dark rolling river. The historians of that period declare that the queen remained an hour under the walls of the old church with her babe, waiting for the coach, which through some misfortune never came, and that a hackney coach was at last procured with difficulty. This was not the case, for St. Victor found the coach and six already at the inn, which was within sight of the river. The delay, therefore, must have been comparatively brief, but when time is measured by the exigency of circumstances, minutes are lengthened into hours. The haste and agitation in which St. Victor appeared when he came to inquire after the coach, combined with his foreign accent and idiom, excited observation meantime in the inn-yard, where a man with a lantern was on the watch, and when he saw the coach and six ready to start, ran out to reconnoitre, and made directly towards the spot where the queen was standing. I went, says St. Victor, with all speed on the other side of the way, fearing that he would recognize the party on the bank. When I saw that he was actually approaching them, I made as if I wished to pass him, and put myself full in his path, so that we came in contact with each other, fell, and rolled in the mud together. We made mutual apologies for the accident. He went back without his light, which was extinguished by the fall, to dry himself, and I hastened to the carriage, which was now near, and joined her majesty, who got into the coach as before. The page was to have returned, not having been entrusted with the secret, but having recognized the queen, his mistress, he wished to follow her. As we left the town, we encountered various of the guards. One of them said, "Come see, there is certainly a coach full of papists." But God willed it so, that they changed their purpose, for no one came near us. We had scarcely gone 3 miles, when we were overtaken by Sieur Leyburn, one of the queen's equerries on horseback. He had brought another horse and boots for me, which the king had, with inexpressible goodness, sent to enable me to perform my journey. I descended from the carriage, put on my boots, and mounted my horse in evil plight, what with my fall, my wet clothes, and the wind, which never ceased. We took the way to Gravesend, distant from London 20 miles. There we found 3 Irish captains, whom the king had sent the same day we departed, to serve in the yacht. These officers, finding the queen and prince slower than they expected, advanced, as they had been ordered, to meet them, having provided themselves with a little boat, which was close by the shore. Her majesty and her attendants left the coach, and stepping on a small point of land, entered the boat, and was soon rowed to the yacht, which lay at Gravesend, waiting for her. The master, whose name was Gray, had not the slightest suspicion of the rank of his royal passenger, who found a group of her faithful servants on the deck, looking anxiously out for her and the prince. Mary Beatrice was certainly more fortunate in her choice of friends than her lord, for there were no instances of treachery or ingratitude in her household. All her ladies loved her, and were ready to share her adversity, and many, from whom she required not such proofs of attachment, followed her into exile. Her high standard of moral rectitude had probably deterred her from lavishing her favours and confidence on worthless flatterers, like the vipers King James had fostered. The true-hearted little company in the yacht, who had prepared themselves to attend their royal mistress and her babe to France, were a chosen few, to whom the secret of her departure had been confided, namely, the Lord and Lady Powys, the Countess of Almond, Signora Pellegrina Turini, bedchamber woman, and Lady Strickland of Sizergh, sub-governess of the Prince of Wales. There were also Père Giverlet, her majesty's confessor, Sir William Walgrave, her physician, Lord and Lady O'Brien Clare, the Marquess Montecuculi, and a page named Francois, besides the page Dusins, who had insisted on following her from Lambeth. Lady Strickland and Signora Turini had started from Whitehall after the departure of their royal mistress, and performed their journey with so much speed that they reached Gravesend before her. Most probably they went down the Thames. Pleasant as it was for the fugitive queen to recognize so many familiar faces, and happy as they were to see her majesty and the prince safe and well after the perils of the preceding night, no greetings passed beyond the silent interchange of glances, and even in these due caution was observed. The queen was dressed to personate an Italian washerwoman, a character not quite in keeping with her graceful and dignified figure and regal style of beauty. She carried the little prince under her arm, curiously packed up to represent a bundle of linen. Fortunately, the bundle did not betray the deception by crying. It was remarkable, observed St. Victor, that this tender infant of 6 months old, who was so delicate and lively, never opened his mouth to cry or utter the slightest complaint. The royal parents both insinuate that there was something very like a miracle in the discreet behaviour of their boy on this occasion, but doubtless he had been well dosed with anodynes. The wind being fair for France, the sails were hoisted as soon as her majesty and her little company came on board, and the yacht got out to sea, but the wind increasing to a violent gale, the captain was compelled to come to anchor off Ledun, to avoid the danger of being driven on the coast of France, with which the bark was threatened. The queen was always ill at sea, and in consequence of the roughness of the passage and the unwonted inconveniences to which she was exposed on this occasion, she was worse than usual. Hitherto she had performed her voyages in one or other of the royal yachts, which were properly appointed with every luxury which the gallantry and nautical experience of the sailor prince, her husband, could devise for her comfort, and he had always been at her side to encourage and support her. The case was far different now. The yacht in which the fugitive queen and her royal infant had embarked bore no resemblance, in any respect, to the gilded toys which James had built and named, in the pride of his heart, after his 3 beloved daughters, Mary, Anne, and Isabella, names now connected with the most painful associations. 10 days before, when the king wrote his last autograph commands to Pepys, "Order the Anne and Isabella yachts to fall down to Erith tomorrow. J.R." It was evidently for the purpose of sending the queen and the prince, properly attended, to France in one or other of those vessels. The intention was abandoned in consequence of the Channel being full of Dutch ships of war, and he considered it more likely for a small sailing bark to pass unquestioned than one of his royal yachts. Mary Beatrice, directly she came on board Captain Grey's yacht, had, the better to escape observation, descended into the hold with her babe and his wet nurse. Madame Labadie, the other, happening to know the captain, kept him in talk till her majesty was safely below. She was followed by her 2 faithful countrywomen, Lady Almondy and Pellegrina Turini. The place was close and stifling, and when the gale rose and the little bark began to pitch and toss, the queen, the nurse, and Lady Almondy were attacked with violent sea-sickness all together, in a manner that appears to have banished all ceremony. They were in such a confined space that the indisposition of her fellow sufferers was attended with very disagreeable consequences to her majesty. This yacht, which appears to have been only a common passage packet, was by no means suited for the accommodation of delicate court ladies. As her majesty had taken upon herself to personate a foreign washerwoman, no attention was bestowed on her comforts by the functionaries, such as they were, who superintended the arrangement for the female passengers. It was with great difficulty that Pellegrina Turini succeeded at last in obtaining a coarse earthenware basin for her majesty's use. She made the others withdraw to a respectful distance, then throwing herself at the feet of her royal mistress, supported her in her arms during her sufferings. Mary Beatrice told the nuns of Chaillot that she made 9 sea voyages, and that this was the worst of all. "It was," said she, "a very doleful voyage, and I wonder still that I lived through it. I had been compelled to leave the king, my husband, without knowing what would become of him, and I feared to fall into the hands of our foes." King James had charged the Count de Lauzun to shoot the captain dead if he betrayed any intention of putting the queen and the prince into the hands of the Dutch. Lauzun, in consequence, stationed himself by the master of the vessel, with the full determination to throw him overboard in case of treachery. But as the master suspected not the quality of his passengers, he conducted himself the same as if they had been ordinary persons, and steered his course safely through a fleet of 50 Dutch ships of war, not one of which questioned this little bark, and thus protected, as it were, by heaven, notwithstanding the roughness of the passage and the perils of the voyage, the fugitive queen and her infant son landed safely at Calais on Tuesday, December 11th, at 9 in the morning. The little prince was quite well and merry of cheer. He had behaved like the son of a sailor. He was almost the only passenger on board who had not suffered from seasickness, and he had not cried once from the moment he was taken out of his cradle at Whitehall till after his arrival at Calais. 16 years before, Mary of Modena had embarked in almost regal pomp at Calais in the Royal Catherine yacht, a Virgin Bride, with her mother and a splendid retinue of Italian, French, and English nobles, all emulous to do her honor. Now she landed at the same port, a forlorn fugitive, wearing a peasant's humble dress, with her royal infant in her arms, to seek a refuge from the storm that had driven her from a throne. But was she more pitiable, as the wife of the man she loved, and clasping the babe whom they both called the dearest gift of heaven to her fond bosom, than when she sailed for an unknown land, like a victim adorned for a sacrifice, from which her soul revolted? Then all was gloom and despair in her young heart, and she wept as one for whom life had no charms. Now her tears flowed chiefly because she was separated from that husband, whose name had filled the reluctant bride of 15 with dismay. The reverse in her fortunes as a princess was not more remarkable than the mutations which had taken place in her feelings as a woman. Monsieur Charot, the governor of Calais, was desirous of receiving Mary Beatrice with the honours due a queen of Great Britain, but she expressed her determination of preserving a strict incognito and withdrew to a private house, where she wished to remain perfectly quiet till the arrival of her beloved husband, whom she expected to follow her in a few hours. She had sent St. Victor back from Gravesend to apprise King James of her embarkation, and now wrote the following pathetic appeal for sympathy and protection to her old friend Louis XIV. Sire, a poor fugitive queen, bathed in tears, has exposed herself to the utmost perils of the sea in her distress, to seek for consolation and an asylum from the greatest monarch in the world. Her evil fortune procures her a happiness of which the greatest nations in the world are ambitious. Her need of it diminishes not that feeling, since she makes it her choice, and it is a mark of the greatness of her esteem that she wishes to confide to him that which is most precious to her, the person of the Prince of Wales, her son. He is as yet too young to unite with her in the grateful acknowledgments that fill my heart. I feel, with peculiar pleasure, in the midst of my griefs, that I am now under your protection. In great affection I am, sir, your very affectionate servant and sister, the Queen of England. The agitation in which Mary Beatrice wrote this letter may be traced in the sudden transition from the simple and touching description of her own desolate condition to labored attempts at compliments, which her Italian idiom renders obscure and hyperbolical, and the reader will perceive that she begins in the third person and ends unconsciously in the first. The Count de Lauzun, who had been for many years under the cloud of the royal displeasure, had previously written, by an express to Louis XIV, the particulars of his chivalrous achievement, stating that King James had enjoined him to place his queen and son in his majesty's own hands, but that he could not have that honour, not being permitted to enter his presence. Louis wrote a letter to him with his own hand, inviting him to return to court. I was informed yesterday morning, writes Louis to Barillon, December 14th, by a letter from the Count de Lauzun, that the Queen of England had happily arrived at Calais after escaping great dangers, and I immediately ordered Monsieur de Beringen, my first equerry, to set off with my carriages and the officers of my household, to attend that princess and the Prince of Wales on their journey, and to render them all due honours in all places on their route. You will inform the King of England of what I have written to you." Before this cheering intimation reached King James, he had addressed the following letter in behalf of his fugitive queen and son to his royal cousin of France. "Sir and my brother, as I hope that the queen, my wife, and my son have last week landed in one of your ports, I hope you will do me the favor of protecting them. Unless I have been unfortunately stopped by the way, I should have been with you to ask the same for myself, as well as for them. Your ambassador will give you an account of the bad state of my affairs, and assure you also that I have done nothing contrary to the friendship that subsists between us. I am very sincerely, sir, my brother, your good brother, James R. At Whitehall, this December 27th or 19th of December, 1688. Long, however, before this letter was penned in England, much less received in France, Mary Beatrice had endured agonies of suspense and apprehension from her uncertainty as to the fate of her royal husband. By one courier it was reported that he had landed at Brest, by another at Boulogne, then that he had been arrested in England. But the most alarming rumour of all was, that the vessel in which he had embarked to follow her, according to his promise, had foundered in a terrible storm at sea, and his majesty, with all on board, had perished. After 2 days of intense anxiety had worn away, Mary Beatrice determined to go on to Boulogne, having some reason to suppose that she would receive more certain intelligence there than could be expected at Calais, since Dover had declared for the Prince of Orange. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 6, Part 1. The fugitive queen received the most courteous attentions during her brief sojourn at Calais from Monsieur Carreau, the governor, who sent everything that could conduce to her comfort to the house where she and her little company lodged, and notwithstanding her wish to remain incognito, he complimented her and the prince with a royal salute at their departure. They left Calais on the 13th, under a discharge of cannon from the town and castle, amidst the acclamations of the people, who were now aware of the arrival of the royal guest, and manifested the most lively feelings of sympathy for her and her infant son. Halfway between Calais and Boulogne, her majesty was met by a company of dragoons, who escorted her carriage to Boulogne. There she was received by the governor, the Duc de Mont, with signal marks of respect and offers of hospitality. But as he could give her no tidings of the king her husband, her distress of mind made her prefer the retirement of a nunnery, declaring her intention of remaining there with her son till she either saw or heard from him. All direct intelligence from England being stopped, the rumours regarding the fate of King James were so vague and contradictory that even Louis XIV avowed that he knew not what to think. Meantime, says Madame de Sévigné, the Queen of England remains at Boulogne in a convent, weeping without intermission that she neither sees nor can hear any certain news of her husband, whom she passionately loves. The agonizing pause was at length broken. Strickland, the Vice-Admiral of England, says the Duc de Saint-Simon, has arrived at Calais, and we understand from him that King James has been brought back to London, where, by order of the Prince of Orange, he is attended by his own guards. It is thought he will escape again. Strickland has remained faithful to the king his master. Finding that Lord Dartmouth would not do anything, he demanded permission to retire from the fleet at Portsmouth, and has come in a small vessel to Calais. The painful tidings which Sir Roger Strickland had brought were at first carefully concealed from the queen by her friends, but on the 19th, her passionate importunity for intelligence of her husband elicited the truth from a Benedictine monk, a Capuchin, and an officer who had just escaped. She implored them to tell her all they knew, and they replied in a sorrowful tone, "Sacred Majesty, the king has been arrested." I know not, says an eyewitness, which was the most distressing to us, the sad news of the detention of the king, or the effect it produced on the queen, our mistress. Her first words were to express her determination of sending the infant prince on to Paris, while she returned to England to use what exertions she could for her lord's liberation, or else to share his fate, whatever it might be. Her faithful attendants had the greatest trouble to dissuade her from this wild project, by representing to her that she would only increase his troubles, without being able to render him any service, and that she ought to be implicitly guided by the directions which he gave her at parting. The same day arrived the principal equerry of the King of France, with letters and sympathizing messages for the queen. She was fortunately compelled to compose herself to receive these with suitable acknowledgments. Louis had sent a noble escort, with his own carriages and horses, to convey her to the castle of Vincennes, where he had, in the first instance, ordered to be prepared for her reception. He had commanded that in every town through which she passed, she should be received with the same honours as if she had been a queen of France. He had also, as the roads were almost impassable with the deep snow which covered the whole face of the country, sent a band of pioneers to precede her majesty's carriage and mark out a straight line for her progress, laying everything smooth and plain before her, so that she might be able to travel with the least possible fatigue. A piece of gallantry that was duly appreciated by the English ladies and gratefully acknowledged by King James. The faithful followers of Mary Beatrice were urgent for her to commence her journey towards Paris, dreading the possibility of her finding means of returning to England if she remained on the coast. At length she yielded to their persuasions and departed on the 20th of December for Montreux. The Duc de Mont and a cavalcade of gentlemen escorted her majesty from Boulogne till within 3 leagues of Montreux. There she and her little train were lodged in the house of the King of France. They remained there the whole of that day. And by the grace of God, says the historian of the escape, learned that King James was still at Whitehall. The morbid state of despondency into which James sunk after the departure of his queen is sufficiently testified by the following letter, which he wrote to Lord Dartmouth the next morning. King James to Lord Dartmouth, Whitehall, December 10th, 1688. Things having so bad an aspect, I could no longer defer securing the queen and my son, which I hope I have done, and that by tomorrow by noon they will be out of the reach of my enemies. I am at ease now I have sent them away. I have not heard this day, as I expected, from my commissioners with the Prince of Orange, who, I believe, will hardly be prevailed on to stop his march, so that I am in no good way, nay, in as bad a way as is possible. I am sending the Duke of Berwick down to Portsmouth, by whom you will know my resolution concerning the fleet under your command, and what resolutions I have taken, till when I would not have you stir from the place where you are, for several reasons. That morning the king spent in a state of considerable agitation, till relieved of some portion of his anxiety regarding his wife and son by the return of St. Victor, who told him that he had seen her majesty with the prince safely on board the yacht and under sail for France. Then he assumed a more cheerful aspect, and ordered the guards to be in readiness to attend him to Uxbridge the next day, and talked of offering battle to his foes, though he confessed to Barillon that he had not a single corps on whose fidelity he could rely. The same day James learned that Plymouth, Bristol, and other places had submitted themselves to the Prince of Orange, and that a regiment of Scotch horse had deserted. Nor was there an hour, observed Sir John Reresby emphatically, but his majesty received, like Job, ill news of one sort or another, so that, prompted by most fatal advice, the next day being the 11th, he withdrew himself privately. Before his departure, James wrote to the Earl of Feversham, informing him that he had been compelled to send away the Queen and the Prince of Wales, lest their lives should be endangered by falling into the enemy's hands, and that he was about to follow them, that could he have but relied on his troops, he would at least have had one blow for it. When this letter was read to the soldiers, many of them wept. After a day of excessive mental fatigue and agitation, the unfortunate king retired to his lonely pillow. As he was stepping into bed, he told the Earl of Mulgrave that he had good hopes of an accommodation with the Prince of Orange. "Does he advance or retreat?" asked the Earl. The king owned that his adversary continued to advance. Mulgrave shook his head with a melancholy air. James had summoned his council to meet the next morning at 9 o'clock, without any intention of being present, it has been generally said, but his mind was in too unsettled a state to be firm to any purpose long. About midnight he rose and disguised himself in a black periwig and plain clothes, left his bedroom by the little door in the ruelle, and attended only by Sir Edward Hales, who was waiting for him, descended the back stairs, and crossed Privy Gardens, as the queen had done 2 nights before, got into a hackney coach, proceeded to the horse ferry, and crossed the Thames in a little boat with a single pair of oars, to Vauxhall. James had taken the Great Seal with him from Whitehall, doubtless with the idea that he might have occasion to use it on his arrival in France, to give effect to royal letters, pardons, and commissions, but prompted by an impulse which appears clearly symptomatic of a disorganized brain, he threw it into the river while crossing. It was well, perhaps, for some of the leaders of the Revolution, happy certainly for the daughters of the unfortunate king, that it was only one of the bauble types of regal power that he flung into those dark deep waters in the silence and loneliness of that melancholy voyage. Many an unsuccessful speculator in modern times has plunged himself into eternity from causes far less exciting than those which had impelled the betrayed king and father to leave his palace in the dead of a wintry night, with only one companion, to encounter greater perils than those from which he fled. Horses stood ready for his majesty at Vauxhall. He mounted in haste, attended by Sir Edward Hales, and conducted by his guide through byways, crossed the Medway to Aylesford Bridge. He found Sheldon, one of his equerries, waiting for him at Woolpeck with a fresh relay of horses. At 10 o'clock in the morning he arrived at Elmley Ferry, near Feversham, and embarked in a custom-house hoy, which had been hired for the passage of Sir Edward Hales. The wind was fresh, and the vessel requiring more ballast, the master ran her ashore near Sheerness. Unfortunately, Sir Edward Hales, while they were waiting for the rising of the tide, sent his servant to the Feversham post office, and as his seat was in that neighbourhood, his livery was known. The man was dodged to the riverside by some of the members of a gang of ruffians who had formed a profitable association by stopping the panic-stricken Catholics in their flight to France, and stripping them of their property. These men, perceiving that Sir Edward Hales was in the hoy, came, to the number of 50, in 3 boats, armed with swords and pistols, at 11 o'clock at night, and boarded the hoy just as she was beginning to float. They leaped into the cabin and seized the king and his 2 companions with abusive language. Sir Edward Hales, perceiving that his majesty was unknown, took Ames, the leader of those desperadoes, aside, and putting 50 guineas into his hand, promised him 100 more if he would allow them to escape. Ames took the money and promised to go on shore to make arrangements for that purpose, but advised them to give up all their valuables into his hands, as he could not answer for the conduct of his people while he was gone. The king gave him 300 guineas, all the money he had, and his watch, and, true to his methodical habits of business, took his receipt for those trifles. Ames went off with his prey, and then his men came rudely about the king, and insisted on searching his person for more booty. James, nevertheless, succeeded in securing his coronation ring and 3 great diamond bodkins belonging to the queen. As soon as the tide rose high enough, the ruffians brought the hoy up to Feversham, and putting the king and his companions into a coach, carried them to an inn, amidst the yells and insults of the mob, by whom his majesty was mistaken for the chaplain of Sir Edward Hales, or Father Petre. This was the 3rd agitating night James had passed without sleep since his sorrowful parting with his wife and child. When morning came, a seaman among the crowd, who had served under him, recognized him, and burst into tears, knelt and begged to kiss his hand. Overpowered by this touching proof of devotion from his humble liegeman, James wept. The instinctive act of homage performed by the true-hearted sailor betrayed the rank of the royal prisoner. The very ruffians who had plundered and insulted him, when they saw his tears, were awed and melted. They fell on their knees and offered to return their pillage. James bade them keep the money, and would only receive the sword and jewels. The seamen formed themselves into a guard about his person, and declared, "that not a hair on his head should be touched." James ought to have been satisfied that he still had many loyal hearts among his people. Even at Feversham, something might have been done, had he been in a state of mind to take advantage of the revulsion of feeling manifested in his favor. But he was not. He began to talk in a rambling and incoherent manner. One minute he wept and asked, what crimes had he committed to deserve such treatment? And spoke of the ill offices done to him by the blackcoats. Said that the Prince of Orange sought not only his crown but his life, and implored those present to get him a boat that he might escape, or his blood would be on their heads. Then he asked for pen, ink, and paper, wrote, tore, wrote again, and at last succeeded in penning a brief summons to Lord Winchelsea. That nobleman hastened to his majesty, who then demanded to be conducted to the house of the mayor. The rabble objected to his removal, but the seamen carried the point, though with difficulty. The mayor was an honest man, and treated his sovereign with all the respect in his power. James talked wildly, and of things little to the purpose. Of the virtues of St. Winifred's well, and his loss of a piece of the true cross, which had belonged to Edward the Confessor. He was finally seized with another fit of bleeding at the nose, which probably averted a stroke of apoplexy or frenzy, but made him very sick and weak. The Earl of Winchelsea, who had been groom of the bedchamber to his majesty when Duke of York, and had married the accomplished Anne Kingsmill, a favourite maid of honour of the Queen, was much concerned at the state in which he found his royal master, and besought him not to persist in his rash design of leaving England, reasoned with him on the ruinous effect such a step must have on his affairs, and at last succeeded in calming him. James made him Lord Lieutenant of the county of Kent, and the governor of Dover Castle on the spot. The next day, Sir James Oxenden came with the militia, under pretence of guarding his majesty from the rabble, but in reality to prevent him from escaping. A piece of gratuitous baseness, for which he was not thanked by William. For nearly 2 days, no one in London knew what had become of his majesty. On the morning of the 13th of December, an honest Kentish peasant presented himself at the door of the council chamber at Whitehall, stating that he was a messenger from King James. It was long before he could obtain attention. At last, Sheffield, Earl of Mulgrave, being apprised of his business, insisted on bringing him in. He delivered a letter, unsealed and without superscription, containing one sentence only, written in the well-known hand of their fugitive sovereign, apprising them that he was a prisoner in the hands of the rabble at Feversham. The faithful messenger, who had fulfilled his promise to his royal master by delivering this letter, described with tears the distress in which he had left his majesty at the inn. The generous and courageous loyalty of this nobleman of low degree ought to have shamed the titled traitor Halifax, who sat that day as president of the council, and would fain have adjourned the assembly to prevent anything being done for the relief of the king. But Mulgrave boldly stood forth, and with a burst of manly eloquence represented the baseness of leaving their king to be torn to pieces by the rabble, and insisted that measures should be taken for his personal safety, since, with all his popery, he was still their sovereign. He then proposed that Lord Feversham, with 200 of the guards, should be instantly dispatched with his majesty's coaches to invite him to return. Shame kept those silent who fain would have opposed this motion, and the Lords Aylesbury, Lichfield, Yarmouth, and Middleton posted down to Feversham to acquaint the king that his guards were coming to escort him to London, whither his friends desired him to return. James determined to do so, and commenced his journey. At Sittingbourne he was met by his guards and equipage, and many of his faithful friends flocked round him. He slept that night at Rochester, whence he dispatched Lord Feversham with a letter to the Prince of Orange, inviting him to come to London for the purpose of an amicable treaty. The next day, December 16th, he returned to his capital, and was greeted with impassioned demonstrations of affection. He came through the city to Whitehall. A body of gentlemen, forming a volunteer guard of honour, preceded him bareheaded. The bells rang joyously, and the air was rent with the acclamations of people of all degrees, who ran in crowds to welcome him. These manifestations of loyalty were far more flattering, spontaneous as they were, and the free-will offerings of popular sympathy in his distress, than if he had returned with a decisive victory over the forces of the Dutch prince. Yet every art had been used to alarm the metropolis with warnings and incendiary outcries of Irish and Popish massacres. But in spite of everything, the people showed that, though they hated popery, they loved the king. Whitehall was never more crowded than on that occasion, even to the royal bedchamber. Among the numerous candidates for audience was a deputation from the freebooters at Feversham, who came to beg his majesty's pardon for their late outrage, and to proffer once more a restitution of the gold of which they had rifled him. James not only bade them keep it, but gave them 10 guineas to drink his health. Cheered by the apparent reaction that had taken place, the king exerted himself to hold his court and supped in state. "I stood by him during his supper," says Lord Dartmouth, "and he had told me all that had happened to him at Feversham with as much unconcernedness as if they had been adventures of some other person, and directed a great deal of his discourse to me, though I was but a boy." That night the metropolis was illuminated, and the streets were full of bonfires. Scarcely, however, had the king retired to his bedchamber, when Zulestein demanded an immediate audience, being charged with letters from the Dutch prince his master, requiring that his majesty should remain at Rochester while he came to sojourn in London. James, in a conciliatory tone, replied, that the request came too late, and as he was now in London, a personal interview could the better take place. The only outrage that elicited an expression of anger was the arrest and imprisonment of his accredited messenger, Lord Feversham. He expressed surprise and indignation, and wrote to the prince demanding his release. William was now acting as King of England de facto, without any other authority than that bestowed upon him by foreign troops and deserters. James was without money, and those who ought to have offered unasked to supply his exigencies exhibited a churlish spirit truly disgraceful. Lord Bellasis, a Roman Catholic peer, refused to assist him with the loan of £1,000, and a base regard to purse preservation thinned his presence chamber the next morning. It was then that 2 noble gentlemen, Colin, Earl of Balcarres, and the gallant Viscount Dundee, presented themselves, charged with offers of service from his privy council in Scotland. They were received affectionately by the king, but observed that none were with him but some of the gentlemen of his bedchamber. One of the generals of his disbanded army entered while they were there, and told the king that most of his generals and colonels of his guards had assembled that morning upon observing the universal joy of the city on his return. The result of their meeting was to tell his majesty that much was still in their power to serve and defend him, that most part of the disbanded army was either in London or near it, and that if he would order them to beat their drums, they were confident 20,000 men could be got together before the end of the day. "My lord," said the king, "I know you to be my friend, sincere and honourable. The men who sent you are not so, and I expect nothing from them." He then said, it was a fine day, and he would take a walk. None attended him but Colin and Lord Dundee. When he was in the Mall, he stopped and looked at them, and asked how they came to be with him when all the world had forsaken him and gone to the Prince of Orange. Colin said, their fidelity to so good a master would ever be the same. They had nothing to do with the Prince of Orange. Then the king said, will you two, as gentlemen, say you have still an attachment for me? Sir, we do. Will you give me your hands upon it, as men of honor? They did so. Well, I see you are the men I always took you to be. You shall know all my intentions. I can no longer remain here but as a cipher, or be a prisoner to the Prince of Orange, and you know there is but a small distance between the prisons and the graves of kings. Therefore I go for France immediately. When there you shall have my instructions. You, Lord Balcarres, shall have a commission to manage my civil affairs, and you, Lord Dundee, to command my troops in Scotland. James amused himself during some part of this day, his last of regal authority in England, by touching for the evil, having succeeded in borrowing 100 guineas of Lord Godolphin to enable him to go through the ceremonial, a piece of gold being always bound to the arm of the patient by the sovereign, and James had been robbed of his last coin by the freebooters at Feversham. That night, when the king was about to retire to bed, Lord Craven came to tell him that the Dutch guards, horse and foot, were marching through the park in order of battle to take possession of Whitehall. The stout old earl, though in his 80th year, professed his determination rather to be cut to pieces than resign his post at Whitehall to the Dutch. But the king, says Sheffield, prevented that unnecessary bloodshed with a great deal of care and kindness. He sent for Count Solmes, the Dutch commander, and told him there must be some mistake. Were not your orders for St. James's? The count produced his orders, on which the king commanded his gallant old servant to withdraw his men. The English guards reluctantly gave place to the foreigners by whom they were superseded, and the king retired to bed, fancying that he had purchased one night's repose, at any rate, by this concession. Worn out by the agonizing excitement and continual vigils of the last dreadful week, he slept, and so profoundly, that to have dismissed his overwearied spirit from its mortal tenement by one swift and subtle stroke would have been a coup de grace. A greater barbarity was committed. William sent deliberately to rouse his unfortunate uncle from that happy oblivion of his sufferings with an insolent message, that it was thought convenient for him to leave his palace by 10 o'clock the next morning. 3 English peers were found capable of undertaking the commission. The plan was suggested by Halifax, who advised William to employ the Dutch officers on this ungracious errand. "By your favour, my lords," said William sternly, "the advice is yours, and you shall carry it yourselves," naming Halifax, Delamere, and Shrewsbury. At 2 o'clock in the morning, this worthy trio presented themselves at the door of King James's antechamber, and knocking loudly, rudely demanded admittance to his presence. The Earl of Middleton, who was lord in waiting, told them the king was in bed and asleep, and begged them to wait till morning. They replied, "They came from the Prince of Orange with a letter, and they must deliver it that instant." Middleton approached the royal bed and drew back the curtain, but the king was in so sound a sleep that it did not wake him. Lord Middleton was compelled to speak loudly in his ear to dispel his death-like slumber. He started at first, but perceiving Middleton kneeling by him, asked what was the matter, and bade him admit the messengers. When they entered, James recognized 2 open enemies, Shrewsbury and Delamere, and 1 false servant, Halifax, whom he had employed as one of his commissioners to negotiate a treaty with the Prince of Orange, and had thus afforded an opportunity both of deceiving and betraying him. Another painful lesson for the royal Timon of British history, on his want of attention to moral worth in those whom he bestowed his confidence. Halifax behaved with singular disrespect to his sovereign on this occasion, and when James objected to Ham House, the place named for him to retire to by William, as "a very ill winter house, being damp and unfurnished," he treated his majesty's objections with contempt. James said he should prefer going to Rochester if he left town, and after some discussion it was agreed, but that he should go by water attended by Dutch guards. When James wished to go through the city, Halifax rudely overruled that plan by saying, "It would breed disorder and move compassion." The next morning, December 18th, was wet and stormy, but though James told the 3 lords, who had undertaken the ungracious office of expelling him from his palace, that the weather was unfit for the voyage, Halifax insisted upon it. The foreign ministers, and a few of his own peers and gentlemen, came to take leave of him, which they did with tears, and as a last mark of respect attended him to the water's edge. Notwithstanding the tempestuous wind and the heavy rain, which now fell in torrents, the banks of the river were crowded with sympathizing spectators, who came to take a parting look of their unfortunate sovereign. At 12 o'clock, James entered the barge appointed for his convoy, attended by 5 faithful gentlemen who volunteered to accompany him, namely, the Earls of Arran, Aylesbury, Dunbarton, Lichfield, and Lord Dundee. They were his only British escort. He had asked for 100 of his own foot guards, and was peremptorily denied. 100 Dutch guards were in boats before and behind the royal barge, but they were so long in embarking that the tide was lost, and the king remained a full hour sitting in the barge waiting their convenience, exposed to the storm, before the signal was given for the rowers to move on. The English were very sorrowful at seeing him depart, says Barillon. Most of them had tears in their eyes. There was an appearance of consternation in the people when they found that their king was surrounded by Dutch guards, and that he was in fact a prisoner. Evelyn, in his diary for that day, records the departure of his royal master in these brief but expressive words. I saw the king take barge to Gravesend, a sad sight. The prince comes to St. James's and fills Whitehall with Dutch guards. Even then, if James could have been roused from the morbid lethargy of despair into which the unnatural conduct of his daughters and the treachery of his ministers had plunged him, his Dutch nephew might have had cause to repent his expedition. Ministers, councillors, and general officers might be false to their oaths of allegiance, but the great body of the people were true and eager to fight for their native sovereign, if he would but have trusted their loyalty. The greatest offense, after all, that James ever gave to his country, and for which he has never been forgiven, was that he suffered himself to be driven away by a foreign prince, without a struggle. The season of manly enterprise was past, and he felt incapable of grappling with the storm in his present state of mind and body. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 6, Part 2. The unfortunate king did not arrive at Gravesend till 7 in the evening, wet and weary, and long after dark. He was compelled to sleep there that night, at the house of Mr. Ekins, an attorney. The next morning, James says, he received a blank pass from the Prince of Orange, which he had desired in order to send one over to the Queen, believing her landed before that in France with her son. The expression is a little mysterious, as if the king meant to enable Mary Beatrice to return to him again, according to her earnest wish, after he had been so eager to send her away, another symptom of the unsettled state of his mind. At 10 the next morning, he proceeded, under the escort of the Dutch guards, to Rochester, where he took up his quarters in the house of Sir Richard Head. During the 3 days that he remained at Rochester, Turner, Bishop of Ely, sent daily to entreat him not to withdraw. Every hour the king received visits from gentlemen and officers who begged him to remain in England. While others reasoned with calmness, the fiery Dundee endeavoured to rouse the desponding spirit of his heartbroken sovereign. "Make your stand here," said he, "and summon your subjects to their allegiance. Give me your commission. I will undertake to collect 10,000 men of your disbanded army together, and with them I will carry your standard through England and drive the Dutch and their prince before you." The king said, he believed it might be done, but it would cause a civil war, and he would not do so much mischief to the English nation, which he loved, and doubted not but his people would soon come to their senses again. Instead of following the counsels of gallant Dundee, he sat inactively, repeating to himself, "God help me! Whom can I trust? My own children have forsaken me." Burnet pretends that James was fixed in his determination by an earnest letter from the Queen, reminding him of his promise to follow her, and urging its fulfillment in very imperious language. This letter, Burnet says, was intercepted, opened, and read, and then forwarded to the king at Rochester. Persons who could be guilty of the baseness of breaking the seal of such a letter would not hesitate at misrepresenting its contents, which were, doubtless, perfectly consistent with the feminine tenderness of the Queen's character, her adoring fondness for her husband, and her fears for his personal safety. It is certain that James had made up his mind to follow his wife and son when he quitted Whitehall the first time, and that nothing could shake his resolution. He was playing the game into the hands of his subtle adversary, who was impatient for him to be gone, and had ordered the back premises of the house at Rochester, where he lodged, to be left unguarded, to allow him every facility for escape. Before sitting down to supper on the evening of Saturday, December the 22nd, James drew up the well-known paper containing the reasons which impelled him to withdraw for the present. In this declaration, the unfortunate monarch sums up, in simple but forceful language, the outrages and insults to which he had been subjected by the Prince of Orange. But when he alludes to the unprincipled aspersion on the birth of his son, his style becomes impassioned. "What had I then to expect," he asks, "from one who by all arts had taken such pains to make me appear as black as hell to my own people, as well as to all the world besides?" His concluding words are neither those of a tyrant nor a bigot. "I appeal," says he, "to all who are considering men and have had experience, whether anything can make this nation so great and flourishing as liberty of conscience. Some of our neighbors dread it." This paper James gave to the Earl of Middleton, with orders that it should be printed as soon as he was gone. He then took leave of his few faithful followers and retired to bed. Between 12 and 1 in the morning of the 23rd, he rose, and attended only by his natural son, the Duke of Berwick, Mr. Biddulph, and Labadie, the husband of the Prince of Wales' nurse, left the house by a back stair and postern door, and so through the garden, where Captain Macdonald waited to guide him to the place where Captain Trevanion waited with a boat. These two faithful officers rowed his majesty and his companions to a sorry fishing smack that lay a little below Sheerness. In this vessel King James crossed the wintry waves, and, as usual, encountered very rough weather, many hardships, and some danger. The circumstances under which James left England have been illustrated by a noble young author of our own times in a pathetic poem, in which the following striking lines occur. "We thought of ancient Lear, with the tempest overhead, discrowned, betrayed, abandoned, but naught could break his will, not Mary, his false Regan, nor Anne, his Goneril." The tragedy of real life is sometimes strangely mingled with circumstances of a comic character, which appear the more ridiculous, perhaps from the revulsion of feeling they were apt to produce on persons laboring under the excitement of excessive grief. King James, in the midst of his distress during this melancholy voyage, felt his mirth irresistibly excited when he saw the brave Captain Trevanion attempting to fry some bacon for his refection in a frying pan that had a hole in it, which that gallant officer was compelled to stop with a pitched rag. At the sight of this expedient, the king gave way to immoderate laughter, which was renewed when the captain proceeded to tie a cord round an old cracked can, to make it in a condition to hold the drink they had prepared for him. A keen perception of the ludicrous is often a happy provision of nature to preserve an overcharged heart from breaking under the pressure of mortal sorrow. It was well for the fallen majesty of England that he could laugh at things which were melancholy indications of his calamitous reverse of fortune. The laughter, however, was medicinal, for he ate and drank heartily of the coarse fare that was set before him, and always declared that he never enjoyed a meal more in his life. James landed at the small village of Ambleteuse, near Boulogne, at 3 o'clock in the morning of December the 25th, being Christmas Day, old style. Mary Beatrice, meantime, whom we left at Montreux, reached Abbeville on the 21st, where she slept and passed the Saturday, which was kept in France as New Year's Day, new style. She arrived at Poix on the Sunday at 2 o'clock, where she was apprised that Louis XIV intended to assign one of the most stately palaces in France, the Château of Saint-Germain, for her residence. When her majesty approached Beauvais, the bishop and all the principal people in the town came out to meet and welcome her. The same had been done, pursues our authority, in all other places through which she passed, but this bishop offered particular marks of respect and generous attention to the royal fugitive, and she remained at Beauvais till Tuesday, the 25th, where she received the welcome news that our king had left London, which joyful intelligence greatly consoled her and her little court. Her happiness would have been far greater could she have known how near that beloved consort was to her. As soon as Louis XIV was apprised of the landing of King James, he dispatched one of his equerries, Monsieur Legrand, to apprise the anxious queen of that event, and to present his complimentary greetings to her on his own account. The Dauphiness sent the Duke de Saint-Simon with friendly messages from herself. They found the royal traveller at Beaumont. The royal tidings they communicated appeared to console her for all her misfortunes. Raising her eyes to heaven, she exclaimed, "Then I am happy," and praised God aloud in the fullness of her heart. Mindful, however, of the ceremonial observances that were expected of her, she composed herself sufficiently to return the compliments which were delivered to her, in the name of the King of France, the Dauphin, and the Dauphiness, with much grace, and expressed herself deeply grateful for all the King of France had done for her. The gentleman then withdrew, leaving her to the free indulgence of her natural emotions, while she wrote to the king, her husband, a letter, which she dispatched by Mr. Leyburn, one of her equerries, who had joined her after her retreat to France. "When we returned," says Monsieur d'Angot, who was one of the deputation from the court of France, "we found her majesty still transported with joy." The sudden transition from misery to happiness is always trying to a sensitive temperament. Mary Beatrice, who had been enabled to subdue the violence of her grief by pious resignation to the will of God, had borne up under the fatigue of mind and body, and the tortures of suspense, but the revulsion of feeling was too much for her corporeal powers, and she succumbed under it. The person, whoever it was, who has continued the narrative of her flight from England, with a diary of her progress to Saint-Germain, after relating her arrival at Beaumont, and the happy news which greeted them at that town, says, "We were beside ourselves with the joy which this intelligence caused us, but this pleasure was soon interrupted. The queen was seized with such a violent attack of pain, that for 2 hours her agonies were so excruciating that our hearts were pierced with the most poignant concern, but thanks to God, the spasms abated after a time." The Duchess of Portsmouth, who was at the court of France with her son, the Duke of Richmond, had the effrontery to propose coming to meet the exiled Queen of England, but the Duc de Lauzun sent word to her, "that her majesty would see no one till she arrived at Saint-Germain." Mary Beatrice made an exception from this rule in favour of ladies whose rank and virtues qualified them to offer her marks of sympathy and attention. When the Duchess of Nevers came to pay her a visit at Beaumont, she received her most affectionately and kissed her. In the afternoon of December 28th, Mary Beatrice drew near Saint-Germain. Louis XIV came in state to meet and welcome her, with his son, the Dauphin, his brother, Monsieur, all the princes of the blood, and the officers of his household. His cavalcade consisted of 100 coaches and 6. He awaited the approach of his fair and royal guest at Chatou, a picturesque village on the banks of the Seine, below the heights of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. As soon as her majesty's cortege drew near, Louis, with his son and brother, descended from his coach and advanced to greet her, supposing that she had been in the first carriage, which he had sent his officers to stop. That carriage, however, only contained the Prince of Wales, his sub-governess, Lady Strickland, and his nurses. They all alighted out of respect to the most Christian king, who took the infant prince in his arms, kissed and tenderly embraced him, and made the unconscious babe a gracious speech, promising to protect and cherish him. Louis is said to have been struck with the beauty of the royal infant, on whom he lavished more caresses than he had ever been known to bestow on any child of his own. The queen had, in the meantime, alighted from her coach, and was advancing towards his majesty. Louis hastened to meet and salute her. She made the most graceful acknowledgments for his sympathy and kindness, both for herself and in the name of the king, her husband. Louis replied, that it was a melancholy service he had rendered her on this occasion, but that he hoped it would be in his power to be more useful soon. He presented the Dauphin and Monsieur to her in due form, then led her to his own coach, where he placed her at his right hand. The Dauphin and Monsieur sat opposite to their majesties. The queen, says Dangu, had with her the Marchioness of Powys and the Signora Anna Vittoria Montecuculi, an Italian, whom she loves very much. And thus in regal pomp was the exiled Queen of England conducted by Louis XIV to the palace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, which was henceforth to be her home. Cheered by the courteous and delicate attention with which she was treated by the sovereign of France, and anticipating a happy reunion with her beloved consort, Mary Beatrice smiled through her tears, and chatted alternately with the king, the Dauphin, and Monsieur, as they slowly ascended the lofty hill on which the royal chateau of Saint-Germain is seated. She always called Louis sire, though the late queen, his wife, and the Dauphiness only addressed him as Monsieur. When they alighted in the inner court of the palace, Louis, after placing everything there at her command, led her by the hand to the apartments appropriated to the use of the Prince of Wales, which were those of the children of France. This nursery suite had been newly fitted up for the Prince of Wales. Here the king took leave of her majesty. She offered to attend him to the head of the stairs, but he would by no means permit it. Monsieur and Madame Montechevreul, the state keepers of the palace, were there to do the honors of the household to the royal guest, who was treated and served in all respects as a queen. Her apartments were sumptuously furnished. Nothing had been omitted that could be of use or comfort to her, and the most exquisite taste and munificence had been displayed in the arrangement of her dressing room and especially her table. Among the splendid toilette service that courted her acceptance, Mary Beatrice saw a peculiar elegant casket, of which Turreau, the king's upholsterer, presented her with the key. This casket contained 6,000 louis d'ors, a delicate method devised by the generous monarch of France for relieving her pecuniary embarrassments. Mary Beatrice, however, did not discover the gold till the next morning, for notwithstanding the significant looks and gestures with which Turreau presented the key of this important casket, her heart was too full to permit her to bestow a single thought upon it that night. King James had sent his son Berwick express to earn her future favour by bringing the intelligence that he was to sleep at Breteuil and would arrive at Saint-Germain towards the close of the following day. Mary Beatrice wept and laughed alternately, with hysterical emotion at these tidings. The next morning, Louis and the Dauphin sent to make formal inquiries after the health of the royal traveller and her son. Overcome by all she had gone through, she was compelled to keep her chamber. At 6 in the evening, the King of France, with the Dauphin, Monsieur, and the Duc de Chartres, came to pay her majesty a visit. She was in bed, but admitted these distinguished guests. Louis came and seated himself on her bolster. The Dauphin stood near him, without any ceremony, chatting in the friendly and affectionate manner which their near relationship to the king her husband warranted. The chamber was full of French courtiers who had followed their sovereign. In the course of half an hour, Louis was informed that the King of England was entering the château, on which he left the queen, and hastened to greet and welcome his unfortunate cousin. They met in the hall of guards. James entered at one door as Louis advanced to meet him by the other. James approached with a slow and faltering step, and overpowered with his grateful sense of the generous and friendly manner in which his queen and son had been received, bowed so low that it was supposed he would have thrown himself at the feet of his royal kinsman, if Louis had not prevented it by taking him in his arms and embracing him most cordially 3 or 4 times. They conversed in a low voice apart for about a quarter of an hour. Then Louis presented the Dauphin, Monsieur, and the Cardinal de Benzy to his majesty, and after this ceremonial, conducted him to the apartment of the queen, to whom he playfully presented him with these words: "Madame, I bring you a gentleman of your acquaintance, whom you will be very glad to see." Mary Beatrice uttered a cry of joy and melted into tears, and James astonished the French courtiers by clasping her to his bosom with passionate demonstrations of affection before everybody. "The King of England," says one of the eyewitnesses of this touching scene, "closely embraced the queen, his spouse, in the presence of the whole world." Forgetting every restraint in the transport of beholding that fair and faithful partner of his life once more, after all their perils and sufferings, James remained long enfolded in the arms of his weeping queen. Kind and sympathizing as Louis XIV was to the royal exiles, there was a want of consideration in allowing any eye to look upon the raptures of such a meeting. As soon as the first gush of feeling had little subsided, Louis led James to the apartments of the Prince of Wales, and showed him that his other treasure was safe, and surrounded with all the royal splendor to which his birth entitled him. He then reconducted his guest to the ruelle of the queen's bed, and there took his leave. James offered to attend his Majesty of France to the head of the stairs, but Louis would not permit it. "I do not believe," says Louis, "that either of us know the proper ceremonial to be observed on these occasions, because they are so rare, and therefore I believe we should do well in waiving ceremony altogether." It was noticed, however, that Louis, with his usual scrupulous attention to courtesy, always gave James the right hand. On taking his final leave, he added, "It is today like a visit to me. You will come and see me tomorrow at Versailles, where I shall do the honors, and after tomorrow I shall come again to visit you. And as it will be your home, you shall treat me as you like." Louis added to these delicate marks of friendship the welcome present of £10,000, which he sent to his unfortunate kinsman the following day, in the way least calculated to wound his pride. The next day, the queen sent Lord Powys to inquire after the health of the Dauphiness, but he was not permitted to see her. The Château of Saint-Germain, which was assigned by Louis XIV for the residence of the exiled King and Queen of England, was one of the most beautiful and healthy of all the palaces of France. James was already familiar with the place, having passed some years there in his boyhood and early youth, when a fugitive in France with the queen his mother, and the other members of his family, who resided chiefly at Saint-Germain. The remembrance of his father's death, the sorrows and vicissitudes that had clouded the morning of his days, must have been painfully renewed by returning to those scenes, after an interval of 28 years, as a fugitive once more, and the only survivor of those who had been the companions of his first adversity. Mother, brothers, sisters, all were dead. Nearer and dearer ties of kindred, his own daughters, those who owed not only their being, but the high place they held in the world, the legitimacy which invested them with the power of injuring him, had proved false. The son of his beloved sister, the Princess of Orange, his own son-in-law, had driven him from his throne, and those whom he loved best on earth, his wife and infant son, were involved in his fall. Yet James bore these calamities with a degree of philosophy which not only astonished, but offended the French nobility, who, excitable themselves, expected to see the fallen king display the same emotions as the hero of a tragedy exhibits on the stage. They called his calm endurance coldness and insensibility, because they could not understand the proud reserve of the English character, or appreciate the delicacy of that deep sorrow which shrinks from observation. It was the wish of James and his queen to live as private persons at Saint-Germain, in that retirement which is always desired by the afflicted, but it was not permitted. The sensitive mind of Mary Beatrice received no pleasure from the royal splendor with which the munificence of Louis XIV had surrounded her. She felt the state of dependence to which herself and her unfortunate lord were reduced as a degradation, and every little incident that served to remind her of it gave her pain. Her bedchamber at Saint-Germain was hung with a superb set of tapestry from the designs of Lebrun, and the upholsterer had, with artistical regard to pictorial effect, chosen the alcove as the fittest place for the piece representing the tent of Darius. The fallen Queen of England could not repose herself on her bed without having the pathetic scene of the family of that unfortunate king, throwing themselves at the feet of Alexander, always before her eyes. She felt the analogy between her situation and theirs so keenly, that one day she exclaimed in the anguish of her heart, "Am I not sensible enough of our calamities without being constantly reminded of them by that picture?" One of her ladies of the bedchamber repeated this observation to the French officers of the household, and they instantly removed the tableau of the royal suppliants and replaced it with another representing a triumph. The queen reproved her faithful attendant for mentioning a passionate burst of feeling, which appeared like a reproach to her generous benefactor, as if she imagined him capable of insulting her in her adversity. It is possible that she might suspect some little ostentation on the part of her officers in the choice of the tapestry. The court of Saint-Germain was arranged by Louis on the model of his own. The exiled king and queen found all proper officers of state, gentlemen ushers, and guards ready to receive them. The French state officers and attendants were quickly superseded by the noble English, Scotch, and Irish emigrants, who followed the fortunes of the exiled king and queen. The fidelity of the queen's household was remarkable. It is an interesting fact that almost all her attendants applied to the Prince of Orange for passports to follow her into France. William granted the passes, but outlawed all who used them and confiscated their property. An elegant poem of the present times alludes to the sacrifices incurred by one of the attached adherents of James's cause in these pretty lines. Yet who for Powys would not mourn, that he no more must know his fair red castle on the hill, and the pleasant lands below. Whole families preferred going into exile rather than to transfer their allegiances to William and Mary. This generous spirit was by no means confided to the Roman Catholic aristocracy. Instances of fidelity, equally noble, are recorded of the members of the Church of England, and even of menial servants in the royal household. The queen's old coachman, who had formerly served Oliver Cromwell in that capacity, followed his royal mistress to Saint-Germain, was reinstated in his office, and continued to drive her state coach till he died at an advanced age. Those ladies of the bedchamber who were compelled to remain in England with their husbands and families, like Lady Isabella Wentworth and Mrs. Dawson, rendered their royal mistress the most important service of all, by continuing to bear true witness of her when it became the fashion to calumniate and revile her. They courageously confuted her slanderers on more occasions than one. Even the daughter of the false Sunderland, the young Countess of Arran, bore constant testimony to the legitimacy of the little prince and of the virtues of the exiled queen during the brief period she survived the Revolution. Louis XIV allowed James and Mary Beatrice 50,000 francs per month for the support of their household. They objected at first to the largeness of the sum, but found it, in the end, insufficient to enable them to extend adequate relief to the necessities of their impoverished followers. At the first court held by the exiled king and queen at Saint-Germain, James looked old and worn with fatigue and suffering. Of Mary Beatrice it was said, by Madame de Sévigné, "The Queen of England's eyes are always tearful, but they are large and very dark and beautiful. Her complexion is clear but somewhat pale. Her mouth is too large for perfect beauty, but her lips are pouting and her teeth lovely. Her shape is fine, and she has much mind. Everything she says is marked with excellent good sense." It was the desire of Louis XIV that the Dauphiness and the other princesses and ladies of the court of France should pay a ceremonial visit of welcome to the Queen of England the next day, but this was an object that required more than his power to accomplish. The Dauphiness, fearing that a fauteuil would not be accorded to her in the presence of her Britannic Majesty, feigned sickness as an excuse for not performing the courtesy prescribed by her august father-in-law to his royal guests. She kept her bed obstinately for several days. Madame, the wife of the king's brother, said, "She had a right to a fauteuil on her left hand, and that she would not go unless that were allowed." Neither would the duchesses, without being permitted to have their tabourets, the same as in their own court. Monsieur was very sulky withal, because the queen had not kissed him. Mary Beatrice, though naturally lofty, behaved with much good sense on this occasion. She referred the matter entirely to the decision of the King of France, requesting him to decide whether the princes and duchesses were to be received according to the custom of the court of France or of England. "Tell me," said the queen to Louis, "how you wish it to be. I will salute whomsoever you think proper, but it is not the custom in England for me to kiss any man." The king decided that it should be arranged according to the etiquette of France. Madame de Sévigné, a few days after, records the important fact, that The Queen of England had kissed Monsieur, and that he was, in consideration of having received that honour, contented to dispense with a fauteuil in the presence of King James, and would make no further complaints to the king his brother. Mary Beatrice and her lord, though deprived of the power and consequence of crowned heads, found themselves more than ever fettered with those rigid ceremonials and etiquettes, which are certainly not among the least of the pains and penalties of royalty. The princesses and female nobility of France are scarcely sane on the point of precedency, and the importance that was placed by these full-grown children on the privilege of being entitled to the distinction of a tabouret was ludicrous. It was an age of toys and trifles, but the irritation and excitement caused by frivolous contentions was to the full as great, as if the energies of the parties concerned had been employed for objects worthy of the attention of rational beings. The courts of the Stuart sovereigns, both in Scotland and England, had been conducted on more sensible principles, but at Saint-Germain, James and his queen were compelled to adopt the same rigid ceremonials and etiquettes as those which were used in the court of France, and to entrench themselves behind the same formal observances, or they would have been treated as if they had fallen, not only from regal power, but royal rank. At length, it was settled that the Dauphin should only sit on a pliant, or folding chair, in the presence of King James, but when in company with the queen, he should be entitled to a fauteuil. The arrangement of this knotty point did not free the royal exiles from perplexing attacks on their patience in their new position. The princes of the blood had their pretensions also, and it was a much easier matter to satisfy them than to settle the point with their ladies. The princesses of the blood were 3 or 4 days before they would attend the court of the Queen of England, and when they were there, the duchesses would not follow them. They insisted on being treated, not only according to the custom of the court of France, where they had the privilege of sitting in the presence of the sovereign, but according to that of England also, where the monarch kisses ladies of their rank on their presentation. In a word, the duchesses of France demanded to be kissed by King James and to sit in the presence of his queen. Notwithstanding the pleasing impression made by the graceful and conciliatory manners of Mary Beatrice, and the general interest excited by her beauty and her misfortunes, a party, founded on jealousy, was excited against her among the French ladies by the princesses. King James returned the visit of the French sovereign in state, December 29th, and was received by that monarch with all the honours due to royalty. Louis presented him in form to the Dauphiness. She stood at the door of her chamber with her ladies to receive him, and they conversed for a few minutes. James then called on the Dauphin and talked, like a connoisseur, of the fine pictures, cabinets, china, and other articles of virtu with which his apartments were decorated. His Majesty afterwards visited his brother-in-law, Monsieur, Madame, and all the princes of the blood. The next day, the Dauphin came to Saint-Germain and made formal state calls on James, his queen, and the infant Prince of Wales. Mary Beatrice ordered that he should have a fauteuil in her presence, but a lower one than that in which she sat. The Dauphiness pleaded illness as an excuse for not accompanying him. Mary Beatrice accepted the apology and determined to waive ceremony by paying the first visit. She told the Dauphin that she only delayed going to Versailles to pay her compliment to the king and the Dauphiness till she could procure a dress suitable for the occasion. In making her toilette for the court of Versailles, she knew that she must pay due attention to the prevailing modes. On this occasion, she was happily so successful that she had the good fortune to please the most fastidious of the French ladies. When the Queen of England went to visit the Dauphiness, says Madame de Sévigné with enthusiasm, she was dressed to perfection. She wore a robe of black velvet over an elegant petticoat. Her hair was beautifully arranged. Her figure resembles that of the Princesse de Conti, and is very majestic. The King of France came himself to hand her from her coach. He led her into his presence chamber, and placed her in a chair of state higher than his own. After conversing with her about half an hour, Louis conducted her to the apartment of the Dauphiness, who came to the door to receive her. The queen expressed some surprise. "I thought, madame," said she, "I should have found you in bed." "Madame," replied the Dauphiness, "I was resolved to rise. that I might properly receive the honor done me by your majesty." Louis XIV withdrew because the mighty laws of court etiquette forbade his invalid daughter-in-law to sit in an armchair in his presence. When he had departed, the portentous ceremony of taking seats was successfully achieved. The exiled queen was inducted into the place of honor. The Dauphiness seated herself in a fauteuil on her right hand, and Madame the Duchess of Orléans on her left, and the three little sons of the Dauphiness were perched in three armchairs. The princesses and duchesses made their appearance, and occupied their tabourets round the room. In short, the pretended invalid held a crowded court in her bedchamber on this occasion, and was much elated at having succeeded in inducing the Queen of England to pay her the first visit. His Majesty of France being privately informed, when Mary Beatrice rose to take her leave, came with his wonted courtesy to lead her downstairs and place her in her coach. When Louis returned to the apartment of the Dauphiness, he was eloquent in his commendations of their royal guest, and evidently with the view of suggesting to his German daughter-in-law that she would do well to imitate so perfect a model of regal grace and dignity, he emphatically added, "See what a queen ought to be!" He praised her charming manners and her ready wit, and expressed his admiration of her fortitude in adversity, and her passionate love for her husband. From that hour, it became the fashion of the court of France to cite the exiled Queen of England as the perfection of grace, elegance, beauty, and female virtue. The grand monarch had said it, and from his decision there could be no appeal. The French duchesses, who, to please the Dauphiness, had protested, that if the receptions of the court of Saint-Germain were to be modelled after the customs of that of Versailles, nothing should induce them to kiss the hem of the Queen of England's robe, were now ready to kiss her feet. The next day, at 4 o'clock precisely, Mary Beatrice was favoured with a solemn state visit from the Duchess of Orléans, her daughters, the Duchess of Guise, and all the princesses of the blood. She kissed them all, gave a fauteuil to the Duchess of Orléans, and less honourable chairs, called pliants, to the princesses. As far as regarded their own claims, the demi-royalty of France were satisfied, but they took the liberty of requesting the queen to explain why she permitted the Signora Anna Montecuculi to occupy a tabouret in her presence, as she had not the rank of a duchess. Her majesty condescended to explain that she allowed her that privilege as the lady-in-waiting. These ladies, who were so rigid in their notions of the importance attached to chairs and stools, made no exception against the appearance of the infamous Duchess of Portsmouth, who also occupied a tabouret in that exclusive circle, having, with the persevering effrontery of her class and character, succeeded in obtaining an appointment as one of the ladies of the bedchamber in the household of James's consort at Saint-Germain. James was compelled to bestow several shadowy titles on his followers, to enable their ladies to hold appointments in his queen's bedchamber, and sit in presence of the French court. He made Lord Powis a duke to entitle his lady to a tabouret. "There are 4 ladies of the Queen of England," says Dangeau, "whom she will have seated when there are either princesses or duchesses of France present. These are Lady Powis as an English duchess, Madame Montecuculi, whom she has made Countess of Almonde, as a lady of honour, and the Ladies Sussex and Waldegrave as the daughters of King James." The first name was, however, the daughter of Charles II. After the Dauphiness had returned the visit of the English queen, her majesty came again to Versailles to call on her. She arrived precisely at 4 o'clock, the orthodox hour. The king received her this time in the hall of guards, and led her into the state presence chamber, and gave her the place of honour. They conversed a long time together, and then he led her by the hand through the gallery to the door of the apartments of the Dauphiness, who received her there and conducted her into her chamber. They were getting pretty well acquainted now, and their conversation was easy and lively. When her majesty retired, the Dauphiness conducted her as far as the guard door, where they parted, mutually satisfied with each other. Then the queen paid her ceremonial visit to the Dauphin, who came to receive her in his guard-room, and conducted her to his presence chamber, where they were both seated for some time in one fauteuil, probably one of those double chairs of state, such as that which is shown in Queen Mary's chamber at Holyrood Palace. The queen was charmed with Monsieur's cabinets, and good-naturedly spoke much in praise of the Dauphiness, for whom, however, this prince cherished very little tenderness. When the queen left the apartments of the Dauphin, he reconducted her to the spot where he had received her, and she proceeded to visit Monsieur and then Madame. At these visits, Lady Powys and Madame Montecuculi were allowed seats, the one as a duchess, the other as lady-in-waiting to her majesty. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 6, Part 3. On the 15th, the King of France, with the Dauphin, visited the King of England at Saint-Germain. James received them at the end of the Hall of Guards, and after they had talked some time, they went together to the Queen's apartment, where 3 fauteuils were placed, but the King of England would not sit to leave the Dauphin standing, who could not occupy the 3rd fauteuil in his presence. After standing some time by the chimney piece, chatting with that prince, James, turning to the King of France, said, "We are determined to have no more ceremonies after this visit. I will begin this evening." The frank proposition of the Sailor King did not suit the formality of the court of France, which 2 successive Spanish queens had rendered almost solemnly absurd, on the subject of ceremonials, as that of the Escurial. James and Mary Beatrice found that if they expected to be treated according to their own rank, they must condescend to the follies of persons of narrow intellect and strong prejudices, and conform to regulations which they, as aliens and suppliants, could not presume to censure. Policy and the exigency of circumstances taught the fallen Queen of England the necessity of propitiating a lady of comparatively humble birth, but whose master-mind rendered her of tenfold more importance than all the French princesses put together, with the haughty Dauphiness at their head. It is scarcely necessary to explain that this was Madame de Maintenon, the bosom counsellor of Louis XIV., she who wore the fleur-de-lis and ermine mantle, which none but the wife of a king of France may venture to assume, though public opinion forbade the widow Scarron to bear the title of queen. The first time Madame de Maintenon came to Saint-Germain, Mary Beatrice, having made her wait a few minutes, graciously apologized for it, by expressing her regret that she had lost so much of her conversation. The compliment was well judged, and her majesty had the good fortune of making a favorable impression on her, whose influence governed the latter years of the Grand Monarch. "Everyone," says Madame de Sévigné, "is pleased with this queen, she has so much wit. She said to our king, on seeing him caressing the Prince of Wales, who is very beautiful, 'I had envied the happiness of my son in being unconscious of his misfortunes, but now I regret the unconsciousness which prevents him from being sensible of your majesty's goodness to him.' Everything, she says, is full of good sense, but it is not so with her husband. He is brave, but his capacity is ordinary, and he recounts all that has passed in England without emotion. He is a good man, nevertheless." The anguish that oppressed the heart of the exiled queen, while successfully laboring to establish a hard-earned popularity in the French court, is unaffectedly avowed in the following letter, addressed by her, evidently at this period, to her faithful friend, the Countess of Lichfield. Saint-Germain, January 21st. You cannot imagine, dear Lady Lichfield, how pleased I was to receive 2 letters from you, so full of kindness as they were. I hope you do not think I am so unreasonable as to expect you should leave your husband and children to come to me. I am in too miserable a condition to wish that my friends should follow it, if they can be in their own country. I was overjoyed to hear by everybody, as well as by the king, that your lord had behaved himself so well. I do not doubt but he will continue to do so, and I am sure you will encourage him to it. The king is entirely satisfied with him, and does not dislike what he did, for he had the example and advice of honest men, which he may well follow. The letter sent by your sister was of no great consequence, but by the courier you had reason to think it so. I thank God I am very well in my health, and have the satisfaction to see my poor child grow visibly every day, and the king look better than he has done this great while. I want no less to enable me to support my other misfortunes, which are so extraordinary that they move every one's pity in this country, so that they may cry and pray for us perpetually. I hope God will hear their prayers and make us happy again, but no change or condition shall ever lessen the real kindness I have for you. M.R. This letter is written on plain note paper and is enclosed in a torn and hastily folded envelope superscribed, "For the Countess of Lichfield." It is sealed with the famous diamond seal always used by the consort of James II in her correspondence with the adherents of the Jacobite cause. The impression is her royal cipher M.R. interlaced, surmounted with the crown matrimonial of England. The manner in which Mary Beatrice speaks of her infant boy in this most interesting letter contains, in its unaffected simplicity, a refutation of the complicated falsehoods with which the injustice of a party had labored to impugn his birth. When the fallen queen thanks God, in the midst of her misfortunes, that she has the satisfaction of seeing her poor child grow visibly every day, every one recognizes the voice of nature and the genuine feelings of a mother's heart. The purple velvet and ermine in which Mary Beatrice dressed her boy, not being the orthodox costume for babies of his rank in France, excited the astonishment of the ladies of that court, as we find from a remark made by Madame de Sévigné in a letter dated January 31st, 1689. Madame de Chauness has seen the Queen of England, with whom she is much pleased. The little prince is dressed like a merry Andrew, but beautiful and joyous, leaping and dancing, when they held him up. He was then between 7 and 8 months old, a most attractive age, and the bracing, salubrious air of Saint-Germain had evidently been of much service to the royal infant, whose health was so delicate in England. The exiled king and queen endeavoured to beguile their cares by going with Louis XIV to Sancerre, to witness the representation of Racine's new and popular tragedy of Esther. Mary Beatrice was seated between the two kings, having Louis on her left hand and her husband on her right. Louis invited them to visit him at the Trianon the following day. He received his royal guests under the portico, and went all over the palace with them, chatting very pleasantly with them both. While the two kings were engaged in a long private conference, Mary Beatrice played at cards, with Monsieur for her partner, against the Duchesses of Epernon and Ventadour. In the evening, they all went to see the ballet, where her majesty was seated, as before, between her husband and Louis XIV. She was attended by the Countess of Sussex, Lady Sophia Buckley, and Madame de Montecuculi, her ladies in waiting. Madame de Maintenon was also in the tribune, with several French ladies of high rank. The formal pleasures of the French court had no power to cheer the hearts that were full of anxious thoughts of England. James had addressed a manifesto on the 4th of January to his lords, spiritual and temporal, and his subjects in general, claiming their allegiance, stating at full the causes that compelled him to withdraw from the personal restraint under which he had been placed by the Dutch guards. He expressed his desire to return for the purpose of assembling a free parliament for the redress of all grievances. Instead of a free parliament, 95 peers, taking the legislative power into their hands, empowered the Prince of Orange to assemble a convention, composed of persons who had been members of parliament in Charles II's reign, the Lord Mayor, aldermen, and 50 common councilmen of the city of London, to settle the government. The Archbishop of Canterbury refused to assist in the deliberations of an illegally constituted assembly, supported by a foreign army. The greater number of the bishops adhered to their oaths of allegiance to James. A majority of 2 voices only, in the House of Peers, confirmed the vote of the convention that the throne was vacant in consequence of James's flight to France. On the 6th of February, it was decided, by a majority of 20, that the Prince and Princess of Orange should be proclaimed king and queen. The smallness of the majority by which this measure was carried proves how closely the parties were balanced. 8 prelates, with the Archbishop of Canterbury at their head, including 5 of the 7 who had, in commemoration of their resistance to James and imprisonment in the Tower, been called the 7 pillars of the Church, preferred the loss of their bishoprics to transferring their allegiance to the new sovereigns. Their example was followed by a third of the clergy. A movement and a change took place on that occasion in the Church throughout England, in which the non-juring ministers occupied a position not dissimilar to those of the Free Church in Scotland in the present day. They forsook all, rather than violate their principles, and were reduced, with their families, to the greatest state of destitution. In some instances, whole congregations adhered to the deprived minister. Party ran high in parishes, and even in families, on the subject of these divisions, and good Christians beheld with pain a breach in the unity of the Church of England. King James was meantime reminded by his viceroy Tyrconnell that he was still the undisputed sovereign of Ireland, and in compliance with the urgent invitations of his subjects there, he determined to make his appearance in that realm, and with the concurrence of the King of France, he began to make preparations for his expedition. On the 20th of February, James lost a powerful friend by the sudden death of his niece, the Queen of Spain, who had been urgent with the king her husband to render him assistance in his distress. Her decease plunged the courts of Versailles and Saint-Germain into grief and mourning. James prepared himself for his expedition to Ireland rather in the spirit of a pilgrim devotee than a warrior, by visiting the nunnery of Chaillot, where the heart of the late queen, his mother, was enshrined, and offering up his prayers for the repose of her soul. That convent was founded by Henrietta, and when a boy he had been accustomed to attend her thither, though at that time opposed, with all the vehemence of his enthusiastic temperament, to the doctrines of the Church of Rome, and on very bad terms with his mother, in consequence of their differences of opinion. Yet he told the lady abbess that he had great pleasure in the recollections associated with his visits to Chaillot. He besought the prayers of the sisters for the success of his voyage, and expressed the pleasure he felt at the thought that his queen would often come there during his absence to perform her devotions. At the request of Mary Beatrice, Louis XIV had not only forgiven Lauzun for all past offenses, but elevated him to the rank of a duke, and King James, in acknowledgment of the services he had rendered in conducting the escape of the queen and prince, invested him, on the eve of his expedition to Ireland, with the Order of the Garter in the Church of Notre Dame. The collar and jewel of the order, which were very richly ornamented with diamonds, were the same that had belonged to Charles I, and which had been entrusted after his death and the subsequent reign of terror to the care of honest Isaac Walton, who faithfully returned them to Charles II. Lauzun was one of the 100 noble French gentlemen who volunteered their services to King James on this occasion. James's force consisted of 2,500 English and Scotch emigrants, his funds of 400,000 crowns, a loan from the French monarch. Louis supplied him with vessels and offered to assist him with troops. James's reluctance to employ foreign soldiers was still insuperable, and he replied, "I will recover my own dominions with my own subjects, or perish in the attempt." Like many a lofty spirit, he was compelled to bend to circumstances without achieving his object. Louis had provided equipages, camp beds, and toilet furniture of a magnificent description for the use of the royal adventurer. At parting, he unbuckled his sword and presented it, telling him he hoped it would prove fortunate. The French courtiers, who delighted in anything resembling a scene, were greatly excited with this romantic incident, and talked much of Hector, Amadis, and Orondates. The farewell compliment of Louis to his royal guest was blunt, but spoken in the spirit of true kindness. "The best wish that I can offer to your majesty," said he, "is that I may never see you again." The separation between Mary Beatrice and her lord was of a heart-rending character. They parted as lovers who expected to meet no more on earth. Everyone felt for the uncontrollable anguish of the queen. Her adieus were interrupted with tears, with cries and swoonings. She withdrew the same day, February 28th, from the palace of Saint-Germain with her infant boy, into the deep retirement of the convent at Poissy, with the intention of passing the whole of her time in tears and prayers for the safety of her ill-fated lord. The catastrophe that befell the king's favourite valet, who was drowned at Pont de Say, was considered ominous. The vessel in which he had embarked with his majesty's luggage being lost, with all the costly presents bestowed by Louis XIV. James travelled overland in his coach, having with him his son, the Duke of Berwick, and the Earls of Powys, Dumbarton, and Melford, and Thomas Stuart. He crossed the faubourgs of Paris, reached Orleans the same night, and took the route through Bretagne. At Rochebernard, the Duc de Chaulnes received the exiled monarch with great state, and would have conducted him to a bedchamber to repose himself, but James said, "I only want something to eat." They had provided him a splendid supper, entirely of fish. He embarked at Brest on the 6th or 7th of March, and landed at Kinsale in Ireland on the 12th. He was received with acclamations. His viceroy, Tyrconnel, had got together an army of 40,000 men, but chiefly made up of half-naked unarmed peasants ready to fight, but having neither arms nor military discipline. James entered Dublin in triumph, and opened his parliament with declarations of religious liberty to all persuasions. Dundee and Balcarres urged him to come to Scotland, where the Highland chiefs were eager for his presence, and hosts of shepherds would start up warriors at the first wave of his banner on the mountain tops. And he was entreated by a strong party of faithful friends and repentant foes to hasten to England without further delay. Even those subtle, deep-seeing foxes of the Revolution, Halifax and Danby, assured Sir John Reresby that King James might be reinstated in less than 4 months if he would only dismiss his priests. Some of the authors of the Revolution began to make overtures to their old master, in the same spirit which sometimes leads members of the Jockey Club to hedge their bets when they see cause to suspect that they have ventured their money on a wrong horse. The morning after the news of King James's landing in Ireland became public in London, it was discovered that some wag had written on the walls of Whitehall, "A great house to be let by St. John's Day," intimating by this pasquinade that the present royal tenants of the palace would be compelled to vacate it before the midsummer quarter. The proceedings of those tenants will be related in the life of Queen Mary II. Those of King James belong to general history, and can only be briefly alluded to occasionally in elucidation of the personal history of his consort. The King of France did not wish Mary Beatrice to bury herself in the seclusion of Poissy during the absence of her lord, and endeavoured by all the means in his power to tempt her to gayer scenes. But her heart was filled with too much anxiety, and all she seemed to live for was her child, and letters from James, or news of his proceedings. Louis promised to send especial couriers, whenever he received dispatches, to convey the news to her as early as possible. From Poissy, the queen went for a few days to the convent of Chaillot. While there, she formed a spiritual friendship with the superior and several of the nuns of this community. Business recalled her majesty to her lonely court at Saint-Germain, from whence she addressed the following characteristic letter to the abbess of Chaillot. The original is written in French, and has never before been published in any form. Indeed, the whole of the voluminous correspondence between the consort of James II and her cloistered friends at Chaillot has been carefully hidden for a century and a half from every eye, first in the archives of that convent, and since its dissolution, in the Archives au Royaume de France. Saint-Germain, 28th of April, 1689. The too great respect that you have for me, my dear mother, prevents you from writing to me, and the proper regard I have for you obliges me to write to you, for I take great pleasure in telling you that ever since I left your holy cloister, I have wished to return thither. I believe, however, there is self-love in that, for without deceit, I have not found any real repose since the king left me but at Chaillot. It is 17 days since I have heard any tidings from him, which greatly disquiets me, since I cannot give any credit to news that comes from any other quarter. I implore the charity of your good prayers and those of all your community. I salute them with all my heart, and more especially my dear sisters, La Dépoussée and the assistant. I would entreat them to offer for me one of their acts of simplicity and of humility, and you, my dear mother, to offer also some portion of the numerous acts of virtue that you perform every day for me, who am, from the bottom of my heart, your good friend, Marie R. The concluding requests involve some of the vital differences of belief between Christians of the Reformed Church and those of the Church of Rome. For however efficacious the prayers of holy men and women may be, it is contrary to Scripture warrant to believe that any person has good works to spare for others. The piety of Mary Beatrice became of a more spiritual and enlightened character as she advanced through many sufferings on her Christian course. Very precious to the wounded spirit of the fallen Queen of England were the sympathy and reverence which she received from the nuns of Chaillot in the days of her adversity, and the friendship that was commenced between her and some of the ladies of that community was only dissolved by death. She had her preferences among them, and the three who appeared to hold the first place in her regard were Madame Catherine Angelique Priolo, Madame Claire Angelique de Beauvais, and Mademoiselle Françoise Angelique de Mesme. Mary Beatrice often calls these ladies her three Angeliques. She also mentions with great affection a sister whom she calls her dear little portress, and the dear sister of Dumbarton, Lady Henrietta Douglas, who took the name of Marie Palais at her profession. Many are the presents of fruit, cakes, confections, and vegetables, fish, and bread that are acknowledged by Her Majesty in the course of her letters with expressions of gratitude to the members of this community. In the postscript to this letter, she speaks of the little offerings for her table that had been sent to her by her cloistered friends. I have eaten heartily at my dinner of your bread and salad, for which I thank you, but I forbid you to be at the trouble of sending more of it to me. I ought, at any rate, to send for it. I beg you to thank Mademoiselle de la Motte for me, for the preserves she has sent me. They are very good, but too much to send at one time. I have promised Lady Almond this letter should answer for her as well as for me, for she does not know how to write in French. This lady was Italian. I believe, continues Her Majesty archly, that one of my letters will be a little more agreeable than those of her secretary. Adieu, my dear mother. I entreat St. Francis Xavier to hear the prayers that you will make tomorrow for me, to obtain for me of God either consolation or resignation. M.R. Superscribed, to the Reverend Mother, Superior of the Daughters of Saint Marie de Chaillot. Endorsed, First Letter of the Queen to the Mother, received in 1689. Mary Beatrice found it necessary, for the sake of her royal husband's interest, to propitiate the King of France by emerging from her tearful retirement and appearing at some of the splendid fetes and entertainments which he devised for her amusement. The solicitude that magnificent prince manifested for her comfort, and the many distinguishing marks of attention he showed her, were exaggerated into signs and tokens of a more lively regard than their friendship. Madame de Maintenon became uneasy, and betrayed symptoms of jealousy. Yet, observes our authority, this suspected passion for the Queen of England had no other foundation than the sympathy and innocent attentions which the king could not help offering to a princess, whose virtues were acknowledged by all the world, and which he would have admired in any one. Mary Beatrice was, moreover, the adopted daughter of Louis, and his regard for her was a sentiment, not a passion, a sentiment which, in its refinement and generosity, forms one of the redeeming traits of his character. He treated her, it is true, with the homage which is always paid to a beautiful and intellectual woman in France, but it was her conjugal tenderness that excited his respect. She was always a queen in her prosperity, said he, but in her adversity she is an angel. The Dauphin, who had a great esteem for Mary Beatrice, frequently came to see her, but the Dauphiness, who was jealous of the higher title borne by the unfortunate queen, rarely visited her. One day the Dauphin brought his little son, the Duke of Burgundy, to Saint-Germain, and the queen inquired of the Dauphin if she ought not to give him a fauteuil. The reply being in the affirmative, he was duly inducted into one of those important seats. Then came Monsieur, Madame, and their son, the Duc de Chartres. They had fauteuils, but the young duke only a pliant. These absurd rags of ceremonials were always noted by the journalists of the time, even those who held the office of ministers of state, with as much gravity as if connected with the fate of empires. Weariness and vexation of spirit it was for the anxious consort of James II to bestow the attention of an overburdened mind on such follies. Situated as she was, however, she was compelled to condescend to trifles, and to learn the hard lesson, to a lofty mind, of making herself everything to all the world. The receipt of a letter from her absent lord, written during the favourable aspect of affairs which flattered him on his first arrival in Ireland, filled her heart with joy, which she hastened to communicate to her friends at Chaillot in the following animated note, written in great haste, and without distinctive date, but the allusion to the siege of Derry fixes it to May. Saint-Germain, Tuesday matin. I was so much pressed with business and visits all yesterday that I had not a single moment of time left me to give and impart my joy to my dear mother and her dear community, having received, while finishing my dinner, a very long letter from the king, of recent date, which assured me that he was in perfect health at Dublin, and that he expected every day the news of the taking of the town which is besieged, that is Derry. God be forever praised, for that he has heard your prayers and those of your dear daughters, who, I doubt not, will return thanks to him today, in concluding your noveno. Do the best for me, my beloved mother, and believe me, by inclination as much as by gratitude, yours and your daughters, M.R. This letter has been carefully endorsed subsequently. Fourth letter, which must never be produced, because matters have not succeeded in Ireland. The early successes of King James in Ireland were rendered useless for want of money. He was compelled to raise the value of the currency in the first instance, and finally to ruin his cause by coining brass money to pass at the nominal value of silver. The expedient of bills and banknotes had never been adopted by the Stuart monarchs as the cheap representatives of imaginary hundreds and thousands of pounds. Mary Beatrice, painfully aware of the exigency of her husband's circumstances, became an earnest suppliant for money to her royal friend, Louis, but Louis was neither able nor willing to lavish wholesale sums in the Irish war. He was ready to conduce her to domestic comforts on a magnificent scale, but his own extensive buildings at Versailles were yet to be paid for. He referred everything relative to public business to his ministers. To them the anxious queen next addressed herself, and at last her impassioned pleadings wrought on Seignelay to send a welcome but inefficient supply of money and arms to her royal husband. The first time her name is mentioned as connected with public business is in reference to the assistance she gave to the destitute champions of King James's cause in Scotland by pawning part of her jewels and sending the proceeds to Dundee for the purchase of arms and ammunition. I was extremely surprised, writes that gallant chief to Lord Melford, when I saw Mr. Drummond, the advocate, in a Highland habit, come up to Lochaber to me and give account that the queen had sent 2,000 pounds sterling to London to be paid to me for the king's service, and that 2 more were coming. I did not think the queen had known anything of our affairs. I received a very obliging letter from her by Mr. Crane. Dundee's letter is dated June 28th. The seasonable supply which Mary Beatrice had sent him and enabled him to make a vigorous and triumphant advance. He gathered the clans round the standard of King James, and on the 18th of July defeated King William's forces under Mackay in the pass of Killiecrankie, and having taken the Dutch standard, fell mortally wounded in the moment of victory. With him fell the cause of King James in Scotland. The queen did her utmost to keep alive the interest of her royal husband, by writing to their old friends and acquaintances in Scotland, and sending over agents and busy intriguers to nurse up plots for risings in his favour in various parts of the ancient realm of the Stuarts. At this epoch, Mary Beatrice assumes the unwonted character of a woman of business. James's ministers were astonished at her acute perceptions, sound sense, and application. I confess, writes Lord Melford to King James, I never saw anyone understand affairs better than the queen, and she has really gained so much esteem from the king here and his ministers that I am truly of opinion that if it had not been for her, the wicked reports spread here had made your affairs go entirely wrong at the court. I dare not, continues his lordship, enter to speak of the prince, for adding to this letter only, I do protest that he is the finest child I ever saw. God bless your majesty, the queen, and him, for your comfort. Grant you the possession of your own, and that you may never have a worse servant than, etc. Meaning himself. A worse counselor James never had. His letters, when intercepted, had a very bad influence on his royal master's cause, as they betrayed a treacherous and vindictive temper. The queen, finding Melford's presence mischievous at Saint-Germain, got rid of him as handsomely as she could, by sending him to compliment the new pope, and to endeavour to obtain money for the exigencies of the Stuart cause from him. His holiness expressed great sympathy, but protested his inability to assist her majesty with anything but his prayers. Her ambassador, though a Catholic, did not appear to consider these of any particular value. Meantime, the queen was indefatigable in her exertions of the advancement of her husband's interests in the court of France. Sometimes she was cheered with flattering tidings of successes in Ireland. On the last day of the year 1689, she writes to her friend, the abbess of Chaillot, in a perfect ecstasy. It is always on a Saturday, my dear mother, that I have news of the king. I believe that my dear daughters of Sion may already begin to sing their canticles of praise to the Most High, whose puissant arm, without the aid of human means, has almost entirely destroyed our enemies. Her majesty goes on to express her hope that the king would soon be master of Ireland, and asks, in conclusion, the continuation of the prayers of the Holy Sisters of Chaillot. This letter, like all on that subject, is endorsed on the good successes in the war in Ireland, which had no foundation, therefore this letter must never be shown. Little did the cautious recluse, to whom they were addressed, imagine the possibility of the concatenation of circumstances, which has rendered this jealously hoarded correspondence available material for the biography of the royal writer. When Mary Beatrice first used to make her visits to this convent, the abbess insisted on treating her with the ceremonies due to royalty, and made her dine in her state apartment. But early in the year 1690, the queen expressed her positive determination not to avail herself of these marks of respect in the following letter to the superior. I thank you, my dearest mother, for the offer you have made me of giving me a dinner in your chamber of assembly, but I cannot be satisfied with that. I wish to eat in the refectory with you and the others, and I pray you to expect me on Tuesday at 11 o'clock, supposing this to be a fast day. I propose to depart from thence at 8 o'clock in the morning, and to be at matins at 10 o'clock, in the church of our good fathers. I beg you to have them informed of it. I had already ordained the duty to Riva to bring you the provisions for dinner on Tuesday, as I am persuaded that my sister, Marie Françoise, will prepare it with much pleasure, since there will be a portion for me, which I charge her to make similar to the others, without form or ceremony. Adieu, my dearest mother, adieu to all our sisters. I have pleasure in thinking that I shall soon be, for some hours, at Chaillot. I have great need of such solace, for since I left you, I have had repose neither in body or in mind. The letters of Mary Beatrice to her absent lord at this exciting period, if they should ever be discovered, would, of course, surpass in interest any other portion of her correspondence. Her love for him was so absorbing a feeling that it prompted her to write the most earnest entreaties to those about him to be careful of his personal safety. Of this, the following letter is an instance. Queen Mary Beatrice to the Earl of Tyrconnell, Saint-Germain, April 5, 1690. This is my third letter since I heard from you, but I shall not make it a long one, for the bearer of it knows a great deal of my mind, or rather, of all the thoughts of my heart. For I was so overjoyed to meet with one I durst speak freely to, that I opened my heart to him, and said more than I should like to do again in haste of anybody. I therefore refer myself to him to tell you all we spoke of, for I have no secrets for you. One thing only I must say, to beg of you to have a care of the king, and not to let him be so much encouraged by the good news he will hear, for I dread nothing at this time but his going so fast into England, in a manner dangerous and uncertain for himself, and disadvantageous to those of our persuasion. I have writ an unreasonable long letter to him to tell him my mind, and have said much to Lord Dover to say to him, for it is not probable that I shall ever have so safe an opportunity of writing again. Pray put him, that is the king, often in mind of being careful of his person, if not for his own sake, for mine, my son's, and all our friends, that are undone if anything amiss happens to him. I dare not let myself go upon this subject, I am so full of it. I know you love the king. I am sure you are my friend, and therefore I need say the less to you, but cannot end my letter without telling you that I never in my life had a truer nor a more sincere friendship for anybody than I have for you. M.R. The orthography of this letter is rather obsolete than illiterate. The queen has evidently studied the language of her adopted country, so far as to have overcome the difficulties of spelling its capricious words of treacherous sound, in which she succeeds better than most foreigners, and indeed many natives of the same era. The epistles of her daughters-in-law, Mary, Princess of Orange, and the Princess Anne, are not so well spelled, and the construction of those of the latter is infinitely inferior. Mary Beatrice, however, retains obstinately one peculiarity of a foreigner writing English. She always writes the first person lowercase I instead of the capital I, that important egotism of our language, in which, to be sure, ours stands alone among those of Europe. The worthy collector from whose stores the above tender and feminine letter is quoted seems to have read it with surprise, for he proceeds to express a generous indignation at the idea universally entertained of the unfortunate wife of James II. He observes, that the character of this queen has been most unjustly described by historians. She is represented as devoid of almost all natural affection, of the meanest understanding, and of such defective education as to be incapable of reading or writing. Mary Beatrice corresponded fluently in Italian, French, and English, and she possessed sufficient knowledge of Latin to read the Scriptures daily in the Vulgate. This practice she never omitted, however much she might be pressed for time. That she was excessively occupied at this period may be perceived from the following letter, which she wrote to the superior of Chaillot, to excuse herself from assisting at the profession of a novice who had been desirous of receiving the white veil from her. She says, May 3rd. It is with much difficulty that I abstract this little moment to you, that I was greatly annoyed at not being able to be with you last week, and that I will do all in my power to be there on Wednesday or Thursday next week. In the meantime, I have ordered Riva to tell all the news that I have had from Ireland and elsewhere, for I have not time to do it, having 3 expresses to dispatch before I can be with you. I expect every moment another courier from Ireland, whom I know was at Brest since last Friday, and I cannot learn what has become of him. I shall be glad to be excused from the profession of the daughter of the Holy Sacrament, for when I am at Chaillot, I do not seek to go out. I beg you to make my compliments to all our dear sisters, and in particular to my dear sisters, the assistant and la déposée. I am dying to be among you, and in the meantime, I will try to unite my imperfect prayers with the holy ones that they offer to God, who is pleased to declare for us 1,000 times more than we deserve. Adieu, my dearest mother. I am yours from the depth of my heart. M.R. This letter is certainly written in a cheerful strain. Mary Beatrice had succeeded in raising a large sum on some of her jewels to send to the king, although a supply little proportioned to the greatness of his need. But she had prevailed on Sebenlay, the French minister of marine, to equip and send a fleet to St. George's Channel. This fleet drove William's admiral, Herbert, and his squadron out of Bantry Bay, and landed some military stores for King James. D'Avaux, the French minister in attendance on that prince, exultingly announced to him that the French had defeated the English fleet. "It is for the first time, then," retorted the royal seaman, with an irrepressible burst of national feeling. His consort, however, could not refrain from rejoicing in the success of the expedition, which she had been the cause of sending to his assistance, and when Tourville, another French admiral, defeated the once invincible British fleet at Beachy Head on the 1st or 2nd of July, she wrote a long and highly complimentary letter of congratulation to him. "If," says she, "we are so fortunate as to return soon to our own country, I shall always consider that you were the first to open the way to it, for it was effectually shut against us before the success of this engagement, to which your good conduct has contributed so much. But if I do not deceive myself, it appears to me to be completely open, provided the king could gain some little time in Ireland, which I hope he will, but I tremble with fear, lest the Prince of Orange, who sees clearly that it is his interest so to do, should push the king and force him to give battle." That fear was already realized. The letter of the apprehensive queen was written July 20th. The Battle of the Boyne had been fought on the 1st of that month. King James had chosen his post skillfully, but William's fine veteran, well-accoutred troops doubled the numbers of that unfortunate monarch's rabble rout. It was impossible for the result to be otherwise than a complete overthrow. Yet, strange to say, rumor brought the flattering news to Paris of a brilliant victory won by James, in which the Prince of Orange, it was said, was slain. Great rejoicings and illuminations took place in consequence. This mistake only rendered the disastrous truth more agonizing to the consort of the luckless James. Tyrconnel has been greatly blamed for advising James to quit Ireland with such precipitancy, and this again has been imputed to his paying too much regard to the feelings of the queen, who was so apprehensive of the king's person as to be in a constant state of agony about it. She had frequently begged him to have a special care of his majesty's safety. On the 27th of June, Tyrconnel unluckily received another passionate letter from her majesty, telling him that he must not wonder at her repeated instances on that head, for unless he saw her heart, he could not imagine the torment she suffered on that account, and must always continue to do so, let things go as they would. King James landed at Brest, July 20th, New Style, with his two sons, Berwick, who had performed prodigies of valour, and Henry Fitzjames, likewise Tyrconnel and Lord Powis. From Brest he sent an express to his queen, to acquaint her with his arrival there and his misfortune, telling her at the same time that he was sensible he should be blamed for having hazarded a battle on such inequalities, but that he had no other post so advantageous, and was loath to have abandoned all without a stroke. Mary Beatrice, though she was overwhelmed with grief at the loss of the battle, was consoled by the news of her husband's safety, and she declared in rather quaint terms that after having broken her head with thinking, and her head with vexation, at the king's ruin and that of their faithful friends, without being herself in a condition to help them, she felt it was an unspeakable alleviation that the king was safe, for if she had heard of the loss of the battle before she knew of the king's arrival, she knew not what would have become of her, and though she confessed that it was a dismal thing to see him so unhappy, as he was in France, yet in spite of her reason, her heart was glad to see him there. James remained a few days on the coast of Brittany, for the purpose of sending arms, money, and provisions to the relief of the unfortunate gentlemen who continued to maintain the contest in Ireland, and also in Scotland. Mary Beatrice, after the death of Dundee, continued to keep up a correspondence with their Scottish friends, and had drawn Sir James Montgomery and Lord Ross into the League for King James, to whom she had sent £15,000. Through the treachery of Lord Ross and some others engaged, the project ended in disappointment. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 6, Part 4. The meeting between Mary Beatrice and her lord, who had been absent from her 18 long months, was inexpressibly tender. James had the happiness of finding his son, whom he had left an infant in the nurse's arms, grown a fine strong boy, full of health, life, and joy, able to run about everywhere, and to greet him by the name of father. The beauty and animation of the child pleased the French, and rendered him the darling of the British emigrants. A curious contemporary portrait of the son of James II and Mary d'Este, such as he was at that age, is still in existence at Saint-Germain, being the relic of a family group, consisting originally of the exiled king and queen and their boy, which was probably painted after James's return from Ireland, and once decorated one of the state apartments of the chateau. The little prince is very beautiful, with large dark eyes, bright complexion, and a profusion of clustering curls. He is dressed in a red and green tartan frock, with a long waist and a point lace stomacher, and wears a sort of fanciful helmet cap of dark blue velvet, with a plume of black and blue feathers. This costume the queen certainly intended for a Highland dress. He holds a robin red breast on his finger, on which he bestows a smiling regard. The elbow of that arm originally rested in the palm of his royal mother, while the king held him by the other hand. But the portrait of the prince was all that could be restored of this interesting painting, which was discovered by James Smith, Esquire, of Saint-Germain, in a great state of dilapidation, among some rubbish in an outhouse near the chateau. King James and his queen were far from considering the Battle of the Boyne as a death blow to the cause. They had, up to that moment, received ardent assurances of support from attached friends in England, and so many penitential overtures through their various agents, from persons who were disposed to forsake William and Mary, that James declares that his chief motive in quitting Ireland was to arrange measures with Louis XIV for landing in England. Louis came to pay him a visit at Saint-Germain the day after his arrival there, but was too much dissatisfied with the result of the Irish expedition to feel disposed to assist him in any new project. It was in vain that James told Louis that he was ready to go on board the fleet, either with an army or without one, saying that he was certain his own sailors would never fight against one under whom they had so often conquered. Louis put him off with a compliment, and James, in the anguish of his heart, exclaimed that he was born to be the sport of fortune. All the members of the royal family came to pay him and the queen ceremonial visits on his return. To these her majesty alludes to in a letter, evidently written at this painful epoch, to her friend Angelique Priolo, the ex-abbess of Chaillot. This letter is deeply interesting, unveiling, as it does, the natural feelings of a mind impressed with the instability of earthly greatness, and formed for higher and better things than trimming the sails of a wrecked vessel that could float no more, in the vain hope of catching a favorable gale. She says, at Saint-Germain this Tuesday. It is certain, my dear mother, that I have had grand visits to make and to receive. I shall conclude these tomorrow with that of Madame Deschartres at Versailles, and I hope that we shall then have a little repose together next week. In truth, I need it, both for soul and body. What you say of that repose in your last letter is admirable, but it seems to me that the more I seek for it, the less I find it. It may be, perhaps, that I seek it with too much anxiety, or rather, that I search for it where it is not. Yet all the while, I am convinced that it is only to be found in God, and I do not appear even to wish to find it out of him. A little present of fruit from the abbess and one of the ladies who boarded in the convent is thus graciously acknowledged by her majesty. I beg you to thank our mother and Mademoiselle de la Motte, both on the part of the king and myself, for the excellent figs they have sent us. We have eaten them at dinner, and shall again at supper, and tomorrow. Since your man is here, I will write to you by him. On Monday, I will come to your vespers and sermon, if it please God. I believe the king will also, and that he sleeps tonight at Paris. He goes tomorrow to Compiègne, and will not return till Saturday. I take pleasure in the thought that I shall pass all that time at Chaillot. I shall go one day to Paris, and I hope we shall not have to do much in paying visits of ceremony. One to the Maréchal d'Humières will be inevitable. My son has a little colic, but I believe it will be nothing. We are all in good health, and I am wholly yours, my dear mother, with all my heart. 1,000 regards on my part to our dear mother and to all our sisters, above all to my little portress. Endorsed, to la Mère de Poissy. King James joined his queen at Chaillot, and after attending service in that church, paid his compliments to the abbess. The queen told him how fervently the nuns had petitioned for the preservation of his person during the late perils in which he had been engaged. James thanked the gentle sisterhood very courteously for their prayers, and in allusion to the disastrous termination of his expedition, meekly added, "It is right to submit to the decrees of God." Their Majesties returned together to Saint-Germain. They were invited to spend some days with the French court at Fontainebleau in October. The following particulars of their reception and visit from the journal of one of the gentlemen of the royal household of France show the respect and affectionate attention with which they were treated by Louis XIV. On the 11th of October, His Majesty, after dinner, went to meet the King and Queen of England, who were to arrive at 6 in the evening, by the Avenue of the White Horse. The king met them at the Horseshoe, where the Dauphin was already in waiting for them. Louis took his royal guests into his own carriage, giving the queen the hand. When they reached the palace, he led her to the apartments of the Queen Mother of France, where she found everything prepared for her reception, and there they passed the evening. The queen played at ombre and billiards with Cardinal Furstenberg and Madame de Croissy. The next morning, all the great ladies of the French court went to the toilette of Queen Mary Beatrice and attended her to the Chapel Royal, where she knelt between the two kings, James on her right hand and Louis on her left. They were seated in the same manner at table, the Dauphin, Monsieur, Madame, and all the princesses with them. The bad weather preventing them from going to the chase, Louis XIV initiated his royal guests into the mysteries of the new round game of palme, no other than the hero of Nassau's favourite game of loo, which, among other Dutch pleasures, had recently become the rage at Whitehall. The French courtiers and their king chose to give it a name of their own devising, and then played at it with infinite zest. On the 13th, James and his consort offered to take their leave, but Louis would not permit it. He took them to a boar hunt on the 17th, and in the evening made them walk on the terrace of the grand apartments to see the stag roasted in the park, which he and King James and the Dauphin had killed in the morning. This spectacle, seen by the light of flambeaux, was considered fine. The exiled king and queen departed on the 18th. The French king insisted on taking them in his own coach to the end of the forest of Chailly, followed by a cavalcade of other members of the royal family. The Duchess of Orleans took the Countess of Almondy and Lady Sophia Buckley, the queen's ladies-in-waiting, in her coach. When they reached the banks of the Seine, Louis assisted Mary Beatrice into her own carriage and remained standing at the door till she drove off with King James and her two ladies. In England, the deposed poet laureate Dryden endeavoured to serve the cause of his old master, King James, and his queen, by the following quaint Jacobite pastoral, which, under the title of the Lady's Song, which was one of the party notes at that exciting period, and, if not the best, was certainly one of the earliest specimens of that class of compositions which, for nearly a century, served to keep alive the memory of the royal Stuarts. A choir of bright beauties in spring did appear, to choose a May lady to govern the year. All the nymphs were in white, and the shepherds in green. The garland was given, and Phyllis was queen. But Phyllis refused it, and sighing did say, I'll not wear a garland while James is away. While James and fair Mary are fled from our shore, the graces are banished, and love is no more. The soft god of pleasure in sadness retires. He has broken his bow and extinguished his fires, and vows that himself and his mother will mourn, till James and fair Mary in triumph return. Forbear your addresses, and court us no more, for we will perform what our deities swore. But if you dare think of preserving our charms, away with your sheep-hooks and take to your arms. Then laurels and myrtles your brows shall adorn, when James and his son and fair Mary return. Mr. Buckley, the husband of Queen Mary Beatrice's faithful lady-in-waiting, Lady Sophia Buckley, was actively engaged in England at this period in attempting to draw some of the old servants of King James into a confederacy for his restoration. Lord Godolphin looked ashamed when he encountered him, and inquired, with a desponding air, after the court of Saint-Germain. He had deserted the failing cause of James at the Revolution, and paid his homage to the ascendant star of Orange, returned to his original politics, and accepted office under William. His attachment to the late queen, as Mary of Modena was now styled, crossed his new duties. He purchased the pleasure of receiving a few lines traced by her hand, signifying that she forgave him, by promising to betray the secrets of William and Mary. William intercepted a package of his letters, showed him the proofs of his treachery, and generously forgave him, and continued to employ him. Godolphin could not resolve to give up the secret correspondence with Mary Beatrice. He rendered her no particular service, but flattered her with fair words, and soothed his self-love by keeping himself in her remembrance. He was aware that she would never make the sacrifice for him, which would have rendered him wholly and devotedly her servant to command in all things. Marlborough was one of the double-minded politicians of the age who now courted a reconciliation with the sovereign whom he had deserted and betrayed. The wisdom of the unjust Stuart in the parable was the leading principle among those who, after the Revolution, were ostensibly the servants of William, and secretly the correspondents of James. A great deal of the correspondence was carried on through the Queen. Sometimes Mary Beatrice is signified in the Jacobite letters of the period as Mr. Wisely and Mrs. Whiteley, occasionally by a figure, or as Artley's spouse, James bearing the cognomen of Artley, among many other aliases. Godolphin is often called the bale of goods, Marlborough, the Hamburg merchant or Armsworth. There are a great many of these letters in the French archives. The cares and restless intrigues which occupied the exiled court at Saint-Germain were occasionally varied by visits to Louis XIV, Versailles, Marly, and Fontainebleau, but they rarely went to Paris except to pay their devotions in the churches there. The great delight of Mary Beatrice was when she could pass a day or two with her cloistered friends at Chaillot. Towards the close of the year 1691, she found herself, after an interval of 4 years, once more likely to become a mother. The king appeared to derive consolation for the loss of 3 crowns, in the satisfaction which he felt at this prospect, and he exerted the utmost vigilance to prevent the queen from encountering the slightest fatigue or excitement that might risk a disappointment. So anxious was he on this point, that he actually interposed the authority of a king and husband to prevent one of the devotional journeys to Chaillot in the last week of November, on which Her Majesty and the Catholic ladies of her household had set their hearts. Lady Sophia Buckley, who was deputed to make sundry excuses to the Abbess of Chaillot for Her Majesty, being unable to pay her promised visit to the convent, could not refrain from giving a broad hint of the true reason, though, in consequence of its being very early days, the matter was to be kept a profound secret. "Our incomparable queen," says she, "is constrained to follow the counsels of the wise, and not to risk taking the air, lest the pain in her teeth should return. Her Majesty finds herself now nearly well, but it becomes necessary for her to take all sorts of precautions to keep so. The king judges it proper, and he must be obeyed, that she should wait here the arrival of the King of France tomorrow. These causes unite to deprive the queen and us of one of the greatest pleasures. I hope she will make up for it by preparing for us another very agreeable, in the meantime, that we may take a good heart the pains of too long an absence." At this interesting point, Her Majesty, who had, we may presume, peeped over her noble attendant's shoulder, and perceiving that her ladyship was bent on divulging as much of the important secret as her droll French would permit, interrupted her for the purpose of telling it herself, and her faithful amanuensis concludes in these words: "I finish my letter to give place to a more worthy and more perfect pen. If you turn the paper, you will be consoled." The queen, who had been suffering much from inflammatory toothache and other ills incidental to her situation, was always subject to great depression of spirits at such times, commences her letter rather in a tone of resignation than joy. She writes on the same sheet of paper: "I am much mortified, my beloved mother, that I should not have the pleasure of seeing you as I had purposed, but it seems that, for some time, it has been God's pleasure to send me all sorts of mortifications. It is certain that I have had several of different kinds, even since I saw you. But what is there to be said to all this, if not, 'It is the Lord, let him do what is good in his sight'? It is necessary that I should explain to you Lady Almond's letter, another of her ladies, who had been giving hints on the subject, it would seem. For it is impossible for me to have a secret from you, and I will tell you, that besides my inflammation, which has been very violent, and though abated, is not yet gone, and besides the visit of the king, which I must receive tomorrow, there is yet another reason that prevents me from coming to you. It is that I have some suspicions of pregnancy, but as I have not yet any certainty of it, I do not like to have it mentioned. In a few days I shall know positively, and then I will inform you, that is, if it should be verified. Alas, my dear mother, what pain to be so many months without seeing you! But in that, as in all the rest, God is the master, and must do what he will. I entreat you not to speak of this little secret, unless it be to my sister La de Posse. To all the others, give the reasons of the inflammation and the visit of the king. I hope tomorrow to make my devotions in spirit with you and your holy daughters, and I believe that I shall not have less interest in your prayers and theirs absent than if I could be present. My poor little Angelique will be much mortified. I assure you that I am very much also. The letter is dated November 20th, 1691. Her Majesty's situation was publicly declared on the 7th of January, 1692. James addressed summonses to the peeresses, the Lady Mayoress of London, the wives of the sheriffs, and also Dr. Hugh Chamberlain, the celebrated accoucheur, as well as to the lords, inviting them to be present at the birth of the expected infant. That we may not be wanting to ourselves, says he, now it hath pleased Almighty God, the supporter of truth, to give us hopes of further issue, our dearest consort the Queen, drawing near her time. We do therefore hereby signify our royal pleasure to you, that you may use all possible means to come with what convenient haste you may, the Queen looking about the middle of May next, English account. And that you may have no scruple on our side, the most Christian King has given his consent to promise you, as we hereby do, that you shall have leave to come, and the Queen's labor over, to return with safety. Everything at this conjunction appeared favorable to the hopes of the exiled court. Louis XIV was making apparently effectual preparations to assist James in the recovery of his crown, having received confident assurances that the army directed by Marlborough and the fleet by Russell would declare in favor of their old master. The Princess Anne, who had sought a reconciliation with her father, answered for a part of the church. The steady adhesion of such men as Sancroft, Ken, and 600 of the clergy to their allegiance was in reality a much more satisfactory pledge of the feelings of the Church of England to James than any she could give. Letters and messages, full of professions of attachment, reached him and the Queen daily from all parts of Great Britain. James determined to make another effort to regain his realm. The spirits of the Queen fluctuated at this period. On the 19th of March, she excused herself from assisting at the nuptials of Louis XIV's natural son, the Duc de Maine, with Mademoiselle de Charolois, on account of her situation. She had already, she said, taken to her chamber, according to the ancient custom of the queens of England when near a confinement. It is probable that she had no wish to be present at this bridal, for she subsequently made various devotional visits to religious houses and churches in the neighbourhood of Saint-Germain and even in Paris. On the 30th, the King of France and the Dauphin attended one of the receptions in her bedchamber at Saint-Germain, on which occasion the Princess of Condé presented the newly married Duchess de Maine to her Majesty. A day or two afterwards, Mary Beatrice was attacked with a dangerous illness in consequence of having remained too long kneeling in the chapel, and it was feared she would have to be bled. The King of France came in person to see her and inquire after her health. She recovered, but remained in the greatest depression of spirits on account of the approaching departure of the king for the coast of Normandy, in order to join the expedition that was in preparation for his projected landing in England. Before he quitted Saint-Germain, James invested his boy, who had not yet completed his 4th year, with the Order of the Garter, and leaving his sorrowful queen surrounded by a crowd of weeping ladies, departed April 21st for Caen, and from thence to La Hogue. Unfortunately in everything, he waited 4 weeks in vain for a favourable wind to cross to England, and in the meantime, The Dutch fleet formed a junction with Russell in the Downs and appeared on the coast of France. Russell, who was in correspondence with his old master, advised him to prevent a collision between the fleets. He was willing to let the squadron slip by, but for the honor of England, he must not be defied. The unseasonable bravery of the French admiral, Tourville, provoked an encounter that ended in the destruction of the French fleet. James, who was a spectator of the battle, on witnessing the admirable effort of his own naval tactics against his allies, cried out, "Ha! Have they got Pepys on board?" But when he saw the British seamen from the boats scrambling up the sides of the French vessels, he exclaimed in a transport of national and professional enthusiasm, "My brave English! My brave English! My brave English!" The French officers warned him to retire, as he was in considerable danger, for the guns from the burning ships began to discharge their shot in all directions, and scarcely had he withdrawn when they raked the spot where he had been standing and killed several of the officers. James obstinately lingered for 3 weeks at La Hogue, after he had witnessed the annihilation of his hopes. Nothing could rouse him from the lethargic stupor into which he had sunk, not even the repeated letters and messages from his anxious consort, who was in hourly expectation of her accouchement, and implored him to return to her. The melancholy depression of spirits in which the poor queen waited that event in the lonely chateau of Saint-Germain, unsupported by the presence of her husband, is touchingly described by her own pen, in a letter to her friend, the Abbess of Chaillot. June 14, 1692. What shall I say to you, my beloved mother? Or rather, what would not you say to me, if we could be one little quarter of an hour in each other's arms? I believe, however, that time would be entirely passed in tears and sighs, and that my eyes and my sobs would tell much more than my mouth. For in truth, what is there, after all, that can be said by friendship in the state in which we remain? After the first impassioned outpouring of the anguish and desolation with which the catastrophe at La Hogue had overwhelmed her, she endeavours to resign herself to the will of God. An internal conviction that they were vainly struggling against an immutable decree is thus mournfully confessed. Oh, but the ways of God are far from our ways, and his thoughts are different from our thoughts. We perceive this clearly in our last calamity, and by the unforeseen and almost supernatural mischances by which God has overthrown all our designs, and has appeared to declare himself so clearly against us for our overwhelming. What then? Pursues the sorrowful queen. Can we say to this, my beloved mother? Or rather, is it not better that we should say nothing, but shutting the mouth and bowing the head, to adore and to approve, if we can, all that God does? For he is the master of the universe, and it is very meet and right that all should be submitted to him. It is the Lord. He has done what is good in his eyes. She goes on to acknowledge the difficulty she feels in performing the Christian duty she has described in the following simple, touching words. This, my dearest mother, is what I wish to say and do, and to this I believe you have yourself encouraged me by your words, as you do by your letters, which are always so precious to me. But I say it, and I do it, with so bad a grace, and so much against my will, that I have no reason to hope that it can be agreeable to God. Aid me to do it better by your prayers, and encourage me constantly by your letters, till we have the happiness of embracing each other again. The dissection of a letter so deeply confidential is certainly rather like unfolding the secrets of a confessional. Little did the royal writer imagine that the various passions that agitated her mind as she penned it would one day be laid open to the whole world. The tragic emotions of the fallen queen and the elevation of the Christian heroine are alike forgotten in the natural apprehensions of the weak, suffering woman, when she alludes to the situation at this distressing crisis. I suffered much, both in body and mind, some days ago, she says, but now I am better in both. I linger on still, in continual expectation of the hour of my accouchement. It will come when God wills it. I tremble with the dread of it, but I wish much that it were over, so that I might cease to harass myself and everyone else any longer with this suspense. Mary Beatrice had exceeded her reckoning nearly a month. If she had been brought to bed at the time specified by King James in his summons to the peers and peeresses, it would have been in the midst of the distress and consternation caused by the battle of La Hogue. How deeply hurt the poor queen felt at the unaccountable perversity of her lord in continuing to absent himself from her at this agitating crisis may be perceived from the tone of unwonted bitterness with which she adverts to his conduct. "When I began my letter yesterday," she says, "I was in uncertainty what the king would do, and of the time when I might have the happiness of seeing him, for he has not yet chosen to retire from La Hogue, though he has had nothing to keep him there, and the state in which I am speaks for itself, to make him come to me. In the meantime," continues her majesty, with increasing pique at James's strange insensibility to the importance of the impending event, and the necessity of making such arrangements as would render the birth of their expected infant a verification of the legitimacy of their son. "He would not resolve on anything, but he will find all well done, although it has cost me much to have it so, without his orders, which my lord Melford came to bring us this morning. It seems that for the present the king has nothing to do but to return hither, till they can take other measures. Your great king, that is Louis XIV, has received my lord Melfort very well, and has spoken to him of us and of our affairs in the most obliging manner in the world, and has even written to me in answer to the letter I sent to him by my lord Melford. This is a comfort to me, and the hope of having the king with me at my delivery consoles me much, for I believe he can be here by Saturday or Sunday next. Behold, my dear mother," continues the sorrowful queen, "a little statement of what has passed and is passing in my poor heart. You know and can comprehend it better than I do myself. I pray you to embrace all our dear sisters, and to take leave of them for me before my lying in, not knowing what may occur. I hope, however, that we may see each other again after the Assumption, if it please God." She adds, with almost childish simplicity, "Permit the poor Angelique to kiss your hand in the place of mine as often as she wishes." When the mighty are put down from their seats, it is well if the unbought, unpurchasable affection of the lowly and meek, who love them, not for their greatness, but for the misfortunes, can be appreciated at its real value. James did not return to Saint-Germain till the 21st of June. His recklessness of the confirmation it would have afforded to the imputations on the birth of their son, if the queen had been brought to bed while he was away, together with his strange disregard to her feelings, appear indicative of an unsound state of mind. A melancholy solution could, in all probability, have been given for the unexplained mystery of that month's absence. When Sir Charles Littleton, who had faithfully adhered to James in his misfortunes, told him how much ashamed he felt that his son was with the Prince of Orange, the royal father mournfully replied, "Alas, Sir Charles, wherefore ashamed? Are not my daughters with him?" An impression that he was born to fulfill an adverse destiny, in which all who attempted to show him kindness would be ruinously involved, is avowed by James in the following letter which he addressed to Louis XIV at this gloomy epoch, a letter certainly not written in the spirit of a politician. "My evil star has had an influence on the arms of your majesty always victorious, but when fighting for me. I entreat you, therefore, to interest yourself no more for a prince so unfortunate, but permit me to withdraw, with my family, to some corner of the world, where we may cease to be an interruption to your majesty's wonted course of prosperity and glory." Louis did not avail himself of the generous proposal of his desponding kinsman to retire from France, and heaven had still some blessings in store for the fallen king. On the 28th of June, Mary Beatrice gave birth to a daughter at the palace of Saint-Germain, in the presence of all the princesses and great ladies of the court of France, except the dauphiness, who was in a dying state, all the English ladies and noble followers of the exiled court, the chancellor of France, the president of the Parliament of Paris, and the Archbishop of Paris, and Madame Mary Roon, the wife of the Danish ambassador, were witnesses of the birth of the royal infant. Madame Mary Roon was considered an important witness, because opposed to the interest of King James, but she could not help owning the absurdity of the aspersions that had been cast on the birth of his son. The morbid state of apathy in which King James had remained ever since the Battle of La Hogue yielded to softer emotions when he beheld the newborn princess. He welcomed her with a burst of paternal affection and bestowed the tenderest caresses upon her. When she was dressed, he presented her to the queen with these touching words: "See what God has given us to be our consolation in our exile." He called her his comforter, because he said, he had now one daughter who had never sinned against him. He had confidently anticipated another son, but he declared himself abundantly grateful to heaven for the precious gift of this girl. She was baptized with great pomp in the chapel royal of Saint-Germain. Louis XIV returned from the siege of Mons in time to act in person as her sponsor. He and his sister-in-law, Elisabeth Charlotte, Duchess of Orléans, held her at the font and gave her the name of Louisa Mary. The French ladies were astonished at seeing the little princess, who was then only a month old, dressed in robes of state and with shoes and stockings on her tiny feet. The shoes and stockings worn by the royal neophyte were begged by the nuns of Chaillot and were carefully preserved by them among the curiosities of their convent. 18 days before the birth of the Princess Louisa, the son of James II and Mary Beatrice completed his 4th year. Mary Beatrice assured the nuns of Chaillot that she never saw the king, her husband, in a passion but once, and that was with their little son, on account of his manifesting some symptoms of childish terror when he was only 4 years old. Her maternal anxiety tended to foster timidity in the child, which James feared might prove inimical to his future destiny. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 7, Part 1. An interval of repose and even of domestic comfort succeeded the birth of La Consolatrice, as James II fondly called the child of his adversity. Mary Beatrice, though deprived of the pomp and power of royalty and a queen only in name, was assuredly much happier in her shadowy court at Saint-Germain than she had been as a childless mother and neglected wife amidst the joyless splendor of Whitehall. She was now blessed with 2 of the loveliest and most promising children in the world, and possessed of the undivided affection of a husband who was only the dearer to her for his misfortunes. Like the faithful ivy, she appeared to cling more fondly to the tempest-scathed oak in its leafless ruins than when in its majestic prime. A very eloquent and deserved tribute to the virtues and conjugal tenderness of this princess was offered to her in the days of her exile and adversity by the accomplished Earl of Lansdowne in a poem entitled The Progress of Beauty, in which, after complimenting the reigning belles of William and Mary's court, he adverts to the banished queen with a burst of generous feeling, which ought to have been far more gratifying to Mary d'Este than all the homage that was paid to her in the morning flower of her charms, when surrounded by the pride and pomp of royalty. Be bold, my muse, not fear to raise thy voice to her who was thy earliest praise, queen of our hearts and charmer of our sight, a monarch's pride, his glory and delight. Princess, adored and loved, if verse can give a deathless name, thine shall forever live. O happy James, content thy mighty mind, grudge not the world, for still thy queen is kind. To be but at her feet more glory brings, than 'tis to tread on scepters and on kings. Secure of empire in that beauteous breast, who would not give their crowns to be so blessed? James himself frankly acknowledged that he had never known what true happiness was, till, rendered wise by many sorrows, he had learned fully to appreciate the virtues and self-devotion of his queen. He now regarded her not only with love, but veneration, and made it the principal business of his life to atone to her, by the tenderest attentions, for the pangs his former follies had inflicted on her sensitive heart. He knew that, possessed of her, he was an object of envy to his cousin, Louis XIV, and was accustomed to say that, like Jacob, he counted his sufferings for nothing, having such a support and companion in them. Blessed in this perfect union, the king and queen endeavored to resign themselves to the will of God, whose hand they both recognized in their present reverse of fortune. The first time James visited the convent of Chaillot after the battle of La Hogue, the abbess, Frances Angelica Priolo, condoled with him on the disastrous termination of his hopes, and lamented that God had not granted the prayers which they had offered up for his success. The king made no reply. She fancied he had not heard her, and began to repeat what she had said in a louder voice. "My mother," interposed the fallen monarch gravely, "I heard you the first time you spoke. I made you no answer, because I would not contradict you. But you compel me to tell you that I do not think you right, for it seems to me as if you thought that what you asked of God were better than he has done. All that God does is well done, and there is not anything well done but what he does." The abbess proceeded to make a comparison between him and Saint Louis, when the great designs of that prince against the Saracens were overthrown. "Alas, my mother," replied James, "do not compare me to that great saint. It is true, I resemble him in my misfortunes, but I am nothing like him in my works. He was always holy from his youth, but I have been a great sinner. I ought to look upon the afflictions which God has sent me, not as trials, but as the just chastisement of my faults." The sentiments expressed by James on this occasion in a letter to his friend, the Bishop of Autun, are those of a humble and contrite heart. God says he is pleased to show, from time to time, by great events, that it is he that does all, to make us the more sensible that it is by him that kings do reign, and that he is the Lord of hosts. "No enterprise," continues James, "was ever better concocted than the projected landing in England, and never was anything more visibly shown than that it was not permitted by God, for unless the winds had been contrary to us and always favorable to our enemies, the descent had been made. We ought to submit, without murmuring, to all that happens to us, since we are assured that it is God's will it should be so." On the 7th of September, 1692, Mary Beatrice paid one of her annual devotional visits to the convent of Chaillot, and remained there till the 10th, the anniversary commemoration of the foundress, Queen Henrietta Maria, when King James, who had in the meantime made a retreat to the more lugubrious solitude of La Trappe, joined her, and they both assisted at the services for the repose of the soul of that queen. The Bishop of Daix said mass, and after all the offices were ended, came to pay his compliments to their majesties in the state apartment. They had a long conversation on the state of religion in Dauphiny, which greatly inclined to the doctrine of Geneva. The archbishop informed their majesties that in the city of Daix 14 bishops adjured Catholicism at once, and all the men in that town declared themselves Huguenots in one day. Their wives remained Catholics 10 years, and then followed the example of their husbands. "Daix," said he, "is one of the most ancient bishoprics in France. The walls in the town were built by Julius Caesar, who named it the City of 100 Towers, there being that number round the wall, which I understand the enemy has demolished." The queen lamented the destruction of so great a piece of antiquity. When the archbishop took his leave, the nuns were permitted to enter the queen's presence chamber. Their majesties were seated on a sofa. The nuns ranged themselves about the room. But the queen requesting the abbess to permit them to sit, her reverence made a sign for them to seat themselves on the ground. The king and queen conversed pleasantly with them, and in reply to a question from the abbess about Charles II's death, Mary Beatrice related the particulars from beginning to end, with some assistance from her husband, who occasionally took up the word. One of the community wrote the whole narrative down exactly as it was related by their majesties. This curious and most interesting historic document, in the Archives au Royaume de France, entitled "The Recital of the Death of His late Majesty King Charles." In the course of the relation, Mary Beatrice frankly told her consort, before everyone, that he would have done better if he had persuaded his brother to avow his religion, instead of resorting to so many little expedients about leaving the chamber. She thought deception, she said, very wrong at such a time and on such a subject. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of several ladies of quality, who wished to have the honour of paying their homage to the king and queen. Their majesties consented to receive them, and the community of nuns retired. The queen gave a second reception after the vespers, which was attended by the Orleans family, and others of the great ladies of France. The earnestness with which the queen apologizes to the superior of the convent of Chaillot for her carelessness in forgetting to give her some money, which she had promised to solicit from King James for a case of distress, is amusing. Her letter is only dated at Saint-Germain this Saturday. I do not know, my dear mother, whether you can pardon me the great fault which I committed the other day with regard to you. I know well that I can never pardon myself, and that I have some trouble in pardoning you for not having reminded me, when I was with you, to give you that which I had brought for you, and before I was as far as Versailles, I found it in my pocket. It is certain that I felt myself blush so much on discovering it, that if it had been day instead of night, my ladies would have been astonished at the change in my countenance, and it is also certain that I am truly annoyed with myself about it. I have told the king that I had forgotten, the other day, to give you his money for the alms that you had asked, and I have begged him to take it himself today, and to give it to you with my letter. He undertook to do it with all his heart, without questioning me upon it, and you, my dear mother, forget, if you can, a fault of memory, but not of the heart, assuredly. Endorsed. To the Reverend Mother Superior of the Visitation des Chaillot. The death of the Bavarian Dauphiness, La Grande Dauphine, as she is called in the memoirs of the period, took place in the spring of 1693, after a lingering illness, during which Mary Beatrice frequently paid her sympathizing visits, although the Dauphiness had always looked upon her as a rival in the regard of Louis XIV, and was jealous of the ceremonial marks of respect that were paid to her on account of her empty title of Queen of England. After the funeral of this princess, Mary Beatrice came to Versailles in her black mantle of state mourning, to pay her visits of condolence to the king, who received her in his great cabinet. There were present 20 ladies, who were allowed seats. She then visited the widowed Dauphin and his children, and Monsieur and Madame. The exiled king and queen had succeeded in carrying away a great many of the crown jewels, as well as those which were their own personal property. Among the precious things which they secured was a casket full of rose nobles, coined during the reign of the sovereigns of the House of Lancaster. These had become very scarce, and a superstitious value was attached to them at that time in Europe, as it was believed that the gold, from which they were struck, had been the fruits of some successful alchemist's labours in transmuting inferior metals into gold. One of these Lancastrian coins was regarded as a valuable present by the ladies of the French court, and the queen was glad to increase her influence by all the little courtesies in her power. The jewels were parted with, one by one, in cases of extremity, and not till long after Mary Beatrice had despoiled herself of all her personal ornaments, of which few queens had a richer store or less need. Mary Beatrice sometimes accompanied her husband in his journeys to La Trappe, where he formed a friendship with the Abbé de Rancé, and, till his death, kept up a constant correspondence with him. The English reader will take little interest in the fact that the devotion of this princess greatly edified even the strictest Trappists, yet her religion, though differing, in many points, from that mode of faith which the true Protestant thinks most acceptable to him who loves to be worshipped in spirit and in truth, was a vital and sustaining principle. A contemporary, who bears record of the consoling influence of religion on the heart of King James, says of his consort, "She has the same disengagement from things below. She looks upon those which are here called goods, but as flashes of light that pass away in a moment, which have neither solidity nor truth, but deceive those who set their hearts upon them." Mary Beatrice was now in her 35th year, but neither time nor sorrow had as yet impaired the personal graces which had been so lavishly bestowed upon her by nature. James, Earl of Perth, when writing in terms of great commendation of the charming Duchess of Arenberg to his sister, the Countess of Errol, says, "She is one of the most beautiful and every way accomplished ladies I ever saw, except our queen, who deserves the preference for her merit of all I have known." The fine original portrait of Mary Beatrice in the collection of Walter Strickland, Esquire, of Sizergh, must have been painted about this period. The elevated coiffure there represented was then the prevailing mode at the court of France, but far less becoming to the classical outline of the Italian princess than the floating ringlets of her more familiar portraits by Lely, or the Grecian fillet and string of pearls with which her hair is arranged by Rautier in her medals. When Duchess of York or Queen of England, it was sufficient for her to consult her own exquisite taste in such matters, but in France she was compelled to submit to the tyranny of fashion. In conformity to this, her luxuriant tresses were turned up almost straight from her brow and combed over a cushion, above which the back hair was arranged in a full wreath of curls and brought sloping down each side of the head. A most trying style to any face, adding an unnatural height to the forehead and a great stiffness to the general outline of the figure. Her dress in the original painting is of royal blue velvet, furred with miniver, the bodice fitting tight to the shape, and clasped with a jeweled stomacher, full sleeves, looped with jewels, and point lace ruffles. The portrait, which is supposed to be a regale, is an exquisite work of art. It was presented by the exiled queen to her faithful friend, Lady Strickland, together with a portrait of the Princess Louisa, as the only rewards fortune had left in her power to bestow on that lady after 30 years of devoted service through every vicissitude. These royal gifts are heirlooms in the possession of the direct descendants of Sir Thomas and Lady Strickland at Sizergh Castle, Westmoreland. Another of the French portraits of the consort of James II is in the Royal Historical Gallery at Versailles. A crimson curtain in the background is drawn aside, and shows the parterre of Saint-Germain in the distance. That palace, so interesting to English travellers as the refuge of the last monarch of the Royal Stuart dynasty and his faithful queen, and subsequently an asylum for their noble but ruined followers, was plundered of its valuable paintings and furniture at the French Revolution, and has, within the last few years, been converted into a military penitentiary. The château remains externally nearly the same as when James II and Mary Beatrice held their melancholy courts there, but the interior has suffered a desecrating change. The great presence chamber, where the exiled king and queen entertained the grand monarch, the Dauphin, and all the princes and princesses of the Orléans, Condé, and Conti lineage, is now converted into a tailor's atelier. Fauteuils, pliants, and tabors are no longer objects of angry contention there. The ignoble board, where the military needlemen are seated in the equality of shame at their penal tasks, has superseded all those graduated scales of privileged accommodation for the full-grown children of high degree in ancient France, who wearied the vexed spirit of a Queen of England with their claims and absurd pretensions. A portion of the private suite of the King and Queen's apartments remain unaltered. King James's morning room or cabinet, with its dark green and gold paneling and richly carved cornice, presents a melancholy appearance of faded splendor. It opens with glass doors upon the stately balcony that surrounds the chateau, and commands a charming and extensive prospect. It was here that the fallen king retired to read or write. This room communicated with the queen's bedchamber by a private stair, and indeed with the whole of that wing of the palace by a number of intricate passages which lie behind it. In one of the lobbies there is a small square window, which commands a view of the royal closet, so that anyone ambushed there might look down upon his majesty and watch all his proceedings. A pleasing tradition connected with this window was related to me by a noble lady, whose great-grandmother, Mrs. Plowden, was one of the ladies in the household of Queen Mary Beatrice. Mrs. Plowden's infant family lived with her in the palace of Saint-Germain, and she sometimes found it necessary, by way of punishment, to shut up her little daughter Mary, a pretty spoiled child of 4 years old, in the lobby leading from her own apartment to the queen's back stairs. But the young lady always obtained her release by climbing to the little window that looked down into the king's closet, and tapping at the glass till she attracted his attention. Then, showing her weeping face and clasping her hands in an attitude of earnest entreaty, she would cry in a sorrowful voice, "Ah, sire, send for me!" James, unless deeply engaged in business of importance, always complied with the request of the tearful pensioner, for he was very fond of children. And when Mrs. Plowden next entered the royal presence with the queen, she was sure to find her small captive closeted with his majesty, sitting at his feet, or sometimes on his knee. At last she said to the king, "I know not how it happens, but whenever my little daughter is naughty, and I shut her up in the lobby, your majesty does her the honour of sending for her into your closet." James laughed heartily, and pointing to the window above, explained the mystery. It was fortunate that James and his queen were fond of children and indulgent to them, for their royal abode at Saint-Germain was full of the young families of their noble attendants, who, having forsaken houses and lands for their sake, had now no other home. There were little Middletons, Hays, Dillons, Bourkes, Stricklands, Plowdens, Staffords, Sheldons, and many of the children of their Protestant followers also, who might be seen sporting together in the parterres, in excellent good fellowship, or forming a mimic court and bodyguard for the little prince, whose playmates they were, and the sharers of his infantile pleasures. These juvenile Jacobites were objects of the tenderest interest to the exiled king and queen, who, when they went to promenade on the terrace, were always surrounded by them, and appeared like the parents of a very numerous progeny. The chateau, indeed, resembled an overcrowded beehive, only that the young swarms were fondly cherished instead of being driven forth into the world. Other emigrants there were for whom the king and queen could do but little in proportion to their wants. The town of Saint-Germain and its vicinity were filled with Scotch, English, and Irish Jacobite families, who had sacrificed everything in their fruitless efforts for the restoration of King James, and were, for the most part, in a state of utter destitution. The patience with which they bore the sufferings they had incurred for his sake pierced the heart of that unfortunate prince with the most poignant grief. Both he and Mary Beatrice imposed rigorous self-denial on themselves in order to administer to the wants of those families. King James used to call from time to time into his cabinet some of these indigent persons of all ranks who were too modest to apply to him for aid, and distributed to them, folded up in small pieces of paper, 5, 10, 15, or 20 pistoles, more or less, according to the merit, the quality, or exigency of each. The prince and his sister, as soon as they were old enough to understand the sufferings of the Jacobite families, devoted all their pocket money to their relief. The princess, from a very tender age, paid for the education of several of the daughters of the British emigrants, Protestants as well as Catholics, and nothing could induce her to diminish her little fund by the purchase of toys for herself. Her natural vivacity was softened and subdued by the scenes of sorrow and distress, amidst which she was born and reared, and while yet an infant in age, she acquired the sensibility and tenderness of womanhood. Both in person and disposition, there was a great resemblance between her and the queen her mother, with this difference, that she was of a more energetic character. She had quick talents and ready wit. Her state governess was the Countess of Middleton, to whom she was greatly attached, but her love for her parents and her brother amounted almost to passion. Mary Beatrice fully participated in the pain which it cost the unfortunate James to disband the household troops, composed of the noble-minded and devoted gentlemen who, with unavailing loyalty, had attached themselves to his ruined fortunes, and were starving in a foreign land for his sake. In one of her letters to her friend Angelique Priolo, she feelingly alludes to this measure, which was dictated to the fallen majesty of England by the then arbiter of his destiny, Louis XIV. "Yesterday," says the consort of King James, "we went to Versailles. At present, I can inform you that we are in good health, God be thanked. It is long since I have seen the king look so well, but his kind heart, as well as mine, has suffered much for some days from this desolating reform that awaits us, and which we have endeavored to prepare for during the last few months. It has at length begun among our poor troops. I can assure you with truth that the desperate condition of these poor people touches us far more keenly than our own calamities. At the same time, I must tell you that we are perfectly satisfied with the king, that is Louis XIV, as we have good grounds to be, for he spoke to us yesterday with much kindness about it, and convinced us that if it had not been for the consideration he has for us, and the desire he has to please us, he should not have kept a fourth part of those whom he has retained, and whom he will keep well for love of us. I will enter into all the details of this when I have the pleasure of seeing you, which will be in a fortnight, if it please God. In the meantime, I beg you not to speak of this affair, for it is not yet public, but it soon will. Pray much for us, my dear mother, continues the fallen queen, for in truth we need it much. I never cease to pray for you as for myself, to the end that God would make his grace abound in the replenishing our hearts with his sacred love, and if we should be so happy as to obtain this of him, we may be indifferent to everything else, and even satisfied with all we have lost, so that we possess him. A pious Latin aspiration from the Psalms concludes this letter, which is merely signed with the initial M. A few devotional sentences in a child's text hand were originally enclosed, which the fond mother explains to her friend in the following postscript. Here is a prayer from the hand of my son, which seems written well enough to be sent to you. I believe that my dear mother will be glad to have something in her hands which comes from those of that dear child. Deeply interested, of course, were the sisters of Chaillot in the son of their royal patron and patroness, the exiled king and queen of England. The singular beauty and amiable disposition of this child, his docility and precocious piety, rendered him an attractive visitor to the ladies of Sancerre as well as those of Chaillot. I will send my son when you wish, writes the queen to the abbess of Chaillot, at a time when that lady was on a visit to the superior of Sancerre. Send me word if you think that he will annoy Madame de Maintenon, for in that case I will send him while she is on her journey. If not, I will send him one day next week. In the course of the desolating reform, as Mary Beatrice had emphatically termed the reduction of the military establishment of her unfortunate lord at Saint-Germain, a touching scene took place between King James and the remnant of the brave followers of Dundee, which is thus related by Dalrymple. They consisted of 150 officers, all of honourable birth, attached to their chieftains and each other, and glorying in their political principles. Finding themselves a load upon the late king, whose finances could scarcely suffice for the helpless who hung on him, they petitioned that prince for leave to form themselves into a company of private sentinels, asking no other favour but to be permitted to choose their own officers. James assented. They repaired to Saint-Germain to be reviewed by him before they were incorporated into the French army. A few days after they came, they dressed themselves in accoutrements borrowed of a French regiment, and drew up in order in a place through which he was to pass as he went to the chase. He asked who they were, and was surprised to find they were the same men with whom, in garbs better suited to their ranks, he had the day before conversed at his levee. Struck with the levity of his own amusement, contrasted with the misery of those who were suffering for him, he returned pensive to his palace. The day he reviewed them, he passed along their ranks, and wrote in his pocket-book with his own hand every gentleman's name, and gave him his thanks in particular. Then removing to the front, bowed to the body with his hat off. After he had gone away, he returned, bowed to them again, and burst into a passion of tears. The regiment kneeled, bent their heads and eyes steadfast on the ground, and then rose and passed him with the usual honours of war. The parting speech which James addressed to them concludes with these words. Should it be the will of God ever to restore me to my throne, it would be impossible for me ever to forget your sufferings. There is no rank in my armies to which you might pretend. So as to the prince, my son, he is of your own blood. He is already susceptible of every impression. Brought up among you, he can never forget your merit. I have taken care that you shall be provided with money and with shoes and stockings. Fear God, love one another. Write your wants particularly to me, and be assured that you will find in me always a parent as well as a king. One of these gallant gentlemen, Captain Ogilvy, was the author of one of the first and most touching of the Scottish Jacobite songs. It was a 4-hour rightful king, we left fair Scotia's strand. It was a 4-hour rightful king, we e'er saw Irish land, my dear, we e'er saw Irish land. Now it is done that man can do, and all is done in vain. My love, my native land, adieu, for I must cross the main, my dear, for I must cross the main. He turned him round and right about, Upon the Irish shore, he gave his bridle reins a shake, with adieu for evermore, my love, adieu for evermore. The soldier fra the war returns, the merchant fra the main, but I have parted fra my love, and ne'er to meet again, my dear, and ne'er to meet again. When day is gane and night is come, and all are bound to sleep, I think on him that is far away, the livelong night and weep, my dear, the livelong night and weep. The conduct of this new Scotch brigade, both in Spain and Germany, excited the admiration of all the French army, and, as related by Dalrymple, forms one of the fairest pages in the history of modern chivalry. A charming trait of the son of James II and Mary of Modena, in connection with some of these unfortunate gentlemen, verified the truth of that monarch's assertion, that the prince was already susceptible of every impression, and also that he had been early imbued by his parents with a tender sympathy for the sufferings of their faithful friends. 14 of the Scotch brigade, unable to bear the hardships of the life of common soldiers, returned to Saint-Germain to thank King James for having written to their commander to obtain their discharge and permission for them to return to Scotland, or in case they chose to remain in France, promising to pension them out of his personal savings. James received them with the kindness and affection their attachment had merited. 4 of the number, who were too much impaired in constitution to return home, continued at Saint-Germain. One day, when listlessly strolling near the iron palisades of the palace, they saw a boy of 6 years old about to get into a coach emblazoned with the royal arms of Great Britain. This child was the son of the exiled king and queen, the disinherited Prince of Wales, who was going to join the promenade of the French court at Marly. He recognized the unfortunate emigrants, and instead of entering the coach, made a sign for them to approach. They advanced respectfully and spontaneously offered the mark of homage, which, according to the custom of the times, was always paid to persons of high rank by kneeling and kissing his hands, which they bathed with their tears. The princely boy graciously raised them, and with that touching sensibility which is often prematurely developed by early misfortunes, expressed his grateful appreciation of their loyalty. He told them that he had often heard of their valor, and that it made him proud, and that he had wept for their misfortunes as much as he had done for those of his own parents, but he hoped a day would come that would convince them that they had not made such great sacrifices for ungrateful princes. He concluded by presenting them with his little purse, containing 10 or 12 pistoles, and requesting them to drink the king's health. Both words and action were evidently unprompted, and from his own free impulse. The boy had been virtuously trained. Indeed, it was subsequently seriously lamented by the Jacobites that the queen, his mother, had brought the prince up more for heaven than earth. Gold too highly refined is not fit for common use, and requires a certain portion of alloy to make it bear the stamp which gives it currency. At the untimely death of her first state governess, the Marchioness of Powys, in 1691, Mary Beatrice had expressed an earnest wish that she would have the Countess of Errol, the widow of the hereditary Grand Constable of Scotland, to supply the place of that lamented lady, as she considered her the fittest woman in all the world to have the charge of her son. Just at that moment, when the queen's anxiety was at its height, the countess, having received an intimation of her majesty's wish for her services, made her escape from Scotland and presented herself at Saint-Germain, and received the appointment, but retained it little better than 2 years. In October 1693, we find the following notice in Dangu. The Queen of England has learned with much grief the death of the Countess of Errol, the governess of the Prince of Wales, a place which she considered it difficult to supply in France. He appears to have remained from that time entirely under the care of Lady Strickland. Almost the only local memorial remaining at Saint-Germain of the interest formerly felt in that town for the son of Mary d'Este and James II is the sign of the ancient Jacobite hotel, Les Princes de Galles, which has every appearance of being a contemporary relic of the Stuart court. It has a portrait of the Chevalier, St. George, on either side, coarsely enamelled on metal in enduring colours, representing that unfortunate prince at 2 distinct periods of his boyhood and in different costumes. On one side he is delineated as a smiling round-faced child of 7 or 8 years old, with flowing ringlets, and royally robed in a vest and mantle of cloth of gold. In the other he is about 13, tall and slender, arrayed in a cuirass and a point-lace cravat, his natural ringlets carefully arranged in the form of a periwig and tied together with a blue ribbon. In both portraits he is decorated with the Order of the Garter. The late proprietor of the Prince de Galles was offered and refused 1,000 francs for this curious old sign, and declared that he would not part with it for any price. When a miniature of this prince was shown to Pope Innocent XII, the old man, though anything but a friend to James and Mary Beatrice, was so charmed with the representation of their child that he kissed it and said, "He would fain hope to see the restoration of that angel to his just right." The Earl of Perth, by whom this little incident is recorded, says, "That picture was brought to Rome by Father Marr, and that it was accounted very like the young prince, and," continues he, "I really believe it, for one sees of the king and queen both in it. He is wonderfully handsome." End of section 23. Section 24 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 7, Part 2. The exiled King and Queen of England were invited to the bridal fête of their young relative, Mademoiselle d'Orléans, with the Duke of Lorraine. On this occasion, the Queen writes a rather lively letter from Fontainebleau, giving her cloistered friend at Chaillot a little account of the manner in which her consort and herself were passing their time in the gay and magnificent court of the Grand Monarch. Fontainebleau, 17th of October. According to my promise, my dear mother, I send you my news of this place, which is good, God be thanked, as far as regards health, although the life I lead here is very different from that at Saint-Germain. I have been already 4 times to the chase, and we have beautiful weather. The king, that is Louis XIV, according to his wont, loads us with benefits and 1,000 marks of friendship. Of this we are not the less sensible because we are accustomed to it from him. On the contrary, at every fresh proof, we are penetrated with more lively feelings of gratitude. Our departure is delayed till next Friday. That of the Duchess of Lorraine has rendered us all very sad. She was so much afflicted herself that one could not look at her without weeping. Monsieur and Madame were, and still are, full of compassion at seeing it. They did not return here till yesterday evening. The young bride preserved a demeanor throughout that has charmed all the world, and me in particular, who have always loved and now esteemed her more than ever. I have seen Madame de M. twice. She has been indisposed, but at present she is better. I entered yesterday with her on the chapter of Chaillot very naturally. I told her what I had resolved with you, and many other things. She told me that she had represented to the king the state of your house. If, however, you would not be flattered, it is necessary that I should tell you that I do not believe that you will gain anything by that at present, for a reason I will tell you when I see you. I am in doubt whether I should speak to her. I have no great inclination, for, in truth, I am ashamed of her and for myself, that I had not the power to obtain anything. I do not seem to have anything to reproach myself with on this matter, seeing that I did all, and will do all I can think of, to render you a little service. There was a grand review on the plain of Heuil of the French and Swiss guards, at which James and his queen were present. As soon as they arrived on the ground, the King of France made Queen Mary Beatrice come into his coach, in which Mademoiselle and his daughter-in-law, the Duchess of Maine, were already seated. Louis was ever and anon at the door of the carriage to do the honor of the review to her, but took much trouble in explaining to her the evolutions of the troops. The Prince Royal of Denmark was also at this review, and was treated with great attention. James and his queen met this prince at all the balls, hunts, and other amusements, with amity, notwithstanding his close relationship to Prince George. They were both at the royal hunt on the 20th of February, where the prince was very much astonished that the grand huntsman, the Duc de Rochefoucault, giving the baton to the King of England, a compliment only paid to the princes of the blood royal of France, but always to King James. Neither James nor his consort were forgotten meantime in England, where the enormous taxes of William's war government, together with the exclusive Dutch patronage and other grievances, caused many to recur, with regretful feelings, to the king over the water, as they significantly styled the deposed sovereign. The following enigmatical song, titled Three Healths, was sung at convivial meetings by the Jacobite partisans at this period, both in country and town. Three Healths, a Jacobite Song. To ane king and no king, ane uncle and father, to whom that's all these, yet allowed to be neither, come, rank round about, and hurrah to our standard. If you'll know what I mean, here's a health to our landlord. To ane queen and no queen, ane aunt and no mother, come, boys, let us cheerfully drink off another. And now, to be honest, we'll stick by our faith, and stand by our landlord as long as we've breath. To ane prince and no prince, ane son and no bastard, beshrew them that say it, a lie that is fostered. God bless them all three. We'll conclude with this one. It's a health to our landlord, his wife and his son. To our monarch's return, one more will advance. We've a king that's in Flanders, another in France. Then about with the health, let him come then. Send the one into England, and both are at home then. Towards the close of the year 1693, Mary Beatrice suffered excessively from the attacks of that very painful and dangerous malady, gallstones, and this complaint continued to harass her from time to time for the rest of her life. Sometimes the pain was so acute that she could not bear the motion of a carriage. In the month of December in that year, she begins a letter to her friend, Madame Priolo, to explain the necessity of her remaining quietly at Saint-Germain instead of coming to the convent as she had intended, in these words. Man purposes and God disposes. You used to say this every day, my beloved sister, and I prove the truth of it at present, seeing I am compelled to remain here to pass this great feast, instead of going to Chaillot to celebrate it with our dear sisters, as I proposed with much pleasure to do. But I must have patience, since there is no help for it. For although I am not suffering now the great agonies I have suffered, I have some still lesser ones. She then goes on to explain her symptoms, and says her physicians had forbidden her to undertake the journey to Chaillot at present. The year 1694 commenced with the strong confederacy of the aristocracy of Great Britain to bring back the good old farmer and his wife, as James and Mary Beatrice were, among other numerous cognomens, designated in the Jacobite correspondence of that epoch. The part acted by Marlborough in these intrigues will be seen in the following letters from James's secret agent and himself, from which it should appear that both placed great reliance on the prudence of the Queen. Letter from General Sackville to Lord Melford, May 3, 1694. I have just now received the enclosed for the king. It is from Lord Churchill, but no person but the Queen must know from whom it comes. For the love of God, let it be kept a secret. I sent it by express, judging it to be the utmost for the service of my master, that is King James, and consequently for the service of his most Christian Majesty, that is Louis XIV. Marlborough to James II, enclosed in the above. It is only today I have learned the news I now write you, which is, that the bomb catches and 12 regiments encamped at Portsmouth, with 2 regiments of Marines, all commanded by Talmash, are destined for burning the harbor of Brest and destroying all the men of war which are there. This will be a great advantage to England, but no consideration can prevent, or ever shall prevent me, from informing you of all that I believe to be for your service. Therefore, you may make your own use of this intelligence, which you may depend upon being exactly true. But I must conjure you, for your own interest, to let no one know but the Queen and the bearer of this letter. Russell sails to-morrow with 40 ships. The rest are not yet paid, but it is said that in 10 days the rest of the fleet will follow. I endeavored to learn this from Admiral Russell, but he always denied it to me, though I am sure he knew this design for 6 weeks. This gives me a bad sign of that man's intentions. I shall be well pleased to learn that this letter comes safe into your hands. A very different character from this double-minded favorite of fortune were some of the devoted gentlemen who had adhered to James and Mary Beatrice in their adversity. The disinterested affection to both that pervades the following letter from the Earl of Perth, then at Rome, to Colin, Earl of Balcarres, is an honor to human nature. My heart has not been capable of any joy like what yours must feel now when you are to see our King and Queen. I am sure it must be such a one as, to me, it is inconceivable at present. I am told from home that there's no defense against the forfeiture of my family. I thank God I have never been tempted to wish it might subsist upon any other terms than to be serviceable to my dearest master. If things go well with him, I need not fear, and if not, should I beg a morsel of bread, I hope I shall never complain. Give him and his lady my duty, and kiss our young master's hand for me. I have no longing but to see them all together, and I must confess, I languish for that happiness. I am sure, if somebody have anything, you will not want, so you may call for it until your own money arrives. Continue to love, my dearest lord, yours entirely, etc. Every year, Mrs. Penn, the wife of James's former protégé, the founder of Pennsylvania, paid a visit to the court of Saint-Germain, carrying with her a collection of all the little presents which the numerous friends and well-wishers of James II and his queen could muster. Mrs. Penn was always affectionately received by the king and queen, although she maintained the undeniable fact that the revolution was indispensable, and what she did was for the inviolable affection and gratitude she personally felt towards their majesties. Unfortunately, James and his queen were surrounded by spies at Saint-Germain, and their faithful friends became known and marked persons, in consequence of their rash confidence in traitors. There was one Mrs. Ogilvy, writes one of William's spies at Saint-Germain, sent to Scotland with the answers of some letters she had brought the late queen from that country. She is to be found at the Countess of Carnwath's lodgings in Edinburgh. On the 7th of September, Mary Beatrice paid her annual visit to Chaillot and remained till the king joined her there for the anniversary of his royal mother's death. Their majesties attended all the services performed on this occasion. They were over by noon. Then the king and queen went to visit one of the aged sisters, who was sick in the infirmary. They remained with her a full quarter of an hour, and then dined together in the queen's apartment, in the presence of the community. The queen begged the abbess to tell the sisters not to keep their eyes always fixed on the ground, but to raise them, adding, that they all seemed as serious as if they were at a funeral. While they were at dinner, their majesties talked on various subjects. James drew a lively picture of the occupations of men of the world, who are governed by their passions, either by ambition, love, pleasure, or avarice, and concluded by observing, that none of those things could give content or satisfaction, but that the peace of God alone could comfort those who were willing to bear the cross patiently for the love of him. The conversation turning on death, the king expressed so much desire for that event that the queen was much distressed. Alas, said she, with tears in her eyes, what would become of me and of your little ones if we were deprived of you? God, he replied, will take care of you and our children, for what am I but a poor feeble man, incapable of doing anything without him? Mary Beatrice, whose heart was full, went to the table to conceal her emotion by pretending to look for a book. The assistant sister, who tenderly loved the queen, softly approached the king and said, "We humbly entreat your majesty not to speak of your death to the queen, for it always afflicts her." "I do so to prepare her for that event," replied James, "since it is a thing which, in the course of nature, must soon occur, and it is proper to accustom her to the certainty of it." James only missed a few days of completing his 61st year at the time this conversation took place, and he was prematurely old for that age. That attendant said to the queen, when they were alone, "Madam, I have taken the liberty of begging the king not to talk of death to your majesty, to make you sad." The queen smiled and said to her, "It will not trouble me any more. He is accustomed to talk to me about it very often, and above all, I am sure that it will not accelerate his death a single moment." The devoted love of Mary Beatrice led her to perform the part of a ministering angel to her sorrow-stricken lord, but the perpetual penances and austerities to which he devoted himself must have had at times a depressing effect on her mind. Like his royal ancestor, James IV of Scotland, he wore an iron chain about his waist and inflicted many needless sufferings on his person. James and Mary Beatrice were about to pay a visit to the French court at Fontainebleau when an express arrived from Louis XIV to give James a private intimation of the death of the Queen's only brother, Francisco II, Duke of Modena, who died September 6 at Gasuolo of the gout and a complication of cruel maladies in the 34th year of his age. In the evening, James broke the news to Mary Beatrice, who was much afflicted. All of the amusements of the French court were suspended for some days, out of compliment to her feelings, and she received visits and letters of condolence from all the members of the royal family and great nobles of France. In reply to a letter written to her on this occasion by the Duc de Vendôme, the grandson of Henry IV, and the fair Gabrielle, she says: "My cousin, the obliging expressions in the letter that you have written to me on the death of my brother, the Duke of Modena, correspond fully with the opinion I have always had of the affection with which you interest yourself in all that concerns me. I wish to assure you that in the midst of my grief I am very sensible of the marks of sympathy which you give me, and I shall always be with much esteem, my cousin. Your very affectionate cousin, Marie R." At Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the 27th of October, 1694. The brother of Mary Beatrice was the founder of the University of Modena. As he died childless, the consort of James II would have succeeded to his dominions, if the order of investiture had not preferred the more distant males. Her uncle Rinaldo, therefore, inherited the dukedom without a question, and obtained leave to resign his cardinal's hat, that he might marry the Princess Charlotte Félicité, the eldest daughter of John Frederick, Duke of Brunswick-Hanover, his cousin in the 9th degree. Mary Beatrice considered that, although she and her son were barred from the succession of the duchy, she had a claim, as the natural heir, to all the personal property of her childless brother, and employed the Earl of Perth to represent her case to the Pope. Unfortunate in everything, she gained nothing by the contest, except the ill will of her uncle, and a coolness ensued between those relatives who were once so fondly united by the ties of natural affection. Duke Rinaldo joined the Germanic League, which, being absolutely opposed to the restoration of the male line of the royal Stuarts to the throne of Great Britain, of course increased the estrangement. Yet when Modena, several years afterwards, was occupied by the French army and subjected to great misery in consequence, Mary Beatrice, notwithstanding the injurious conduct of the duke her uncle, acted as the friend of his unfortunate subjects by using her personal intercessions with the King of France and his ministers to obtain some amelioration for their sufferings. Louis XIV was, however, too much exasperated against Rinaldo to interfere with the proceedings of his general, the Duc de Vendôme, to whose discretion everything regarding Modena was committed by the war minister. Mary Beatrice then addressed the following earnest letter of supplication to that chief, by whom she was much esteemed. My cousin, I am so persuaded of your friendship for me, and of the inclination you have to please everyone when in your power, that I cannot refrain from writing a word to you in favor of the poor distressed country where I was born, and where you are at present at the head of the king's armies. The governor of Modena, or those who govern for him in his absence, have sent a man here to make known to the ministers of the king the sad state in which that unfortunate city and all the country round it are. I have not been able to obtain so much as a hearing for him, but they reply to me that no one here can interfere in that business, and that the king ought to leave the care of it to his generals, who, with the intendants, must decide about those places. Consequently, this man has made a useless journey, and it is therefore that I address myself to you, to implore you, with all the earnestness in my power, that you would be very favorable to these poor people, without in the slightest degree compromising the king's interests, which are not less near to my heart than my own, and preferred by me to every other on earth. Monsieur l'Intendant Bouchot assures me, and will render the same testimony to you, of the good will of those poor people to the French, to whom they are ready to give everything they have, but they cannot give more than they have, and this is what is demanded of them. In fine, my cousin, I resign this business into your just and benevolent hands, being persuaded that you will do your best to save this poor country, if it can be done without prejudice to the service of the king, for I repeat that I neither ask nor even wish it at that price. I pray you to be assured that I have for you all the esteem and friendship that you deserve of your affectionate cousin, Maria R. The pecuniary distress of the court of Saint-Germain began to be very great in the year 1694. The Abbé Renaudot, a person entirely in the confidence of the cabinet of the unfortunate James, writes to one of the French ministers, December 17th, that the Queen of England proposed to sell all her jewels, that she might raise the sum necessary for some project, to which he alludes, connected with the affairs of her royal husband. I believe, monsieur, writes he, that I ought to relate to you this circumstance, as it seems to me that no one dare speak of the utter destitution which pervades the court of Saint-Germain. It is not their least embarrassment that they have no longer the means of sending to England to those who have the wish to render them service. Many persons, both French and English, resorted to the court of Saint-Germain to be touched by King James for the king's evil. Angry comments were made by several contemporary French writers on his presuming to exercise that function, fancying that he attempted the healing art as one of the attributes pertaining to his empty title of King of France, and that it was a usurped function formerly inherited in their own royal saint, Louis IX. The representative of the elder line of that monarch, James undoubtedly was, but the imaginary power of curing the king's evil by prayer and touch was originally exercised by Edward the Confessor as early as the 9th century in England, and afterwards by the sovereigns, who, in consequence of their descent from Matilda Atheling, claimed the ancient royal blood. Though James and his consort were now refugees of France and dependent on the charity of the reigning sovereign of that realm for food and shelter, they continued to style themselves king and queen, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, Ireland, and France. James frequently received hints as to the propriety of dropping the latter title, but he would as soon have resigned that of England, which was now almost as shadowy a distinction. Mary Beatrice writes to her friend, the Abbess of Chaillot, January 4th, to thank her and her sisterhood for their good wishes for the new year, 1695, and to offer those of herself, her husband, and children in return. In the postscript of that letter, she notices the death of the Duke of Luxembourg as a great loss to Louis XIV, and in consequence to ourselves also, she adds. She appears a little uneasy at neither having seen Madame de Maintenon since the day when she had received something which she considered a slight from her. It is true, continues her Majesty, as if willing to impute both this and the omission of an invitation to an annual Christmas fête at the court of France to accidental causes, that the frost and ice are so hard that it is difficult to approach us here, and there is so much trouble in descending from this place. I believe that this is the reason that the king has not sent for us to come tomorrow, as in other years. The news of the death of James's eldest daughter, Queen Mary II, reached Saint-Germain January 15th and revived the drooping hopes of the anxious exiles there. James, however, felt much grief that she had not expressed a penitential feeling for her unfilial conduct towards him. It was expected that an immediate rupture would take place between William and Anne, on account of his retaining the crown, to which she stood in a nearer degree of relationship. But Anne was too cunning to raise disputes on the subject of legitimacy while she had a father and a brother living. Her claims, as well as those of William, rested on the will of the people, and any attempt to invalidate his title would naturally end in the annihilation of her own. She played a winning game by submitting to a delay, which the debilitated constitution of the Dutch king assured her would be but a temporary duration, and she openly strengthened her mutual interests by a reconciliation with him, while she continued in a secret correspondence with her betrayed father. It was, perhaps, through her artful representations that James neglected to take advantage of the favorable crisis produced by Mary's death. He was vehemently urged at that time by his partisans to make a descent in England, and assured that even the support of 10,000 men would be sufficient to replace him on the throne. The French cabinet could not be induced to assist James at that crisis, and he was fretted by the proceedings of his daughter by Arabella Churchill, who, having been left a widow by the early death of her husband, Lord Waldegrave, married Lord Wilmot privately, but not soon enough to save her reputation. The queen forbade her presence, and James ordered her to retire to a convent in Paris till after her confinement, as great scandal was caused by her appearance. Acting, however, by the advice of her mother, with whom she had always been in correspondence, she fled to England, and made her court there by revealing all she knew of the plans of the unfortunate king, her father. King James had not a more bitter enemy than his former mistress, Arabella Churchill, now the wife of Colonel Godfrey. The Duke of Berwick, about the same time, took the liberty of marrying one of the fair widows of Saint-Germain against the wish of his royal father and the queen, who were, with difficulty, induced to sanction the alliance. The lady was the daughter of Viscount Clare and widow of Lord Leven. The displeasure against Berwick was short-lived. Mary Beatrice very soon appointed her new duchess as one of her ladies of her bedchamber. She was much attached to her. It is mentioned by Dangeau that the King of France gave the Duke and Duchess of Berwick apartments at Versailles, because he knew it would be agreeable to the Queen of England. While the partisans of the exiled royal family were in a state of feverish anxiety, awaiting some movement or important decision on the part of James, both he and Mary Beatrice appeared to exhibit a strange indifference to the chances of the game. Karl, the Secretary of State at Saint-Germain, in a letter to the Earl of Perth, dated July 4, 1695, after a discussion of state affairs, says, "The king and queen are both absent from Saint-Germain, but will return this night, having spent 4 or 5 days severally in a ramble of devotion, the king at La Trappe and the queen at Chaillot. The prince and princess are in perfect health, and grow up to the wonder of everybody." In the month of August, Louis XIV gave a stag hunt in the forest of Marly, expressly for the amusement of Mary Beatrice, whom he was anxious to divert from the ascetic habits which, like her consort, she was much too disposed to practice. In October, Louis invited her and James to spend several days with his court at Fontainebleau. The formal round of amusements in which the exiled king and queen were compelled to join, with absent and sorrowful hearts, appear to have occupied without interesting Mary Beatrice. In a letter to her friend Madame Angelique Priolo, she says, "These 6 days past I have sought for a moment to write to you, my dear mother, but without being able to find one. Yesterday evening I thought myself sure of the opportunity of doing it before supper, but Monsieur de Pontchartrain, a person not to be neglected, certainly, as he was one of the cabinet ministers of Louis XIV, entered my chamber just as I would have finished my letter to our mother, and prevented me. I strive to do my duty here towards God and man, but alas, I fail greatly in both, for in this place there is so much dissipation. Yet it is certain also that I am never so much persuaded of the littlenesses and vanities of this world as when I am in the midst of its grandeurs and its great appearances. I shall complete my 37th year tomorrow. Pray to God, my dear mother, that I may not spend another without serving and loving him with all my heart." In conclusion, she says, "I do not know as yet when I shall go from hence, but I believe that it will be one day next week. I am, as usual, always well treated by the king and everyone else here." That minute court chronicler, Dangeau, gives these particulars of a visit paid by Mary Beatrice and her lord to the French court at Versailles, November 9th. "The king and queen of England came here at 3 o'clock. The king, that is Louis XIV, walked with them to his new fountains and his cascade. They were a long time with the king. When he returned to Madame Maintenon, the queen sat down to cards. Louis always delighted to make her play, but she generally quitted her cards soon after, under the excuse of going to prayers. When the supper was announced, the king took both her and the king, her husband, and placed them at his own table. The Dauphin had another table. The queen was only attended by 4 ladies, who were the Duchess of Berwick, the Duchess of Tyrconnell, and the ladies Almondy and Buckley. When they rose from table, the king and queen of England returned to Saint-Germain. Lady Tyrconnell was a great favorite of the queen. She was not altogether so trustworthy as her husband. Her chief error was not in intention, but a habit of scribbling news incessantly to her treacherous sister, Lady Marlborough. The exiled queen had, as she expressed herself in her letter, a friendship for Tyrconnell, and an unshaken reliance on his fidelity to King James, which he had proved, through good report and ill report, to the hour of his death. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 7, Part 3. The arrival of Mr. Powell at Saint-Germain in January 1696, charged with urgent letters and messages from a strong party of the open adherents and secret correspondents of King James in London, entreating him to make a descent in England without delay, rekindled a fever of hope in the hearts of the exiled king and queen. The representations made to them of the unpopularity of William, the miseries caused by excessive taxation, a debased currency, and the decay of commerce and trade, induced them to believe that the people were eager to welcome their old master, not only as their legitimate sovereign, but as their deliverer from the miseries of a foreign yoke. Louis XIV entered into measures for assisting James in this new enterprise with apparent heartiness. Berwick, whose military talents and chivalric character had won for him in France the surname of the British Dunois, was to take command of the Jacobite insurgents. 12,000 men, whom they had required to assist them, were already on their march to Calais, and all things promised fair. On the 28th of February, James bade adieu to his wife and children, in the confident belief that their next meeting would be at Whitehall. James had been assured by his friends in England that if he would adventure a descent, he would regain his crown without a contest. Unfortunately, Powell, the secret agent, who brought this earnest invitation to his old master, had not explained the intentions of the Jacobite Association with sufficient perspicuity. In the first conversation he had with his Majesty in the presence of the Queen, he was so eager for something to be attempted, and talked with so much ardor, that both James and Mary Beatrice imagined that the rising would take place directly it was known that the king was ready to embark. But in reality, they expected for him to land first with the 12,000 men, which was to be the signal for a general revolt from William. The mistake was fatal to the project. Louis was willing to lead his troops in transports to assist in an insurrection, but his ministers persuaded him that it would be useless to risk them on the chance of exciting one. The fleet and troops were in readiness at Calais when James arrived there, but were not permitted to stir from thence till certain news of a rising in England should be received. The design of Sir George Berkeley and a party of desperate persons attached to the Jacobite party to precipitate matters by the wild project of a personal attack on King William in the midst of his guards, did the utmost mischief to James's cause, though he had always forbidden any attempt on the life of his rival, except in the battlefield. Meantime, the fleet of French transports that should have conveyed James and his auxiliaries to the shores of England were shattered by a violent storm, which wrecked many of them on their own coast. In short, in this, as in every other enterprise, for the purpose of replacing the exiled line of Stuart on the throne of Great Britain, winds, waves, and unforeseen contingencies appeared to be arrayed in opposition, as if an immutable decree of heaven forbade it. James retired to Boulogne on the 23rd of March with the intention of remaining there till something decisive should take place. The state of his faithful consort's mind meantime will be best explained in one of her confidential letters to her friend Angelique Priolo, to whom, as usual, she applies for sympathy and spiritual consolation in her trouble. "If you could imagine, my dear mother," she says, "to what a degree I have been overpowered with grief and business since I quitted you, your kind heart would have compassion on mine, which is more broken and discouraged than it has ever been, although for 2 or 3 days I appear to begin to recover a little more fortitude, or rather to submit with less pain to the good pleasure of God, who does all that he pleases in heaven and earth, and whom no one can resist. But if we had the power, I do not believe that either you or I, far less my good king, would wish to do it. No, no, my dear mother, God is a master absolute and infinitely wise, and all that he does is good. Let him then be praised forever, by you and by me, at all times and in all places. After lamenting that her heart does not sufficiently accord with the language of her pen in these sentiments, and entreating her friends to pray for her, that she may become more perfect in the pious duty of resignation, she goes on to say, "The king is still at Calais, or perhaps now at Boulogne. As long as he remains there, he must have some hope. I will tell you more about it when I see you, which will be Saturday next, if it please God." Her Majesty concludes in these words: "Offer many regards on my part to our dear mother, to whom I cannot write, for I have written all this morning to the king, and I can do no more. But the desire I had to write to you has made me make this effort." This letter, though with no other date than Saint-Germain this Tuesday, was written before Lady Day, as the queen asked her cloistered friends if she intends to communicate preparatory to that festival of their church. So early after the departure of her unfortunate lord did Mary Beatrice begin to despond, and with reason, as to the success of the enterprise on which he had left Saint-Germain. The discovery of Berkeley's insane plot against William's life broke the measures that James's more rational adherents had concocted for a revolt, connected with the landing of their old master, provided he were backed by the promised aid of the 12,000 auxiliaries from France. All the business at the court of Saint-Germain was directed by Mary Beatrice at this anxious period, which involved constant correspondence and meetings between her and the French ministers. Early in April, she had a long interview with Louis XIV at Marly, in the vain endeavour of prevailing upon him to allow his troops to accompany King James to England. Louis was inflexible on this point, and she had the mortification of communicating the ill success of her negotiation to her husband. Calais was, meantime, bombarded by the English fleet under Russell, who stood so far committed by the confessions of some of the Confederates in the late plot, that he was compelled to perform the duty of the post he held, without regard to the interests of his late master. James was anxious still to linger on the coast, but the French cabinet having destined the troops for service elsewhere, Louis signified his wish that his royal kinsman should return to Saint-Germain. Mary Beatrice once more sought, by her personal influence with Louis, to avert measures so entirely ruinous to their cause, but her solicitations were fruitless. James returned to Saint-Germain in a desponding state of mind, with the mortifying conviction that no effectual assistance would even be derived from the selfish policy of the French cabinet. The devoted love and soothing tenderness of his queen mitigated the pain he felt at the bitter disappointment of his hopes, and he resigned himself with uncomplaining patience to the will of God. The most poignant distress was felt by Mary Beatrice at the executions which took place in consequence of the denunciation of their unfortunate adherents. In one of her letters to her Chaillot correspondent, she says, "There have been 3 more men hanged in England, making 8 in all, and 2 more are under sentence. Nothing can be sadder than the news we hear from that country, though we hear but little, and that very rarely." It was at this time that the crown of Poland courted the acceptance of James II, but he firmly declined it. Ambition, he said, had no place in his heart. He considered that the covenant which bound him to his subjects was indissoluble, and that he could not accept the allegiance of another nation without violating his duties to his own. England had rejected him, but she was still too dear to him to be resigned. He would hold himself till death, free to return to his own realm, if his people choose to unite in recalling him. Mary Beatrice applauded his decision, though urged by Louis XIV to persuade her lord to avail himself of so honourable a retreat from the hopeless contest for the recovery of his dominions. The appointment of the Duke of Perth to the important office of governor to the young prince, her son, then about 8 years old, is thus announced by the royal mother to her friend, Madame Priolo. July 23rd. The king has named this morning my Lord Perth governor of my son, and we are going to put him into his hands. This is a great matter achieved for me, and I hope that God will bless the choice we have made after having prayed for more than a year that God would inspire us to do it well. Tell this to our dear mother for me, for I have not time to write to her. Her prayers, with yours and those of our dear sisters, have had a great part in this election, which I believe will be agreeable to God, for he is a holy man and of distinguished merit, as well as of high rank. I am content to have my son in his hands, not knowing anyone better. But I have placed him, above all, and in the first place, in the hands of God, who in his mercy will have care of him, and give us grace to bring him up in his fear and in his love. In the same letter, Her Majesty says, "We are all in good health here. We had yesterday a visit from the King of France, and the day before from Madame de Maintenon. We go tomorrow to St. Cloud for the ceremonial of the baptism of Mademoiselle Deschartres." Mary Beatrice was godmother to the infant. The ceremonial, which was very splendid, took place at St. Cloud in the presence of King James and all the foreign ambassadors, as well as the princes and princesses of the blood. After they had promenaded for some time in the apartments, the king gave his hand to the Queen of England and led her to the chapel, where they both held the little princess at the font. Although, in the general acceptation of the word, a great friendship might be said to subsist between Mary Beatrice and Madame de Maintenon, there were times when, like most persons who have been raised by fortune immeasurably above their natural level, the widow of Scarron took the opportunity of making the consort of James II feel how much more there is in the power of royalty than the name. The fallen queen complains, in one of her letters, of the want of sympathy exhibited by this lady on a subject which seems to have given her great pain. "You will be surprised," she says to her friend Angelique Priolo, "and perhaps troubled, at what I am now going to tell you in regard to that which cost me so much to tell that person, to whom I opened my heart thereupon, she not having thought proper so much as to open her mouth about it the other day, though I was a good half hour alone with her. I declare to you that I am astonished at it and humiliated. However, I do not believe that I am quite humble enough to speak to her about it a second time, whatever inconvenience I may suffer. There is no order come from Rome as yet regarding our poor," continues the unfortunate queen. "On the contrary, the Pope has been very ill, and I believe he will die before they are given, so that yesterday we came to the resolution to sell some jewels to pay the pensions for the month of September, and it follows that we must do the same for every month, unless we get our assistance, and of that I see no appearance. I conjure you, my dear mother, not to afflict yourself at all this. For myself, I assure I am more astonished than grieved." This observation refers to the slight the unfortunate queen had received from Madame de Maintenon, to whom her application had apparently been made in behalf of the suffering adherents of King James. "And in respect to our poor," she continues, "I never shall consider that I have done my duty till I have given all I have, for it will not be then till I can say, with truth, that nothing remains to me, and it is impossible for me to give more." Mary Beatrice was as good as her word. By degrees, she sacrificed every ornament she had in the world for the relief of the unfortunate British emigrants. The following interesting testimony is given of her conduct by an impartial witness, Madame de Brenon, in a letter to her friend Sophia, Electress of Hanover. "The Queen of England," says this lady, "is scarcely less than saintly, and in truth it is a happiness to see her as she is in the midst of her misfortunes. A lady of her court told me that she deprived herself of everything in order to support the poor English who had followed the king to Saint-Germain. She has been known to take out the diamond studs from her manchettes or cuffs and send them to be sold, and she says, when she does these charitable actions, that it is well for her to despoil herself of such things to assist others. Is it possible that the Confederate princes cannot open their eyes to the real merit and innocence of these oppressed and calumniated majesties? Can they forget them when a general peace is made? I always speak to you, dear Electress," continues the correspondent of the generous princess, on whom the British Parliament had settled the succession of this realm, "with the frankness due to our friendship. I tell you my thoughts as they arise from my heart, and it seems to me that your Serene Highness thinks like me." Sophia of Hanover was of a very different spirit from the daughters of James II. She always had the magnanimity to acknowledge his good qualities and those of his faithful consort, and lamented their misfortunes, though she accepted with gratitude the distinction offered to her and her descendants by a free people, but she scorned to avail herself of the base weapons of falsehood or treachery, or to derive her title from any other source than the choice of Protestant England. In a preceding section of the same letter, Madame Brinon speaks of James II, with whom she had recently been conversing. "He suffers," she says, "not only like a saint, but with the dignity of a king. The loss of his kingdoms he believes will be well exchanged for heaven. He reminded me often that one of the first things he did after his arrival in France was to go see Madame de Maupassant." The exhausted state of the French finances compelled Louis XIV, who was no longer able to maintain himself against the powerful Anglo-Germanic, Spanish, and Italian League, to entertain proposals for a general peace. The deliberations of the Congress, which met for that purpose at Ryswick in the year 1697, were painfully interesting to James and his queen, since the recognition of William's title of Great Britain was, of course, one of the leading articles. Louis, however, insisted on the payment of the dower settled by Parliament on James's queen as an indispensable condition of the treaty. Mary Beatrice had done nothing to forfeit this provision. Her conduct as wife, queen, and woman had been irreproachable. She had brought a portion of 400,000 crowns to her husband, whose private property had been seized by William. Her claims on the revenue of a queen consort rested on the threefold basis of national faith, national justice, and national custom. When it was objected that James was no longer the sovereign of England, the plenipotentiaries of France proposed to treat her claims in the same manner as if her royal husband were actually, as well as politically, defunct, and that she should receive the provision of a queen dowager of Great Britain. So completely was the spirit of the laws and customs regarding the inviolability of the rights of the queens of England in her favor, that we have the precedent of Edward IV extorting from his prisoner, Margaret of Anjou, the widow of a prince whose title he did not acknowledge, a solemn renunciation to her dower as Queen of England before he could appropriate her settlement to his own use. No wonder, then, that the claims of Mary of Modena infinitely perplexed her gracious nephew's cabinet, who met this question in the following pettifogging mode of discussion from the pen of one of their understrappers, Sir Joseph Williamson, whose style is worthy of his era. "And as to the late King James's queen's jointure, which the French stick hard upon to be made good, it is a point of that delicacy that we are not willing hitherto to entertain it as any matter of our present business. If she have by law a right, she be to enjoy it. If not, we are not here empowered to stipulate anything for her, and so we endeavour to stave it off from being received as any part of what we are here to negotiate. However, it seems to be of use, if Mr. Secretary can do it, without noise or observation, to get an account of all that matter, how it now stands, and what settlements were made by the marriage articles, if any, what of any kind have been made on her, and how far, according as the law now stands, those that have been made will take." These inquiries were not to be made for the purposes of justice towards the rightful owner of the said jointure, but in order that a flaw might be picked in the settlement, as this righteous Daniel subjoins. A private knowledge of this, if we can get it in time, might be of good help to us to stave off the point, which, as we think, cannot so much as be openly treated on by any of us, without inconveniences that will follow. Memorial concerning the appanage of the Queen of Great Britain, October 1696. According to the most ancient laws and customs of England, which are still in force, queens have their full right and power in their own persons, their estates and revenues, independently of the kings their husbands, by virtue of which they have always had officers of their revenues, who depended entirely on them, and all their acts have been valid, without the concurrence of the kings their husbands. As the Queen of England, that is Mary Beatrice of Modena, brought a very considerable sum as her portion at her marriage, the king her husband, on his accession to the crown, thought it was reasonable for him to make an establishment of 50,000 pounds sterling of annual revenue on her, which was passed under the Great Seal of England, and afterwards confirmed by acts of parliament, which have not been repealed to this day, insomuch that the queen has an incontestable right to all the arrears of this revenue, which are due since she left England, as well as to those which shall be due hereafter. Her majesty only asks this simply and purely as a private debt, which is incontestably due to herself, and of which she only sets forth a statement, lest it should be unknown to those who have the power and the will to do her justice. The courtesy and gentleness of the last clause of the poor queen's plea deserve to be met with more candor and justice than are perceptible in the official Williamson's dispatches before quoted. While this matter was in debate, Louis XIV treated James and Mary Beatrice with the most scrupulous personal attention. William required that they should be deprived of their shelter at Saint-Germain, and indeed driven from France altogether, but to this Louis would not consent. He invited them to assist at the nuptials of his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, with Adelaide of Savoy, which were solemnized at Fontainebleau, September 7th. The bride was nearly related to Mary Beatrice on the father's side, and her mother, being the daughter of Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, was a niece of James II, whose connection with the royal family of France was consequently much strengthened by this alliance. The exiled king and queen were given the place of honor as the most distinguished of the guests at this marriage, and Mary Beatrice was seated between Louis XIV and her husband at the nuptial banquet. When supper was over, the two kings withdrew, followed by all the gentlemen, and the queen honored the bride by assisting at her coucher and presenting her robe de nuit. James attended, in like manner, on the bridegroom, whom he led into the bridal chamber. The queen, who had retired with her ladies while his royal highness got into bed, re-entered and bade him and the bride good night, according to the ceremonious etiquette of the court of France. It was observed that Madame de Maintenon only appeared twice, and then stayed scarcely half an hour, for on this occasion of high and stately ceremony her doubtful rank was not recognized, and she was forced to sit behind the seat of the Queen of England, who was the leading lady at the court of France. The queen again visited Louis XIV at the Trianon with all her court, as he gave a grand festival there on the 17th of September, and again was Maintenon forced to retreat into her original insignificance. Unfortunately, the courier who brought the news that the Peace of Ryswick, whereby Louis XIV recognized William of Orange as King of Great Britain, was signed, arrived at Fontainebleau at the same time as the exiled king and queen. Louis XIV had, with peculiar delicacy, told his minister Torcy that whatever expresses arrived, or however urgent the news might be, the peace was not to be mentioned if he were in company with the king or queen of England, and he would not suffer the least sign of rejoicing to take place, or the musicians of his palace to play or sing any songs, in celebration of the peace till their majesties and their whole court had returned to Saint-Germain. The affectionate sympathy and kindness of Louis did much to soothe the pain his political conduct had caused to his unhappy guests. They were too just to impute that to him as a fault, which was the result of dire necessity, and they had the magnanimity to acknowledge his benefits, instead of reflecting on him for the present extinction of their hopes. "We are, in the bottom of our hearts, satisfied with your great king," writes Mary Beatrice to her friend Madame Priolo. "He was beside himself to see us arrive at Fontainebleau at the same time with the courier who brought the news of the peace, and he testifies much friendship, pity, and even sorrow for us. He had no power to act otherwise in this matter. In other things there is no alteration. Our residence at Saint-Germain appears fixed, from what he has told us. I say that it appears, for in truth, after all that we see, how can we believe that anything is sure in this world? I have the promise of the king, that is Louis, that I shall be given my dower, and I have entreated him to be pleased to take upon himself the payments for me." In other words, for him to become the medium through which the money was to be transmitted by William and received by the consort of James. "For," pursues she, her lofty spirit rising above the exigencies of her circumstances, I will demand nothing, nor receive aught from any other than from him, to whom I will owe entirely and solely the obligation." Louis having insisted on the article of the treaty, which secured it to her as a sine qua non, William signed it without the slightest intention of ever fulfilling the obligation. The consort of his uncle might have spared herself the trouble of arranging any punctilios of ceremony as to the how, when, and where she was to receive her income from William. He scrupled not to deceive the British nation, at the same time that he defrauded his aunt, by charging the annual sum of £50,000 to that account, and applying it to his own purposes. Mary Beatrice, after thus unburdening her mind of the subject that was uppermost in her thoughts, experienced a sudden misgiving that she was acting with some degree of rashness, for she says, "I have been drawn on, without intending it, to enter into this matter, and not knowing what I may have said, I entreat you to burn my letter." Is it not sufficient comment on the imprudence of which this princess was habitually guilty, in writing long confidential letters on the most important subjects of her own and her unfortunate consort's private affairs, and afterwards those of her son, to her spiritual friends at Chaillot, to say that her request was not complied with? And this and many other specimens of her autograph correspondence with these ladies is in existence to this day. Her letters afford sufficient evidence that the consort of Midas was not the only queen in the world who felt an irresistible necessity to whisper her lord's secrets in a quarter where she flattered herself that they would be kept from the world. The holy sister had as little appearance of being a dangerous confidant as the marsh ditch in that memorable tale, but without accusing her of bad intentions, it was more than probable that she was no more fit to be trusted with a secret than her royal friend. She went not abroad to reveal that rash confidence, it is true, but it is equally certain that the convent of Chaillot was the resort of busy and intriguing ecclesiastics. William and his ambassador, the Earl of Manchester, had several priests in their pay, and that such men would succeed in obtaining a sight of the exiled Queen of England's correspondence with her beloved friends at Chaillot, there can be little doubt, especially when letters, which ought never to have been written, were preserved, notwithstanding the royal writer's earnest request to the contrary. It is a fact, no less strange than true, that by one of the secret articles of the Peace of Ryswick, William III agreed to adopt the son of his uncle, James II and Mary Beatrice d'Este, as his successor to the British crown, provided James would acquiesce in that arrangement, and leave him in peaceful possession of the disputed realm for the term of his natural life. William was at that time laboring under a complication of mortal maladies, and it was expected by those about him that he would precede his unfortunate father-in-law to the tomb. One of his great eulogists, Dalrymple, calls his proffered adoption of his disinherited cousin an intended piece of generosity towards the exiled family. It is doubtful, from the thorough apathy of William's character, whether he were sufficiently under the influence of conscience to intend the posthumous restitution of the crown to the legitimate heir as an act of tardy justice. There can be no doubt but that he would have been glad, under any pretense, to get the young prince into his own hands, by which means he would have held him as a hostage against his own father, and at the same time kept Anne and her party in check as long as he lived, leaving them to fight the matter out after his death. The proposition contained in itself an acknowledgment of the falseness of the imputations William had attempted to throw on the birth of the son of James and Mary Beatrice, and had they possessed the slightest portion of political wisdom, they would have entered into a correspondence with William on the subject, for the sake of exposing his duplicity to the people of England, and the little respect he paid to the Act of Parliament, which had settled the succession on the Princess Anne and her children. When, however, the project was communicated to James, Mary Beatrice, who was present, before he could speak, exclaimed with the natural impetuosity of her sex and character, "I would rather see my son, dear as he is to me, dead at my feet, than allow him to become a party to his royal father's injuries." James said that he could bear the usurpation of the Prince of Orange and the loss of his crown with Christian patience, but not that his son should be instrumental to his wrongs. And thus the matter ended. James has been accused of pride and obstinacy in this business, but as he has himself observed, he had no security for the personal safety of his son, and he had had too many proofs of the treachery of William's disposition to trust the prince in his keeping. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 7, Part 4. King William had gained a great point in being recognized as King of England by the King of France, but that was not enough. He was piqued at the asylum that was afforded by that monarch to the deposed king and queen at Saint-Germain. They were too near England to please him. He had labored, at the Peace of Ryswick, to obtain their expulsion from France, or at least to distance them from the court. Louis was inflexible on that point. The Duke of St. Albans, the son of Charles II, by Nell Gwyn, was sent to make a fresh demand when he presented the congratulations of William on the marriage of the Duke of Burgundy, but it was negatived. St. Albans was followed by William's favourite, Portland, attended by a numerous suite. At the first conference he had with the minister Torcy, he renewed his demand that James and his family should be chased from their present abode. Torcy replied, that his majesty's pleasure had been very fully expressed at Ryswick, that it was his wish to maintain his present amicable understanding with King William, but that another word on the subject of Saint-Germain would disturb it. Portland was treated with all sorts of distinctions by the princes of the blood, and was invited to hunt with the Dauphin several times at Menden. One day, when he had come for that purpose, word was brought to the Dauphin that it was the intention of King James to join in the chase, on which he requested Portland to defer his sport till a future occasion. Portland quitted the forest with some vexation, and returned to Paris with his suite. Portland was a great hunter, and he was surprised that he received no more attention from the Duc de Rochefoucault than common civility warranted. He told him he was desirous of hunting with the king's dogs. Rochefoucault replied dryly, that although he had the honour of being the grand huntsman, he had no power to direct the hunts, as it was the King of England, that is James, of whom he took his orders, that he came very often, and as he never knew till the moment where he would order the rendezvous, he must go to attend his pleasure with great reverence, and left Portland, who was much displeased. What he replied was out of pure regard for James, who at that time was not well enough to hunt, but he wished to show Portland that he was not one of the time-served nobles, whom he had been able to attach to his chariot wheels. Portland resolved to depart, and before he left Paris, hinted that the dower, which by one of the articles of the Peace of Ryswick had been secured to Mary Beatrice, would never be paid as long as King James persisted in remaining at Saint-Germain. It is well known that it never was, this being one of the pretenses on which it was withheld. In order to give his ambassador Bentinck more influence with the vainglorious Louis XIV, it is said that £80,000 was expended by him. Prior, the poet, was secretary to the embassy. He saw the unfortunate James in his exile, a few months before his troublous career was brought to a close, and in these words he describes the royal exiles to his master Halifax. The court is gone to see their monarch, Louis XIV, a cock-horse at Compiègne. I follow as soon as my English nags arrive. I faced old James and all his court the other day at St. Cloud. Vive Guillaume! You never saw such a strange fellow as the old bully is, that is James II. Lean, worn, and rivelled, not like Neil the projector. The queen, that is Mary of Modena, looks very melancholy, but otherwise well enough. Their equipages are all very ragged and contemptible. I have written to my lord Portland the sum of several discourses I have had with Monsieur de Lauzun, or rather they with me, about the pension which we were to allow the queen. Do we intend, my dear master, to give her £50,000 per annum or not? If we do not, I, or rather my lord Jersey, should now be furnished with some chicaning answers when we are pressed on that point, for it was fairly promised, that is certain. Prior, however brutally he expresses himself, was right as to fact, and Parliament had actually granted the dower, and supposed it was paid. But, as the Duchess of Marlborough truly observes, it never found its way further than the pockets of William III. In one of her letters without date, the poor queen says, "I have been sick a whole month, and it is only within the last 4 or 5 days that I can call myself convalescent. Even within the last 2 days I have had inflammation in my cheek and one side of my throat, which has incommoded me. But that is nothing in comparison to the other illness I have suffered, which has pulled me down, and rendered me so languid that I am good for nothing. In this state it has pleased God to allow me to remain all the time I have been at Fontainebleau. It is by that I have proven doubly the goodness and the patience of the king, which has exceeded everything one could imagine. I have also been overwhelmed with kindness by every one. Monsieur and Madame have surpassed themselves in the extreme friendship they have shown for me, which I can never forget while I live. Madame de Maintenon has done wonders with regard to me, but that is nothing new with her. After all, my dear mother, I agree with you, and I am convinced in the bottom of my heart, and never more so than at the present moment, that all is but vanity. I dare not allow myself to go on writing to you without reserve, but I will tell you everything when I have the pleasure of conversing with you, which will be next Tuesday, I hope." In another of her letters to her Chaillot correspondent, Mary Beatrice says, "A very honest man died yesterday, who had been Secretary of War for Ireland. The king, my husband, loved him very much, and he is a great loss to him. He died in the chateau very Christianly, and as a good Catholic ought. I request a de profundis from all our sisters for the repose of his soul. I send you the English news, which we have received by the usual way. You will see that the Parliament makes itself entirely the ruling party there. We are all in good health, God be thanked." One day, the Princess of Conti said to the exiled queen, "The English don't know what they would be at. One party is for a republic, another for a monarchy." To which her Majesty made this acute rejoinder, "They have had a convincing proof of the fallacy of a republic, and they are now trying to establish it under the name of a monarchy." Some little facts connected with the domestic history and private feelings of the royal exiles at Saint-Germain are generally to be gathered from the unaffected letters of Mary Beatrice to her spiritual friend and confidant, Madame Priolo. In one of these, which is merely dated "at Saint-Germain this Saturday morning," she says, "The king had a little fever 8 days ago, but nothing came of it, only that it prevented him from hunting and going to Marly. We were there the day before yesterday, till an hour after midnight, to see the young and old dance. I take very little pleasure in that sort of thing, and even when it is over, I feel very much fatigued." So much for the joyless gaiety of formal court balls, which to the fallen king and queen of England, who, as a matter of state etiquette, were compelled to perform at least the part of complacent spectators in such scenes, while their hearts were oppressed with unutterable cares and sorrows, must have been worse than vanity and vexation of spirit. Her Majesty, with the fond simplicity of maternal love, which makes mothers in humbler life fancy that every little incident or change that affects their offspring must be no less interesting to their friends than to themselves, goes on to communicate the following details relating to her children. "My son has had 2 great teeth torn out within the last 12 days. They were very fast, and he bore it with great resolution. They had caused him much pain, and prevented him from sleeping. My daughter's nose is still a little black from her fall. In other respects they are both well. Here is an exact account of the health of all who are dear to me." The royal matron, whom nature, when forming her heart so entirely for the instincts of maternal and conjugal love, never intended for a politician, now proceeds as a matter of minor moment to speak of public affairs, and thus mentions the severe mortification that had recently been inflicted on their great adversary, William III, in the dismissal of his Dutch guards. "In regard to business, the Parliament of England have not had much complaisance from Monsieur le Prince d'Orange, for they have deprived him of his army, and he has himself consented to it and passed the bill, seeing plainly that he had no other resource." Mary Beatrice passes briefly over the affair of the Dutch guards as a mere matter of personal mortification to the supplanter of her lord in the regal office, not perceiving the importance of the political crisis that had been involved in the question of whether the Dutch sovereign of England were to be permitted to overawe a free people by a foreign standing army paid with their gold. The fates of Stuart and Nassau were then poised in a balance, which William's refusal to acquiesce in the unwelcome fiat of those who had placed the regal garland on his brow would have turned in favor of the former. William, however, possessed a wisdom in which his luckless uncle was deficient, the wisdom of this world. He knew how to read the signs of the times. He felt the necessity of schooling his sullen temper into a reluctant submission, and kept his diadem. The following interesting letter from Mary Beatrice to the Abbess of Chaillot, though without any date of the year, appears to have been written some time after the Peace of Ryswick. Fontainebleau, 25th of September. I received your last letter, my dearest mother, just as we were starting from Saint-Germain, and could only read your letter in the coach, where I too read that from Sister Angelique, which you had copied in such fair and good writing, that it was really wonderful. The king and all my ladies were charmed with it, for I read the whole of it aloud. We put your basket of fruit into the coach, and found the contents so excellent, that we eat of them several times in the course of that day. Your own letter is admirable. Nothing can be more beautiful than your reflections on the cross. That cross follows me everywhere, and I have found it even here, having been ill for 3 or 4 days. My indisposition commences with an ordinary colic, and ended in a nephritique, occasioned, Monsieur Fagon thinks, by the violent exercise of hunting, after having remained for a long time inactive. But God be thanked, it is all over, and I have been twice to the chase since, without suffering any inconvenience. The Abbess of Chaillot's fine basket of fruit, which the royal party had such pleasure in discussing during their journey to Fontainebleau, had probably more to do with her majesty's colic than the fatigues of the chase, which she only followed in her coach, as she expressly notices in another letter. The devotion of Mary Beatrice to this unfeminine amusement was not among the most amiable of her propensities. It was a passion with James, and almost the last pleasure in which he permitted himself to indulge. We are treated here by the king and all his court as in other years, continues Mary Beatrice. And having said that, I can say no more, for you know in what manner I have always described it. With the permission of the king, we have named Thursday for the day of our departure, and tomorrow we go to Melun. I shall not go to Lys. You can divine the reason. It is 2 days since I commenced this letter, and I cannot finish it today, that is the 27th. I was yesterday at Melun, and was very much pleased with our sisters there, and above all with their mother. They are very good daughters. They were charmed with the king my husband, whom I brought to see them. I am now about to write 2 words to our mother on the subject of the little Strickland, who is perhaps dead at this time. Mr. Arthur has sent word to her mother that she was very ill, and it is several days since she had had any tidings of her. Adieu, my ever dear mother. I embrace you with all my heart at the foot of the cross. It is there where you will always find me. I will send you my news from Saint-Germain on Friday or Saturday next, if it pleases God, who alone knows what may happen between this and then. Alas, poor Monsieur de Pomponne, who was so well on Tuesday last, died yesterday evening. There is nothing more to tell you at present, for in this place they talk of nothing but the chase. Endorsed, Second letter of the Queen, during the extremity of our little sister Strickland. This young lady, in whom the Queen took almost a maternal interest, was the daughter of one of her faithful servants, who had forsaken everything to follow her adverse fortunes. La Petite Strickland, as Mary Beatrice familiarly calls her, had, by the liveliness of her disposition, caused some anxiety to her parents and the nuns, though it appears from a subsequent letter of the Queen that she died in what was considered an odor of sanctity, having received the white veil of a probationer from the hand of her royal mistress, in honor of which all the ladies who destined themselves for a religious life in that convent were ambitious. In the November of 1699, Mary Beatrice was alarmed during one of her annual retreats to Chaillot by a rumor that the king her husband was seriously indisposed. Without tarrying for the ceremonies of a formal leave-taking of the community, she hastened back on the wings of love and fear to Saint-Germain, and found his majesty in great need of her conjugal care and tenderness. She gives the following simple and unaffected account of his sufferings and her own distress, in a confidential letter to the abbess of Chaillot, dated the 28th of November. Although I quitted you so hastily the other day, my dear mother, I do not repent of it, for the king was too ill for me to have been absent from him. He was surprised and very glad to see me arrive. He has had very bad nights, and suffered much for 3 or 4 days, but God be thanked, he is getting better, and has had less fever for some days, and yesterday it was very slight. I am astonished that it was not worse, for the disease has been very bad. Felix, that is one of Louis XIV's surgeons, says that it is of the same nature with that which the king his master had in the neck about 2 years ago. It supernated 3 days ago, but the boil is not yet gone. Thus we see that King James's malady was not only painful but loathsome. Even the same affliction that was laid on Job, sore boils breaking out upon him. Yet his faithful consort, 25 years his junior, and still one of the most beautiful women in Europe, attended on him day and night, and unrestrained by the cold ceremonial etiquettes of royalty, performed for him all the personal duties of a nurse with the same tenderness and self-devotion with which the patient heroine of domestic life occasionally smooths the pillow of sickness and poverty in a cottage. It is only for the last 2 nights, continues the queen, that I have slept apart from the king on a little pallet bed in his chamber. I experienced some ill consequences myself before I would consent to this separation, and you may believe, my dear mother, that I have not suffered a little in seeing the king suffer so much. I hope, however, that it will do him great good and procure for him a long term of health. I attribute his recovery principally to the prayers at Chaillot, and I thank our dear mother and sisters with all my heart, and request a continuation of them. My own health is good. God has not sent all sorts of afflictions at once. He knows my weakness, and he has disposed for me accordingly. It is his signal grace that the malady of the king has come to so rapid a conclusion, and without any relapse. Thank him, my dear mother, for me, and pray that I may be rendered sufficiently thankful for this mercy, and for all that has been done for me, mortificat et vivificat, for he can never be sufficiently praised by you and me. I am yours, my dear mother, with all my heart. I recommend my son to your prayers. He will make his first communion at Christmas, if it please God. The latter part of this letter is illegibly written and in broken French, with a confusion of pronouns which renders it difficult to translate. It bears evident traces of the restless nights and anxious days which the royal writer had spent in the sick chamber of her unfortunate consort, and the reader must remember that it was not the native language of the Modenese princess. In another of her letters, Mary Beatrice speaks in a more cheerful strain of her husband's health. The king, thank God, is better. He is not quite free of the gout yet. That is but a trifle. His other complaint is quite cured, but the doctor would not permit him to go to Marly yesterday, as he had hoped, because it was too far to go in the coach for the first time. He has been out for the first time today to take the air, without the least inconvenience, so that we hope he may be able to accomplish the journey to Marly. She hastily concludes her letter with these words: Adieu, my ever dear mother. I must finish, for the king calls me to come to supper. The king did not rally so fast as was anticipated by his faithful consort. The season of the year was against him, and he had more than one relapse. Mary Beatrice was herself very far from well at this time, but all thoughts of her own sufferings were, as usual, swallowed up in her anxiety for her husband. I have been for a long time indisposed, writes she to Angelique Priolo, But my greatest pain has been the serious illness of the king. But God be thanked, he has been without fever for the last 2 days, and is now convalescent, as I am also, although we have not as yet attended mass, except in the chamber, on account of that great cold which still confines us here, and deprives me of the hope of seeing you before the 22nd of the month, when I hope to spend 2 or 3 days at Chaillot, if there be no change. But in this world there is not anything that we can reckon upon as sure. In the same letter, she requests her friend to ask the abbess of Chaillot to forward the bills of expenses for her own chamber, and for the young Scotch novice, her protégée, whom she always designates as La Petite Sœur de Dumbarton, for whose board in the convent of Chaillot she had made herself responsible. She also names the chamber of the ladies in waiting, who were accustomed to attend on her during her occasional retreats to the convent of Chaillot, some expenses having been incurred for their accommodation. Adieu, she says, my ever dear mother. Sursum corda. Adieu, let us in all times and in all places employ time for eternity. Amen. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 8, Part 1. The keen, bracing air of Saint-Germain was certainly inimical to Mary Beatrice, a daughter of the mild, genial clime of Italy, and she suffered much from coughs and colds, which often ended in inflammations of the lungs and chest. Her children inherited the same tendency to pulmonary affections, and their constitutions were fatally weakened by the erroneous practice of frequent and copious bleedings, to which the French physicians resorted on every occasion. Habitual sorrow and excitement of spirit, generally speaking, produce habits of valetudinarianism. Mary Beatrice seldom writes to her friends at Chaillot without entering into minute details on the subject of health, that King James, prematurely old from too early exertion, broken-hearted, and practicing all sorts of austerities, was an object of constant solicitude to her, is not wonderful, or that anxiety and broken rest, for which her delicate frame was ill suited, laid her in turn upon a bed of sickness, but she generally passes lightly over her own sufferings to dwell on those of her beloved consort and their children. In one of her letters to Angelique Priolo, she says, "For myself, I have been more frightened than ill, for my indisposition has never been more than a bad cold, attended for half a day with a little fever. I am still a little enrhumé, but it is just nothing. My alarm was caused by the serious illness of my son, in which, for 13 or 14 days, the fever never left him, and scarcely did he begin to amend a little when the fever attacked the king. I declare to you that the thought of it overwhelmed me with affliction. But God be thanked, he had only one fit of it, and a very bad cold, of which he is not yet quit. That one fit of fever has weakened and depressed him very much, and he has not been out, as yet, further than the children's little chapel, and for this reason I would not leave him here alone, to go to Chaillot. Since the last 2 days his cold has abated, and he is regaining his strength so well, that I hope to see him wholly recovered at the end of this week. My son is also very much pulled down and enfeebled, but he, likewise, has improved much during the last 2 days. He went the day before yesterday to mass for the first time. My poor daughter has also a very severe cold and fever for 2 days, but it has left her for several days, and she is entirely recovered, so that, thank God, we are all out of the hospital. This morning, the king and I united in an act of thanksgiving together for it in the little chapel." From another of her letters, which, though uncertain as to date, having only that of Saint-Germain, this 11th of December, appears to be a subsequent one of the same period, Her Majesty says, "My sickness has been brief, but my convalescence very tedious. It is only since the last 2 days that I have been wholly free from the great debility and depression which have been more distressing to me than the malady itself, and which rendered me insupportable to myself and everyone else. This symptom, which the king and the prince had also experienced, looks like influenza, but we find, from the conclusion of the letter, that the poor queen had also been suffering from a severe attack of the hereditary complaint of her family, gout in her hand, which had prevented her from holding her pen, a great privation to so determined a letter writer as she appears to have been. She says, "As to Monsieur d'Auton, alas, I have not been in a condition to write to him. It is all I can do, and you can see it, without doubt, in the characters. To write to you today, to you, my dear mother, to whom I can assuredly write when I cannot to any other, for my heart conducts and gives power to my hand." In the same letter there is an interesting little trait of conjugal duty, indicative of the delicacy of feeling with which this amiable princess conformed her wishes to the inclinations of her husband, when she perceived that they were likely to be opposed. "I had," says she, "a great desire to go to Chaillot before Christmas Eve, to make up for my journey at the presentation. I sounded the king upon it, but perceiving that I should not be able to obtain his permission without pain, I would not press it. We shall not, therefore, see each other at that vigil." It may be said that this was but a trifling sacrifice on the part of the queen, but it should also be remembered that she was in a state of personal suffering, attended with great depression of spirits at that time, the result of a long illness brought on by fatigue and anxiety during her attendance on her sick husband and children, and she felt that desire of change of place and scene, which is natural to all invalids. Above all, it is the little everyday occurrences of domestic life that form the great test of good humor. A person who is accustomed to sacrifice inclination in trifles will rarely exercise selfishness in greater matters. "I shall not," says she on another occasion, "have the pleasure of seeing you before the vigil of the Ascension, for the king goes very little out of my chamber, and I cannot leave him. He will not even be in a state to go to La Trappe so soon, therefore I will not quit him till the eve of that feast." The terrible malady of which Mary Beatrice died, cancer in the breast, made its appearance, though possibly in an insipid state, during the life of her husband, King James, and notwithstanding the angelic patience with which all her sufferings, both mental and bodily, were borne, must have added a bitter drop to the overflowing cup of affliction of which she was doomed to drink. She mentions this alarming symptom to her friend Madame Priolo in these words: "I cannot say that I am ill, but I have always this gland in my bosom undiminished, and 3 days ago I discovered another tumor in the same breast, near the first, but not so large. I know not what God will lay upon me, but in this, as in everything else, I try to resign myself without reserve into his hands, to the end that he may work in me, and for me, and by me, all that it may please him to do." The sympathies of Mary Beatrice were not confined within the comparatively selfish sphere of kindred ties. She never went to the convent of Chaillot without visiting the infirmary and endeavoring to cheer and comfort the sick. Once, when an infectious fever had broken out in the convent, and it was considered proper for her to relinquish her intention of passing a few days there, she says, "For myself I have no apprehension, and if there were not some danger in seeing my children afterwards, I should come. But I believe the doctor is the only judge of that, and for that reason I wish to send you one of ours, that you may consult with him about the sickness, the time of its duration, and how far the sick are from my apartment, and after that we must submit to his judgment." The peace between England and France, however fatal in its terms to the cause of James II, was the means of renewing the suspended intercourse between him and his adherents, many of whom came to pay their homage to him and the queen at Saint-Germain, with as little regard to consequences as if it had been at Whitehall. A still more numerous class, compelled by the natural propensity which has ever prevailed among the English to look at celebrated characters, flocked to every place where they thought they might get a peep at their exiled king and queen and their children. "Last Thursday, May 22nd, 1700, writes the British ambassador, the Earl of Manchester, to the Earl of Jersey, 'Twas a great day here. The Prince of Wales, as they call him, went in state to Notre Dame, and was received by the Archbishop of Paris with the same honours as if the French king had been himself there. After mass he was entertained by him, and your lordship may easily imagine that all the English that are there ran to see him. Mary Beatrice, writing to her friend at Chaillot on the same subject, after thanking her and the rest of the nuns for the prayers they had made for her son during his preparation for one of the sacraments of their church, says, "That dear son, God be praised, appeared to me to make his first communion in very good dispositions. I could not restrain my tears when I witnessed it. It seems as if I had given him to God with my whole heart, and I entreat our Heavenly Father only to permit him to live for his service, to honor and to love him. The child appears to be well resolved on that. He has assured me that he would rather die than offend God mortally. Let us all say, from the depths of our hearts, continue, O Lord, to work thus in him." The queen refers in the same letter, with great satisfaction, to the religious impression that had lately been made on one of the young ladies in the convent of Chaillot. "We must," she says, "entreat God for its continuance. Our mother, her mistress, and yourself will have great merit in his sight on account of it, for that child has tried your patience and your charity, in the same manner as the little Strickland exercised that of ours, and we have seen with our eyes the blessing of God on them both, for which he may be forever praised, as well as for the cure for the king, which we may now call perfect, for the abscess is healed, and the gout is gone. It will require time and repose to harden the skin, which is still very tender and delicate, but with his patience all will be well soon." The death of the young Duke of Gloucester, the only surviving child of the Princess Anne of Denmark, which occurred August 12, 1700, appeared to remove a formidable rival from the path of the son of Mary Beatrice. The news of that event was known at Saint-Germain 2 or 3 days before it was officially announced to the English ambassador, who was first apprised of it by one of his spies in the exiled court. This seems a confirmation of the assertion of Lamberty that the Princess Anne sent an express secretly to Saint-Germain to notify the death of her son to her injured father. "In respect to the decease of the young prince," says Mary Beatrice, in allusion to that important event, in one of her confidential letters to Angelique, "that does not as yet produce any visible change, but it must, of necessity, in the sequel, and perhaps rather sooner than they think in France. We follow our good rule of keeping a profound silence, and put our hopes in God alone. Pray to him, my dear mother, that he will be himself our strength." There was to have been a great hunting party on the plains of Saint Denis for the Prince of Wales, writes the Earl of Manchester, "in order that the English here might have seen him, but after this melancholy news, it was thought more decent to put it off." A proof of respect, at any rate, on the part of the exiled king and queen, for the memory of his innocent rival, and of their consideration for the feelings of the Princess Anne. Greatly were the outward and visible signs of respect paid by the court of France to the son of James II, augmented by the death of his nephew, Gloucester. "I shall only tell you," proceeds the Earl of Manchester, "that the Prince of Wales is to be at Fontainebleau for the first time, and an apartment is preparing for him." September 8th, Manchester writes, "that the court of Saint-Germain is actually in mourning, except the king and queen. One of the cabinet there was of opinion that they should be so far from expecting an official notification of the Duke of Gloucester's death, that King James himself ought rather to notify it to all other princes." William's ambassador goes on to report that Sir John Parsons of Reigate, one of the London aldermen, and his son have both been to make their court to the late king and queen, and he, that is Parsons, says, "he hopes to receive them when he is Lord Mayor of London," which he pretends is his right next year. The court of France goes to Fontainebleau on the 23rd instant, and the late king of England and the Prince of Wales on the 27th. There are great numbers of English, continues his excellency, and it is observed at Saint-Germain that they see every day new faces, who come to make their court there. There are a few of note who go, but I find some that come to me and go there also." Very accurate is the information of William's ambassador as to the movements of the royal exiles of Saint-Germain. The queen writes on the 26th of September to the abbess of Chaillot to tell her that she had performed her devotions in preparation for her journey to Fontainebleau. "I renewed," says she, "my good resolutions, but, my God, how ill I keep them! Pray to him, my dear mother, that I may begin today to be more faithful to him. Alas, it is fully time to be so, since I am at the close of my 42nd year." Here is a sentence, continues the queen, "which comes from the mind, the hand, and I believe I may say, the heart of my son. Give it to Father Raffron for me, and recommend us all to his prayers." Her reverence of Chaillot, in all probability, did as was requested, for the paper written by the young prince is not with his royal mother's letter. We may suppose it was of a devotional character, for religion was the principal occupation of the exiled family. "The king tells me," proceeds Mary Beatrice, "to inform our mother that he has sent her papers to the king, his brother, and that he has written 2 words with his own hand on the one for Chaillot. He recommends himself to the prayers of all the sisters, and to yours in particular." This constant solicitation on the part of Mary Beatrice for some temporal advantage for her friends at Chaillot subjected her at last to a rude repulse from Madame de Maintenon, for that lady, while her majesty was speaking to her on the subject, rose up abruptly and left the room, without troubling herself to return an answer. Mary Beatrice did not condescend to resent her ill manners, though in one of her letters to the abbess of Chaillot she expresses herself with some indignation at her breach of courtesy. Her majesty was impolitic enough to endeavour to carry her point by a personal appeal to Louis XIV and was unsuccessful. "I acquitted myself," she says in one of her letters, "as far as was possible of the commission with which our dear mother had charged me, and which I undertook with pleasure. But I must confess to you that the king replied very coldly, and would scarcely allow me to speak thereupon. I had, however, sufficient courage to tell him a good deal of what I had purposed. I obliged him to answer me once or twice, but not in the manner I could have wished. He afterwards inquired after you. I told him you had been much distressed that his majesty could believe that the daughters of Chaillot had wished to deceive him, to which he frankly replied, 'Oh, I have never believed that.' And then he appeared as if he would have been glad to change the conversation, and I had not the boldness to prevent him a second time." The poor queen showed little tact in importuning the fastidious and ease-loving prince so perseveringly on a subject which appeared disagreeable to him. In this letter she begs her friend not to mention her having related the particulars of her conversation with Louis, as if it might be taken amiss by him and Madame de Maintenon. After having importuned Madame de Maintenon for several years about the Chaillot business, till she obtained at last the object of her petition, Mary Beatrice, with strange inconsistency, forgot to express her personal thanks to that powerful mover of the secret councils of Versailles for the favours she had rendered to her protégés at her solicitation. Her majesty writes to the abbess of Chaillot in a tone of consternation about this omission. "You are already acquainted," she says, "with what I am about to tell you, for it is impossible but that Madame de M must have expressed her surprise to you that I conversed with her an hour and a half the other day, without so much as mentioning the favours that she had obtained for you of the king, having been so full of thankfulness on my own account 2 days before. I, however, avow this to you and entreat your forgiveness, as I have done to herself in a letter which I have just been writing to her. It seems to me," continues her majesty, "that when we have the misfortune to commit faults, the best thing we can do is to repent of them, confess them, and endeavour, as far as we can, to repair them. Send me word," she says in conclusion, "when you would like best that I should come and see you, and what day you would wish to see my son." On the day of the Assumption, 1700, the queen attended the services of her church in the convent of Chaillot. Her majesty was accompanied by King James and their son. She presented them both to the abbess and the nuns. In the circular letter of Chaillot for that year, the holy ladies give the following description of the disinherited heir of Great Britain. He is one of the finest and best made princes of his age, and he has the most beautiful and happy countenance in the world. He has much wit, and is lively, bold, and most agreeable. He greatly resembles the queen his mother, and also like the late King Charles his uncle. Portraits and medals of their son were sent by the deposed king and queen this year, not only to the adherents in England, but in many instances to noble families opposed in principles, to show them how decidedly nature had vindicated his descent by stamping his countenance not only with the unmistakable lineaments of a royal Stuart, but with a striking resemblance of the kindred Bourbons, Louis XIII and Louis XIV. We trace it even in the smiling, dimpled face he shows in his 8th year, as may be seen by the original portrait in the Marquis of Breadalbane's collection at Holyrood. His visit to Fontainebleau gave great pleasure to the young prince, and to his fond mother also, whose maternal pride was, of course, highly gratified at the caresses that were lavished on her son, and the admiration which his beauty and graceful manner excited. My son, she says to her friend at Chaillot, is charmed with Fontainebleau. They will make us believe that they are delighted with him. It is true that for the first time he has done well. Your great king has surpassed himself in goodness and cordiality to us. Pray God to recompense him for it, even in this life. The death of his nephew, William Duke of Gloucester, who was only 1 year younger than the son of Mary Beatrice and James II, appears to have placed the prince in a more favorable position than he had occupied since he had been deprived of his place in the royal succession. The decease of William III was confidently expected to precede that of King James, who was accustomed to say, that he would embark for England the instant the news of that event reached him, though 3 men should not follow him. Mary Beatrice was with her husband, King James, again at Fontainebleau in October, on a visit to the French court. She writes to her friend at Chaillot on the 13th of the month, in a more lively strain than usual. I have never, she says, had such good health at Fontainebleau as this year. The king, my husband, has also been perfectly well. He has been hunting almost every day and is growing fat. We have had the most beautiful weather in the world. The king, that is Louis, as usual, lavished upon us 1,000 marks of his goodness and of the most cordial regard, which has given us the utmost pleasure. The whole of his royal family followed his example, and so did all his court. To God alone be the honor and glory. 2 public events of some importance are next mentioned by Her Majesty in this letter. At length, says she, our good father the Pope is dead, and the poor King of Spain also. The news arrived yesterday at Fontainebleau, 2 hours after our departure. They had been 3 days expecting momentarily this event. I found my children, God be thanked, in perfect health on my return yesterday evening at 7:30. They told me that you had not forgotten them during our absence. I thank you, our mother, all our sisters, and you, for it with all my heart. The queen's preservation from a frightful peril, in which she was involved during her recent visit to the French court, excites all the natural enthusiasm of her character. I experienced, she says, when at Fontainebleau, the succor of the holy angels, whom you have invoked for me. For one evening, while I was saying my prayers, I set fire to my night cornets, which were burned to the very cap, without singeing a single hair. These cornets were 3 high, narrow stages of lace, stiffened very much, and supported by wires, placed upright from the brow, one above the other, like a helmet, with the visor up, only composed of point or Brussels lace, and with lampets descending on either side. A lady stood little chance indeed of her life, if such a structure ignited on her head. Therefore some allowance must be made for the pious consort of James II, imputing not only her escape, but the wonderful preservation of her jetty tresses under those circumstances, to the friendly intervention of the guardian angels, whom the holy Mère de Poissy of the convent of Chaillot had been endeavoring to interest in her favor. The fashion of the cornets was introduced by Madame de Maintenon, and was invariably adopted by ladies of all ages, though becoming to very few, from the ungraceful height it imparted to the forehead. Mary Beatrice not only wore the cornet head tire both by day and night herself, but had her beautiful little girl, the Princess Louisa, dressed in this absurd fashion when but 4 years old, as may be seen in a charming print in possession of Kirkpatrick Sharp, Esquire, from the original picture of the royal children at play, in the parterre at Saint-Germain. The infantine innocence and arch expression of the smiling babe, who, hand in hand with the prince her brother, is in eager pursuit of a butterfly, gave a droll effect to the formal appendage of Brussels lace cornets and lappets on the little head. The following letter was written by the young princess when in her 8th year, to the queen her mother, during a temporary absence from Saint-Germain. Madame, I hope this letter will find your majesty in as good health as when I left you. I am at present quite well, but I was very tired after my journey. I am very glad to learn from my brother that you are well. I desire extremely your majesty's return, which I hope will be tomorrow evening between 7 and 8 o'clock. Monsieur Carl begs me to inquire of you if I ought to sign my letter to the nuncio, Louise Marie P. I am impatient to learn if you have had any tidings of the king. I am, madame, your majesty's very humble and obedient daughter, Louise Marie. At Saint-Gilles, this 21st of May, 1700. Some secret intrigue appears to have been on foot at this time, for the purpose of inducing the son of James II. And Mary Beatrice to undertake the desperate enterprise of effecting a landing in some part of England, unknown to his royal parents, if any credit is to be attached to the following mysterious passage in one of the Earl of Manchester's ambassadorial reports, dated December 11th. I cannot tell from whence they have, at Saint-Germain, an apprehension that the P, that is the Prince of Wales, will be carried away into England with his own consent, and upon this they have increased his guards. Whereas formerly he had 6, he now has 14. They think their game so very sure that there is no occasion he should take such a step. If such a scheme were in agitation, it is possible that it originated with some of the Scotch magnates, who were anxious to defeat the project of the union, which was then contemplated by William. The notorious Simon Fraser, generally styled Lord Lovat, makes his appearance at the court of Saint-Germain about this time, with offers of service, which, in consequence of the horror expressed by Mary Beatrice for his general conduct and character, were rejected, and he received an intimation that his presence was unwelcome. It would have been well for the cause of the exiled family if, after James's death, she had continued to act according to her first impression regarding this unprincipled adventurer. If any judgment may be formed from the secret correspondence of the nobility and landed gentry of Great Britain with the court of Saint-Germain, it should seem that nearly the whole of Ireland and a closely balanced moiety of the people of England, weary of the oppressive taxation of the Dutch sovereign, sighed for the restoration of a dynasty, who, whatever were its faults, did not needlessly involve the realm in expensive continental wars, to the ruin of commerce and the decay of trade. In Scotland, the burden of the popular song, "There's nae luck about the house, there's nae luck at a', there's meikle pleasure in the house, while our good man's awa'," is well known to have borne a significant allusion to the absence of the deposed sovereign. The wisdom of the proverbial sarcasm, "Defend me from my friends, and I will take care of my enemies," was never more completely exemplified than in the case of King James. A letter, written by his former minister, the Earl of Melfort, to his brother, the Duke of Perth, stating that there was a powerful party in Scotland ready to rise in favour of the exiled sovereign, and that it was fully the intention of that prince to re-establish the Roman Catholic religion in England, being intercepted, was communicated by King William to Parliament, and of course did more injury to the cause of the royal Stuarts than anything that could have been devised by their foes. The king and queen were greatly annoyed, and Melfort was banished to Angers, but the mischief was irrecoverable. In the midst of the vexation caused by this annoying business to the king and queen, James was seized with an alarming fit of that dreadful constitutional malady, sanguineous apoplexy, of which he had manifested the first symptoms at the period of the Revolution. The attack on this occasion appears to have been produced by agitation of mind under the following affecting circumstances. Their Majesties were attending divine service in the Chapel Royal at Saint-Germain on Friday, March 4, 1701. The anthem for that day being from the first and second verses of the last chapter of the Lamentations of Jeremiah. Remember, O Lord, what is come upon us. Consider and behold our approach. Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens. These words, so applicable to his own case, touched too powerful a chord in the mind of the fallen monarch. His enfeebled frame was unable to support the climax of agonizing associations which they recalled. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He fainted and was carried out of the chapel in a state of insensibility. A report of his death was generally circulated. The terror and distress of the poor queen may readily be imagined, but she had acquired, during long years of adversity, the needful virtue of the patient heroine of domestic life, the power of controlling her own feelings for the sake of ministering to the sufferings of the beloved partner of her trials. Very touching is the account given by Mary Beatrice to her friend Angelique Priolo, in a letter dated December 13th, of the sufferings of her unfortunate consort and her own despondence during her anxious attendance in his sick chamber. I seize this moment, she says, while the king sleeps, to write a word to you by his bedside. I have read your letter to him, and he has charged me to return his thanks to you, Holy Mother, and to all the sisters for your prayers, and for the part you take in his illness, which is not painful, but I fear dangerous. For he is extremely weak in the right hand and leg, which threatens paralysis. His other hand is not affected, God be thanked, but he trembles with apprehension, lest it should mount to his head. I suffer far more than he does, from the anticipation of greater sufferings for him, and throwing myself at the foot of the cross, my heart seems to tell me that this is not enough, for that it is the will of God that it should be pierced with a terrible wound. The dread that the beloved of her heart would be taken from her with a stroke fills her soul with unutterable anguish as a woman, but as a Christian she submits, and only seeks to obtain the grace of resignation. You know my weakness, my dear mother, and my little virtue, and therefore you may judge better than any other person the extreme need I have of prayers. I do not ask anything in particular, for I feel no want of my former faith in devotion, but only a public desire to be able to conform myself to the will of God. I request only the fervent prayers of my dear mother and all our sisters, and of the other monastery. I ask yours, my good mother, who suffer for me and with me, and who know well the sad state in which I find myself. I do not hope to see you during the Holy Week, but we will be found at the foot of that cross, whither our crosses should be borne. The apprehensions entertained by the anxious consort of James that he was threatened with an attack of paralysis were fully realized, and as a last resource, he was ordered to the baths of Bourbon. The late king, says William's ambassador, the Earl of Manchester, in his official report of the 16th, is very ill, having had a second fit of apoplexy, which was violent, and has taken away the use of his limbs on one side of him. In another dispatch, dated 26th, His Excellency gives the following particulars to Secretary Vernon of the melancholy state of their old master, of whose sufferings he invariably writes with more than diplomatic hardness. What I wrote concerning James was a true account, which you may judge by his intending to go to Bourbon in November next. He is far from being well, and is very much broke of late, so that some think he cannot last long. His stay at Bourbon will be of 3 weeks. He is to be 11 days in going, and as long coming back. They intend to pump his right arm, which he has lost the use of, and he is to bathe and drink the waters. The anguish of the poor queen was increased by the misery of pecuniary distress at this anxious period. Having no funds for the journey, she was compelled to appeal to Louis XIV for a charitable supply. They desired, says the Earl of Manchester, but 30,000 livres of the French court for this journey, which was immediately sent them in gold. I do not know but they may advise him after that to a hotter climate, which may be convenient enough on several accounts. In short, his senses and his memory are very much decayed, and I believe a few months will carry him off." Very kind attention and much sympathy were shown to James and his queen on this occasion by Louis XIV. He sent Fagon, his chief physician, to attend him at Bourbon, and charged Durfee to go with them, to pay all the expenses of the journey, and to arrange that they were treated with the same state as if they had been himself, although they had entreated that they might be permitted to dispense with all ceremonies. The waters and baths of Bourbon at that era, were regarded as the most sovereign panacea in the world for paralytic affections and gout. King James, who was fully aware that he was hastening to the tomb, was only induced to undertake the journey by the tender importunity of his consort. They bade adieu to their children, and left Saint-Germain on the 5th of April, proceeding no farther than Paris the first day. Even that short distance, 16 miles, greatly fatigued the king. They slept at the house of their old friend, the Duc de Lauzun, where several persons of quality from England, who were then in Paris, came privily to inquire after King James's health, and to kiss his hand and that of his queen. So closely, however, were their proceedings watched by William's ambassador, that the intelligence, together with the initials of the names of the parties, was transmitted to the Secretary of State in London. The following day, their majesties had a meeting with Louis XIV at the Louvre, and attended mass at Notre Dame. King James, says our authority, walked without much difficulty, aided by the supporting arm of his faithful queen, who was constantly at his side. End of section 27.